Hello, everyone, and welcome to day two coverage of the 2026 NHL Draft. Joined alongside today by myself, I have two very special co-hosts, Owen, Cameron. Owen, how are we doing today?
It's good. We got day two going. Day one was really fun, so I'm excited for what's to come.
And first time appearance here on the draft live stream, Carson MacArthur joins us. Carson, how are we doing today?
Not too bad. How's everyone else doing?
Just fantastic. It's a beautiful day for a little bit of NHL draft coverage. If you were here with us yesterday, we had quite the round one with some really kind of surprising moves, and we'll show you a little bit about it now through our highlights as to what we saw a little bit as of yesterday. Everyone, and welcome to Draft Prospects Hockey's live coverage of the 2026 NHL Entry Draft.
So breaking news as of right now, the Boston Bruins are apparently getting J.J. Peterka from the Utah Mammoth.
The first overall pick in the 2026 NHL Entry Draft, the Toronto Maple Leafs will select Gavin McKenna, a left winger out of Canada. 5'11", 170-pound left winger.
He's a cerebral player all over the ice. You'll see him here. He's just able to take space no matter where it needs to be taken. He gets to great spots. He understands space at a very high level, whether there's him getting to space or him finding his teammates in space, as you see for that one-timer. He just knows how to find guys. He finds those little pockets on the ice that a lot of players can't find. And he sees it and then executes as well. He's an elite offensive talent, great along the half wall, great on the perimeter, not necessarily a guy that's going to be driving play through the middle of the ice consistently, but he's going to be providing offense in whatever way you may need.
You're up, guys, but the J.J. Peterka trade has been confirmed. A first-round pick from tonight's draft from Boston, along with Florida's 2028 top 10 protected first, is going back to Utah for J.J. Peterka. More to come.
And wow, 2 first-round picks for a team who's supposed to be in a rebuild.
Hey guys, breaking news. Pavel Dorofeyev has just been traded to the New York Rangers. Announcement to come very shortly on the live broadcast. Absolute shocker out of nowhere.
Whoa! Insane.
And
Absolutely insane.
I can't even think about Ivar anymore.
As Stenberg just got drafted to San Jose, but the big news, Dorofeyev going to New York.
You know, he's a very intelligent winger, can provide a bit of offense as well through the zone. One thing that I really kind of stuck out to me, this was kind of coming from the World Juniors, was his being able to, or his puck protection along the walls. Like, I think he can be physical in that aspect, underratedly. And another strong part of his game is his skating. I think he's just absolutely fluid with his edges and he can get all the way through the offensive zone. And yeah, this is why I think he was in he was kind of in the conversation of going first overall.
Third overall pick has just been announced, with Caleb Malhotra going to the Vancouver Canucks.
He was such a riser this year, and one thing that stands out the second you watch him is that he can make any kind of pass. You saw the one just there where he's on the wall, back turned to his guy, behind the back pass up. And the scoring ability also became very evident throughout the playoffs, off the rush, a part of the half full. He can play the bumper below the goal line. He can play all over the ice.
Hey guys, so Pavel Dorofeyev heading to the New York Rangers for the following draft picks. Pick number 26, pick number 92, which is a third rounder, and a 2028 first-round pick that is top 10 protected. That has gotten the New York Rangers Pavel Dorofeyev. Back to you guys.
Kelly McCrimmon just keeps winning. I think he gets good. I think it's still decent value, but not pick 5 is a little bit interesting. Maybe the Vegas staff, they're not fond on this draft at all.
And we talked about it earlier. Daxon Rudolph will go at pick number 4 to the Buffalo Sabres.
Have a big prospect pool as well, but with Daxon Rudolph, he's kind of a big playmaker. Like I said, I view him as potentially a power play quarterback. What kind of sets me a little bit off with him is his defense, and I kind of want him to give him more pressure with his pinching.
Then New York gets on the board, and it will be Albert Schmitz with the 5th overall pick here.
Oh yeah, I've been a huge fan of Albert Schmitz this whole year. Like you said earlier, he's kind of a little bit chaotic. He can like go all throughout the offensive zone. He could get a little bit crazy. Like I saw a little bit of a Lev Chanel vibe from his draft year.
For the Calgary Flames. And they are, with the 6th overall pick, going to go with Carson Carrolls.
What I was kind of surprised with what I didn't expect was him, like I said, the jump in the rush. Like he's not afraid to like kind of go up the middle and get the puck with and kind of have that confidence. But yeah, once again, like what we've been saying, he's kind of like he likes to defend, kind of stick first, but then also gets physical when he's like trying to pinch off defenders as well.
And with the 7th overall pick, the Seattle Kraken will draft Chase Reed.
All the stuff that I've seen in this pre-draft process so far of the person of Chase Reed, it seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He seems like a really personable person that can fit in many different groups. And I think that's so important when you're drafting at this part of the first round is you want to make sure you're getting good hockey players and good people. But as the hockey player, he's going to be able to just score. He'll have those games where there's a 4-point night and you go back and watch and he's like, oh, primary assist here, oh, goal. He just creates a lot, especially from the blue line. I think I mentioned the wiggle with Daxon Rudolph. It's almost a different kind of wiggle with Chase Reed where it's really smooth and he's kind of just gliding everywhere. He has a really quick glide stride and he's able to be all over the ice and really make an impact no matter where he is. I don't know if the defensive mind is there. I think the physicals are there. I don't think he reads it at the same level as maybe an Albert Schmitz, but they're getting an extremely great player at pick 7.
With the 8th overall pick in the 2026 NHL Entry Draft, the Winnipeg Jets have selected Vigo Bjork.
You're getting a dog on a bone, an extremely skilled player who plays with pace, plays within the middle of the ice, can play a perimeter game, can score goals in front of the net despite his size, can score goals on that kind of top of the circle where you need a bit of a good shot to score from there, and he can do that. He knows how to make people look better than they actually are. There was times, I think, Parker, you mentioned it earlier, where Ivar Stenberg wasn't the best player at the World Juniors, and you can argue that Vigo Bjork was a top player. He could have looked like a 20-year-old amongst a lot of those guys. He's a smaller frame, but he's going to give you every ounce of what he's got on every shift, and then the skill to put on top of it. Winnipeg is getting an extremely great value here.
As with pick number 9, they will go with Keaton Verhoff.
You're getting a big body player who challenged himself to play in the toughest conference in college hockey. He was really solid at North Dakota, put up solid numbers. He killed it. The 21-year-old that was the fastest player in the NHL. But you're getting a smart, dependable, two-way center who can play with pace, play with skill, potentially drive the play. There's maybe not enough dynamic and elite offensive traits to hang your hat on, but he's going to give you a little bit of everything.
And they have gone with, I guess you could say, a guy who's been rapidly climbing the ranks, Alexander Command.
Yeah, I think Command is a really interesting pick right here. I like him as a great playmaker throughout Orebro. I think he's got some underrated offensive instincts. I really would like to see more out of him in the SHL, and I think that's something where he's going to get more playing time next year. But yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting pick from New Jersey.
As pick number 13 will be Malte Gustafsson.
Ooh.
Yeah, this was the 12th guy on my board, a big body that I can see him just munching minutes at the NHL level. He's a really smooth skater for his size. He's comfortable offensively making plays, especially when he's kind of a part of the play, almost as a forward. He's decent at the blue line, but he's not extremely agile where he's super shifty. He can make moves, as you're seeing there, with his nice puck handling through traffic, but you're going to really draft this guy to be a transition and defensive-oriented guy, kind of like what Noah Hannafin has become in this part of his career, whereas when he was at Boston College, it was a very offensive game where he used his size to be a part of the play to get to traffic. But now he's become more transitional, more of a shutdown guy where you can throw him out in many different scenarios.
They will select at pick number 14, Oscar Hemming.
He can drive the play. There were so many instances throughout this year where he was thrown with different line mates and he was asked to create at different levels. He's been a puck retriever at times in their season. He's been a really good rush attacker. I think he can just bring a lot of different elements to their lineup where he can come with skill. He has the size to play a bit of a north-south game at times as well, but he also has skill to kind of open the game up for others. He's a good complement piece that I don't see being a part of their future guys, but I think he's one of those connector pieces that when you want to be a championship level team that you just need guys like that.
They do, and they go with their guy, Nikita Klepov, at pick number 15.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Verbeek to take a guy like Klepov, but yeah, like you said, this is the start of kind of the range where you would take him. Klepov, I think, is a very fun, skilled player who, like you said, lit up the lamp at Saginaw. I think he won Rookie of the Year. Just one thing that he needs to develop is I kind of want to see more of his pace, and he kind of needs to kind of grow his frame a little bit.
And at pick number 16, the St. Louis Blues will go with Maddox Dejanay.
I love watching him play hockey. It's really electric. He can play with this great pace and skill at times where he can just take a game over. Obviously, the Quebec League isn't what it used to be, so you have to take it with a grain of salt at times, but he's still playing against really great talent night in and night out, and the reverse hits, the physicality is just really nice, and he's able to weave through traffic and play within space and then attack. I think the goal scoring is going to project at the next level, maybe not a 30-goal guy, but a 15 to 20 where he can play middle 6 minutes, he can play physical matchups, and maybe a power play 2 guy down the line. I do like the one-timer.
Yeah, guys. So just out of the blue, LA has decided to move down 2 slots to the Utah Mammoth. So we'll see who Utah ends up picking. Very interesting pick here.
Clear, but the Utah pick has now been announced. It will be Ethan Belchetz who will be drafted.
Yeah, obviously Ethan Belchetz is a 6'5" hulking winger. He plays most of his game is around the perimeter, and he continues to find the skill around the net as well. One thing I'd like to kind of see from him is continue to build up on his pace and kind of his skill as well. But I think this is going to be – I think he chose a perfect college to go into Michigan State. And, like what we saw with Porter Martone this past year, he looked a little bit faster and a bit relentless, especially in the offensive zone. So I think it would be interesting to see him at MSU next year.
It has been announced by Kevin Weeks on Twitter that Kirill Marchenko has announced he's not interested in coming back to the Columbus Blue Jackets and signing an extension on July 1st or going through the year. It's expected that he's going to be dealt either today or sometime over the offseason.
And the center they will go with Oliver Suvanto.
He's great along the wall, and I was just really impressed with him when he played on the international stage, how there's some games where he's handling the puck a lot and he's able to kind of distribute for others and attack zones and create pressure along the ice. But he does a really great job as a supporting piece, being a great net front. I guess one little underrated thing, it doesn't matter too much, but he puts a great screen down. He gets in front of the goalie. He understands how to play that role. He can make small little slight plays, but I think his defensive game and how he uses his size, he's just over 200 pounds, but it just feels like he's a lot of brute muscle and he can play that heavy game. And I see him as just a pure shutdown guy that can bring you some skill at the next level.
We have Elton Hermansen going to the LA Kings.
Yeah, with Elton Hermansen, I used a very intriguing Swedish prospect. He's definitely got he's probably up there with being one of the most skilled prospects this draft. And he's put up some decent points at the Allsvenskan this year for Modo. But like I said, this the skill is the name of his game, and he's very talented. I also really liked what I saw from the U18 tournament for Sweden as well.
We hit pick number 20, where the Buffalo Sabres will go with Ilya Morozov.
Yeah, we're exactly where I have him at 20. And Morozov was kind of out of nowhere in my sense, whereas I went into his viewings going, all right, not playing on a great team. He's likely going to kind of fall apart in this very underperforming program in the NCAA, but he brings so many elements in all three zones. I think as a rush attacker, he understands how to use his speed to leverage other people. He's a big body and he knows how to use it. He works hard. The second effort is consistently there in any zone, whether he loses a puck and goes to get it, whether he's fighting not to lose the puck. I think he's given a lot of opportunities over at Miami, and he took all the chances. He's going to kill penalties. I think he might end up being a power play guy at the next level. That's up for debate, but he brings up some skill in tight and some pretty solid upside.
All right, guys, breaking news. Pick is getting traded to the San Jose Sharks for picks 27, 62, and 120.
And they will go with Ryan Lynn as the pick.
You're getting a bit of a Swiss Army knife. There was times, especially, this is one of my favorite clips all year, where he's able to change paces and then attack. He's not obviously the biggest guy, but I'm pretty confident that he can play in all three zones with and without the puck. He can work the play in transition. He loves going north. I think his middle name might be North because it's the only direction he likes to go in transition. There's a lot of times without the puck, he activates, will be a part of the play, and he's constantly trying to make an impact on the game, whether that's his rush defense, which I think has been really solid despite not having the craziest length.
As with pick number 22, the Pittsburgh Penguins have gone with Liam Ruck.
Oh, I mean, this kid, it's his release that's just elite. And his off-puck play, he can find those soft spots where he can actually take advantage of that release. He's going to have to work a little bit on his defensive play, but I mean, there's so much to like about his game that you can overlook that and even work on that a little bit. That you can learn some defense.
All right, guys, in the surprise events, Detroit has traded for pick number 23 from Utah for Sebastian Kosa, the goaltender prospect. Back to you guys.
Goaltending wise, they've got Karl Vomilka, and then after that, it's who's next. And this is a move that's been suggested now for about a month, so it does kind of it fits what they need. And Kosa's probably not going to crack any lineup in Detroit anytime soon. Waiver eligibility, So it makes sense.
The Detroit Red Wings have gone with J.P. Hurlburt.
Plays with pace. He's got good speed. He's got amazing hands. And he could, when he comes off the half wall there, he's just a dangerous player. You see the video. He places himself perfectly for the one-timers. He's really good off puck. And he's got good vision. He can create plays himself as well.
For sure, as pick 24 now is in, and the Vancouver Canucks will select Adam Novotny.
I had a feeling Vancouver would take him right here. Novotny is a very effective kind of north-south skater. I believe he was the youngest Czech player to score in the main league, I think in Czech Extraliga. But anyways, I view him as a very good middle-of-the-lineup winger who's really good at reading plays, and he's really good at picking lanes and finding the puck, and he's also got an underrated shot as well. So I think this could be a very good depth player maybe down the line for the Canucks.
Oh, and it's a bit of an off-the-board one with Jonas Lagenberg-Hohen.
A second unit on the power play. I think there is a lot of confidence in his game, which is why you've seen the scoring already work. I think it's definitely off the board. I wouldn't have taken him this high, but I mean, it is sometimes hard in the later first round and even into day two to find guys that you are confident in goal scoring and projecting offensively. So, I mean, if they think that he will score goals at the NHL level, then sure.
All right, guys, Montreal is moving up to 26 for picks 28 and a third-round pick in 2027.
And with this pick, the Montreal Canadiens will select Gleb Pugachayev.
He's ready in 2 years' time. That's exactly where the Canadians would start to really need some help filling in the roster as they grow a little bit. He has some size. He's got a good shot. He does go to the middle, but he reminds me a little bit of Max Pacioretty. Good speed up the wing, and he can shoot from the perimeter.
And highest potential they did with Maxim Sokolovsky.
And they were matching him up with Brady Martin, and Brady seemed like he hated his life going up against him. Just a super physical player that isn't afraid to just throw you into the glass, be a little bit dirty at times, but it's the kind of dirty that kind of works in the playoffs where they look over it. He's got a little bit of creativity on the blue line. I don't see that being something that translates. He'll have to simplify his game from the blue line, but he's willing to go out there and try to make plays, which is always very intriguing. The physical size and just what he can sometimes bring where you don't want to play against him. He's a matchup nightmare at times.
Anaheim moves up one spot with Vegas and trades 29 and 117 for number 28. Let's see who Anaheim takes.
Is in. It will be Marcus Nordmark going to the Anaheim Ducks here.
The high-end, top-end projection for this kid, if he reaches his top-end potential, I mean, this could be a very good pick for Anaheim.
And draft schmath it is. Juho Pipparainen going as a right shot defense.
He's going to likely be a physical guy on your team. He's going to no nonsense around him, no nonsense around the net. If you are in front of the net, he is going to try his hardest to get you out. I love the confidence. I don't think he's going to be a huge puck mover, but I do like the confidence that when he does have the puck, that he's able to make those plays. The first pass was mentioned. I think that's also a strength of his, just getting that first move. He doesn't panic with the puck on his stick, but he makes solid and simple plays. And I think there's a bit more to his transition game that can be untapped. He does at times, especially earlier on in the year, he liked to activate in his own zone a lot to become an option, which he dialed back a little bit. But I think if he continues to do that, he can add maybe a different element that could make him a bit of a different player.
But instead, it will be Jack Hextall.
He's very smart at kind of moving the puck, and I think underrated at defense at times as well. I guess the only, quote unquote knock, or I wouldn't really count as a knock really, is I view his offensive game is kind of limited. It's nothing that really stands out or whatever, but either way, I think what the Flames are getting with Hextall is a very solid center that can help with the middle of the lineup. And yeah, once again, I think it kind of balances out that pool as well with other fun, exciting guys like Cole Reshney and Colin Potter.
All right, guys, the Nashville Predators are jumping up to pick 31 for picks 42 and 57. So that's 2 second-round picks to get up to the second last pick in the first round. Who are they going to take?
As they will pick Tommy Blow for this one. Your Q guy has come along.
No, this is an excellent pick if you're looking for an offensive defenseman. This guy does have shades of Lane Hudson in his game. He's a little bit slight, but he skates so well. He's such a smooth skater. He handles the puck extremely well. He controls the game. He's a quarterback at 5-on-5 and on the power play. He'll put up a ton of points, and he can impact a game even defensively. Despite his size, he is a very solid positional defenseman.
But it will be Jackson Cover, the pick for the Ottawa Senators at 32 here.
He's going to bring some really nice puck skills and comfortability with the puck in space. When the game tightens up, it gets a little bit tougher for him, but he's able to make creative plays and open the game up for others. He hasn't been playing ice hockey that long. He was in the Cayman Islands playing roller hockey until I believe he was 14 years old. So there's still so much hockey for him to get to develop and figure out his whole game. But you're getting a lot of skill, minimal of the off the puck stuff, but there's still a potential of someone who can crack an NHL roster and put up points.
This has been day one coverage of the 2026 NHL Draft with Draft Prospects Hockey. And that's what we got to witness yesterday. The question now becomes, what will day two bring? What should be a good one? Owen, welcome back. Let's get your early thoughts here on what you think today might have in store for us.
Boys, we're gonna get a lot of trades. The way the board's gone right now, that high 30 to low 40 range is gonna have a lot of guys that are likely in first rounds for a lot of teams. So I expect a lot of movement on that higher end. I expect someone to really fall in love with Xavier Villeneuve in this second round, especially. So that should be some movement.
Absolutely, and definitely a guy we'll be keeping an eye on as the day does go along. Zach, your thoughts here as to what day two might bring after a pretty eventful day one?
Yeah, it's just kind of going off what Owen said. I gotta agree. There's gonna be a lot of trades. I'm thinking kind of a lot of trade ups, especially you got guys like Mathis Preston still on the board, and Xavier Villeneuve. There's also some decent shutdown guys. Just by looking like a William Hawkinson, and there's also Adam Goyer. So I think there's still a bunch of guys who look interesting. They're available.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here. You weren't with us yesterday, so I'd love to get your thoughts on kind of the day as a whole and maybe some of the players you're looking at today that might be that next player up as far as the draft board goes.
Yeah, I think yesterday as a whole, everybody in the entire league, to be honest, anyone that picked in the first round really killed it. The only loser I would say would probably be, off the top of my head, I can't remember. But there is quite a few teams in the league that killed it. Vancouver, Nashville, Calgary, even Ottawa, they had some pretty good picks for where they were slotted. Leading into today, I feel like they could definitely see a Nicholas Aram Olsen go a little bit earlier than a lot of people expect. As Zach had mentioned, Mathis Preston and both Xavier Villeneuve as well. He could go early. Ben Macbeth could go early as well. There's quite a few people in the first round here or the second round, that probably were on first round picks on a lot of teams' boards. So it could be interesting to see how this early second round goes today.
Yeah, and it should be interesting to see the second round of the NHL Draft, the 33rd overall pick, which will belong to the Vancouver Canucks, coming up in just a few minutes' time here. We'll kind of talk through a little bit as well. You kind of think about all the trades that happened yesterday, some of the noise around some of these picks, some of the kind of bigger pieces that moved, probably none bigger than the Pavel Dorofeyev trade yesterday. Carson, your thoughts on that trade and kind of what it would mean to a team to acquire a guy like Dorofeyev?
I think it was a great trade for Vegas. They need draft capital desperately after trading all of their first round picks for the next couple of years. Getting a little bit of draft capital back for a Pavel Dorofeyev, who they obviously couldn't pay $11 million to. It was a great deal. But getting someone like Pavel Dorofeyev who can score in the playoffs when you need him most is a huge pickup for the New York Rangers, and I'm expecting him to be a long-term asset for that team.
Absolutely. And the other kind of big move that came right at the start of the draft, I was seeing JJ Peterka go to Boston. And what do you think about that move? Kind of your thoughts there for a team like Boston, who has kind of been in that retooling phase over the last 2 years, really probably one of the quickest retools we've seen, heading right back to the playoffs this year. Is that the kind of move that they needed to get themselves over that hump?
I think so. He definitely fits the Boston Bruins mold of being a tough, hard to play against forward. And to only give up whatever they gave up, a first round pick and a little extra, like that's not a whole bad that's not a bad bundle of picks to give up for a player that'll be that essential to your team moving forward. He should definitely help them improve their rebuild and get it back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also think as well about the connection between the German connection, if you will, between Peterka and head coach Marco Sturm. Will be interesting to watch there, see if they do end up getting that kind of long-term German connection going in Boston. Oh, and your thoughts here as far as kind of your first 5 picks of the second round. Any players you have your eyes on early here that you're going to see kind of jump off the board?
I feel like we've got to get a goalie. I expected to get one towards the end of the first round. it's got to happen within one of these first few picks, whether it's one of these teams that are here right now in those spots, or someone jumps up to get a Dmitry Borishev, or maybe someone really likes the size of Brady Noling. That's someone I've tried to keep an eye on as much as I could. So I really just anticipate a goalie. I don't know exactly who, but one of those guys has to go before 40.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vancouver will pick at the 33rd spot. Then we'll see Chicago, New Jersey, Calgary, and then Chicago once again. So we'll see whether or not a goalie does go. Zach, your thoughts here, kind of your first 5 picks of this second round.
Yes. I think I can definitely see some of the skill guys going first. I know I've been saying Mathis Preston's name a lot, but I truly think, or at least in my opinion, he's the best player available right now. I definitely could see like a Xavier Villeneuve or an Igor Shilov coming, or these upcoming picks. And yeah, once again, what Owen said, the goalies are looking really interesting. One of my favorite goalies though is Roberto Henriquez, who's an overager playing for Green Bay, and he really stepped up. I think he had like a 921 save percentage, and I think he's got one of the best, or he's one of the best skaters for goalies in this draft, and he's also a Boston College commit. So I think it would be really enticing for these teams to pick him this early.
Yeah, Enriquez would be an interesting pick for sure. Carson, your thoughts here. Kind of your opening 5 picks here of this second round.
I expect to see Xavier Villeneuve go. I would like to see Ben McBeth go. I expect to see Marcus Ruck go at pick 39 to Pittsburgh if if he falls that far. Adam Valentini to Calgary would be a great pickup for them as well. And like I mentioned earlier, Nicholas Aram Olsen would be a nice pick right at the start of the first or second round here.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see who ends up going here. I think one of the big storylines from yesterday is the Penguins jumping out and grabbing his brother, trying to see if we can get the double Ruck twins over in Pittsburgh at pick 39 today. It will be interesting to see if the other Ruck, Marcus Ruck, will end up going there to the Penguins. We are just moments away from getting Vancouver here on the clock for day 2 coverage. If you are new here and you have not already, please do smash the like button on the stream today, as well as hit the subscribe button. It helps out the channel a ton. And we'll see here today who is going to be that kind of franchise altering move. There tends to be one in the rounds 2 to 7 in every draft. We'll see if there's going to be one of those today, or maybe a couple. But the big news from yesterday, Gavin McKenna going number 1 overall to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Saw Ivar Stenberg at number 2 to San Jose. San Jose with probably one of the best drafts, at least first round drafts we've seen in quite a while, picking up really 3 of the top players at this draft. Zach, your thoughts on kind of how San Jose has done so far? And you think there'll be more for them today to kind of grab a few more steals off the board?
Yeah, just by looking at San Jose, I think they're easily the winners of the first round so far. Obviously, picking Ivar Stenberg is a big help, and they continue to maximize their offensive potential with that top 6 now. If you look at guys like Misa, you obviously had Celebrini, who was in the Hart contention, as well as some decent guys like Will Smith. And then they continue to bolster their back end with a guy like Keaton Verhoff, who I think there's no need to rush him, and I think he could continue to develop, his decision making and maybe skating as well as a couple more years at North Dakota, and a guy like Ryan Lynn with some skill as well, and going to Denver too. So, I think San Jose definitely has one of the brightest futures coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Carson, your thoughts on San Jose's kind of first round draft as well, their future outlook now as kind of a team that's been on the rise over these last few years.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier they killed it, and they absolutely did. Stenberg was a lot of people's number 1s in this draft, so getting him at number 2 was a great pickup. Verhoff at 9 was arguably top 3 for the majority of the first half of the year, and he only fell off because he transferred to college where he didn't look all that great, but he still put up Cale Makar-esque numbers, being a year younger when Cale Makar started playing in college. And then trading up to get Ryan Lynn at 22 was huge. He was the probably the best offensive defenseman apart from Belial and Xavier Villeneuve on the board, down at 22. So trading up and getting him was phenomenal for their prospects. And like over the last couple of years, they've been doing the same thing, getting Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith and William Eklund, who they just traded for more draft picks. Like, they are such a bright team, and the Pacific is going to hate playing against the San Jose Sharks for the next decade and change.
Absolutely. And you kind of think about some of the teams who have been bolstering up over these last few years. You've seen the rise of teams like Minnesota, you've seen the rise of teams like Carolina, Vegas, and of course, Florida now, who we're going to see as a pretty big contender over these next few years. Oh, and I want to talk to you a little bit about the Buffalo Sabres, who made a bit of a surprising splash, a guy who you were talking about in our pre-show for round one with Daxon Rudolph, who went at pick number 4 yesterday, took us a little bit by surprise there, but as well added a guy in Ilya Morozov, who you had also talked about. Kind of tell us a little bit more about, for this Sabres team, what your thoughts were on their first round and what you think they'll be up to today.
I personally thought they killed it. Obviously, I thought Daxon Rudolph will end up being a steal in the draft. I wasn't expecting him to end up going top 5. So I can't necessarily say he's a steal, but they're getting an elite puck mover who will generate offense at the next level. And then Morozov, a connecting piece that'll be able to play middle 6 minutes, can play wing, can play center, solid two-way game. So I think they're going best player available, and they're not afraid to take someone a few spots ahead of maybe what they were going to go initially. Maybe they could have traded back and still gotten Rudolph, but I always love when you just go get your guy no matter what.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see today whether or not that will continue, as we'll see quite a few players. And you kind of get to the second round, it starts to become a little bit more about more so you pick the team that you need. You try and fill your holes within your own team. Where first round, you get a little bit of the best player available mentality. We'll see here for round number 2 whether or not we see teams try and kind of fill their holes or not. And one of the teams that I would say for round 2 now we look at is, well, really a few teams, but we'll start here with the Vancouver Canucks, who have kind of been on that decline. They'll be our first team up here in a few minutes. Kind of, for start with you, Zach, where do you see this day 2 going for a team like Vancouver, who did fall down the draft lottery board to number 3, picked up Malhotra, and we're going to see now kind of where they end up going. Curious to know your thoughts here, Zach, for day 2, where you see the Canucks rolling into.
I think I'd like to see Vancouver kind of go after more of these skill guys. Like I said, there's, all these guys kind of available, and I think, this is the time to, I think, take a risk, or go after them. Why not? I could also maybe see them pick up another goalie as well, just to, continue to stack their goalie pool. As last year they took Medvedev in the second round. But once again, I think they took Caleb Malhotra and Adam Novotny, who I think are going to be really good players in the lineup, and I think this is the time for Vancouver to take some risks right here.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here on a team like Vancouver, who has been on a little bit of an up and down pace over these last few years?
They really need to fill their cabinets with prospects. They don't have a whole lot in the system that are high-end skill players. So picking Xavier Villeneuve or a Mathis Preston, who played in Vancouver, those would be 2 great options beginning in the second round here. That would really help their team for the long-term future. But they really just need to go out there all day today and pick the best player available on their board and really bolster their prospect boards going further into the future here.
For sure. And then I'd say the one last team that I'm kind of want to discuss here is with the St. Louis Blues, and a team who came into yesterday with 4 first-round picks. They end up trading 2 of them away for Mason McTavish. Oh, and we'll start with you here as well, picking up guys like Tynan Lawrence and Maddox Dagenet. What were your thoughts on the overall day for the St. Louis Blues team yesterday, at least for the first round as they look ahead to day 2?
It seems as though they were trying to build through the middle. It's not a guarantee that both of those players end up playing center at the next level, but that was a huge thing for them. I expect them to maybe lean the heavier route, get some bigger bodies in there, some guys that project to play in the NHL, but with limited roles. So someone like Casey Mutrin is very intriguing, where they can go get a player with a motor, with size, that can play. This is more of a football term, but play through the whistle, play when the play's dead. You want to make sure you have that bite and that motor, and I think they'll go that route. But I do like what they did yesterday.
And Zach, your thoughts here on a team like St. Louis, seeing what they can do heading into this day two?
I did kind of call St. Louis a bit of a loser. I think that was a bit too harsh on my end because I still really like the picks with getting a guy like Tynan Lawrence and then a Maddox Dagenet. I just thought maybe they could have maybe kept one more first rounder for McTavish, but either way, like kind of what Owen said, I expect St. Louis to kind of get bigger, but I think they'll maybe target the back end, like I said, like an Adam Gollier or a Ben McBeath maybe. Also, William Hawkinson is also intriguing. Is he still available? So, I think they're going to be pretty busy today.
And for sure they will be. Carson, your thoughts here on a team like St. Louis? We didn't get yours yesterday. Kind of their overall draft as a whole, obviously having 4 picks walking into the day, dropping down to 2. What were your thoughts on what St. Louis was able to do yesterday?
I think they did pretty well for what they had. Taking Tynan Lawrence was a great addition to their prospect pool for me. I thought they reached a little bit on Dagenet. I didn't have him in my top 32, but I understand why. Like you mentioned, building through the middle makes sense for them. I would have liked them to have made hockey trades, though, with those picks and trade them for roster players and attempt to make their team better now. I do see them competing for the playoffs next year, even if it is just a wild card. I definitely think they have something in the back pocket in terms of next season.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the teams that I actually really enjoyed too yesterday was the New York Rangers. They pick up a guy in Pavel Dorofeyev, plus they add Albert Schmitz on the backside. 2 players that will legitimately help their team next year as they walk in for what they hope is a bounce back season, find themselves into the playoff rounds. Oh, and your thoughts here on a team like New York potentially now being considered a contender? Are they still a few pieces away from that, or do you think they're making some good strides?
It's tough to say because of how bad last year was, but you can't go into this offseason right now with the Rangers and not be a bit optimistic about them. Pavel Dorofeyev is an amazing player that's proven in the playoffs that he can score goals in multiple ways. And then you pick up Albert Schmitz. You brought in 2 NHL players who next season could average 20 minutes a night, both of them. So just bringing in talent for right now means that they're getting close. There may be still another good piece. They're maybe a Keandre Miller away from being legit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carson, your thoughts here on the New York Rangers, not only their draft yesterday, but how their team starts to fare as they head into next season.
I absolutely agree with Owen. They added 2 NHL-ready players to their lineup for next season. This year, it kind of was just like a one-off. Hey, we weren't that good. We did have a lot of injury troubles, but maybe if we can turn it around with a couple NHL players, next year will be a little different. I do think there's still quite a few pieces away, but there's a ton of offseason left, and there's a lot of trades they can make. So I would totally expect them to look for more NHL players for next year and try and compete for the playoffs. Even though that division is extremely tough, I do see them trying to make the playoffs again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Zach, your kind of thoughts here on what day 2 could bring for a team like New York. Do you think they'll end up making the picks that they have, or will it be more so kind of a trade piece, a trade asset chip as they look to today's picks?
I feel like I think they're gonna stand pat. I feel like I still feel like the Rangers should try and build out that prospect pool. Like you guys said, I really like that Schmitz pick. As I think he could step into the NHL like right now. But I mean, looking around at the Metro, I think it's pretty wide open still, and I think the Rangers could still sneak in as now they got Dorofeyev coming in, and but yeah, I still feel like the Rangers are kind of going to weigh in their options for the future, and continue to get younger as well.
For sure. And then as far as Ottawa goes, two picks late in the draft. The first one was what I guess we could consider to be a bit of a reach with Jonas Lagerberg-Cohen as well. They ended up picking Jackson Cover as well later on with pick number 32, the last pick of the first round. Carson, your thoughts here on Ottawa's draft? Two picks that clearly they had players a little bit higher than the rest of the board did. Thoughts on kind of how their draft went yesterday and what you took away from them?
Ottawa definitely believes in their development system because they picked two players with extreme potential, and they just had unlucky seasons. Like as for Lagerberg-Hohen, he got hurt with an ACL injury, so he only played a dozen games this year, but he looked fantastic. I had him way up on my board, expecting him to go in the first round, which he did. And then Jackson Cover, I had him at 50, but he, again, has huge potential for only playing ice hockey for a couple of years now. He has the potential to be one of the biggest steals in this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And Owen, your thoughts here for the Ottawa Senators, to a team that maybe took a bit of a reach or potentially right where they should have?
Yeah, I wasn't too fond of their draft, getting a guy who, understandably, the talent's there, but he only played 9 games last season, which is alarming in itself. And we saw Ethan Belchez fall potentially from his medicals. I was kind of expecting Ottawa to go for bottom 6 projectable players that can maybe slot in sooner than these guys. Cover, I have at 47, so that seemed like it was a bit of a reach from what I had him on. But they're taking a chance, and you mentioned the development system. They clearly believe in it because these are two picks that you at least hope one of them hits.
For sure. And we are underway with the Vancouver Canucks, who are on the clock. And with the 33rd overall pick, the Vancouver Canucks have selected Brooks Rogowski, American center, 6'7", 235 pounds. Carson, tell us a little bit about what you can expect from Brooks Rogowski.
You're getting a huge physical centerman that plays a very dirty game, in my opinion. He has some extreme upside when it comes to his physical and physicality and size, and he's a right shot center. I don't find him that creative in his own zone, and I think he's a bit of a project, but there are tools there, and I definitely see why Vancouver would take a chance on Brooks Rogowski.
For sure. Oh, and your thoughts here on a guy like Brooks Rogowski going to the Vancouver Canucks?
Yeah, it wouldn't have shocked me at all if we saw him yesterday, but I think 33 is a good spot. You're getting a really big player who didn't start taking hockey seriously. He was a baseball guy until about 2 years ago when he decided to really put his head down and focus on the game. And one thing I really noticed about him is it's really hard to guard him one-on-one, especially in transition, because I think his skating is really solid. Once he gets to that top end speed, it might take a few extra strides, but once he gets there, he's shifty enough and he can use his size with the puck to kind of guarantee zone entries a lot of the time. And he does a really good job of just turning speed into power on the forecheck, leading to some really aggressive plays and forcing turnovers.
Absolutely. And Zach, your thoughts here, picking up a guy like Brooks Rogowski?
I think this is kind of the right range where I would take a chance on Rogowski. Obviously, he's kind of a big, rangy centerman, a little bit heavy on his feet. But, also what I've seen throughout the season is a little bit glimpses of his skill. And, I would like to see him continue to, develop that. He's also another college guy going to Michigan State. So, just really interesting to see where he develop from here.
Absolutely. And then with the 34th overall pick at this draft, the Chicago Blackhawks have selected Xavier Villeneuve. Carson, we'll start with you here. Tell us a little bit more about what to expect from Xavier Villeneuve.
You're getting an undersized defenseman who can skate, pass the puck, and shoot. He is extremely smart. He's great in every zone of the ice, and I expect him to be a very good offensive defenseman in the NHL. The only issue is his size, but if he can grow in a little bit and put on some muscle, he'll be a great pick at 34.
Zach, your thoughts on the move?
I'm going to kind of come up with a weird comparison, but I kind of view Xavier Villeneuve as like a undersized running back. The way he kind of jukes on the ice and his skating ability, it's just fun to watch. Yeah, and like just the skill is out there. It's really fun to watch, and I really like. I think he's been very efficient at like entering the zone as well, and being a kind of a potential power play quarterback as well. So I think this is a good pick for the Blackhawks.
For sure. And then Owen, your thoughts here. Finally get the QMJHL defenseman off the board after we felt like he might have been able to go yesterday.
Yeah, he definitely, it doesn't shock me whatsoever. We've seen this over the last few years where those smaller defensemen do end up falling. But he's going to Boston University where they have a really good track record of churning out those type of defensemen to the NHL. And I think he has a good B game. His B game isn't like most guys where it's physical oriented, it's defense oriented. It's his transition game, how he creates plays off of puck retrievals in his own zone, how he can beat guys one-on-one. The head checks are consistent. He's able to make plays with it. And he understands that if his offensive game isn't going, he can be a real asset in transition.
For sure, as we kind of with two relatively quick picks back to back there with Brooks Rogowski going at 33 to Vancouver, then 34. Xavier Villeneuve will go to the Chicago Blackhawks. We now look ahead to pick number 35 for the New Jersey Devils. We'll see where they end up deciding to go here. Owen, we'll start with you. Where do you kind of see this pick going as the clock ticks away here?
Yeah, I think they can start to kind of pencil in what guy could fit with this player if it's on a D pair, or who could fit with these guys in a bottom six role potentially. And I think it would make sense to go with the D-man here. I do like Seamus Casey. I don't know what his role will be eventually, but they have a couple guys like Anton Salayev as well, where they project as shutdown defensemen. I could see them going there. William Hawkinson is who comes to mind, but almost a similar profile to Anton Salayev, so I don't know if that's really the best option here. But if you're the Devils, they went to get their guy with Alexander Command, and they're probably going to be looking for who is just the best player to slot into a zone here. And Mathis Preston brings so much skill. We've talked a lot about him over the last, 15 picks. So very interesting.
We're going to send it over to Michael, who has some news for us.
Hello. All right, everybody. It seems like pick 35 has been traded to Chicago for picks 37 and 119.
And there we have it. Picks number 35 is going to the Chicago Blackhawks here as they want the back-to-back. We talked a little bit about it earlier, how these picks are kind of hotly contested. You might have that guy in mind. Oh, and you're nodding your head. Who do you think that guy might be for a team like Chicago?
Mathis Preston. You would get a guy who can score goals, who can maybe it's hard to see him in a bottom six role in the NHL level, but it's always important to have depth scoring. And I think Chicago understands that. They had depth scoring when they were winning cups. So it's obviously a different management group with Chicago now than when they were winning it all. But you just go best player available and someone that projects as a good scorer.
And Zach, your thoughts here real quick.
Yes, I think it could be a Mathis Preston. You know, just the thought of pairing him with Bedard, I feel like that would be a perfect. He could be a perfect help for Bedard on the offensive end. You know, you have the potential of getting what was thought of as 2 first rounders, and getting him right here is excellent value for the Hawks.
And instead, the Chicago Blackhawks go with Ryan Rubrick. 6'2", 209-pound left winger out of Canada playing for the Niagara Ice Dogs. We'll start here with Zach. Tell us a little bit more about Ryan Rubrick's game.
I was a little bit higher on Rubrick at the beginning of the year compared to others, but obviously his stock kind of fell. Obviously he's a big kid, being at 6'3". I do think what really struggled with him was his motor and competitiveness throughout the year for Niagara. But I think this is a solid chance for the Hawks to take right here.
Absolutely. And Owen, your thoughts here on the pickup?
Yeah, the motor and the effort was fairly inconsistent. And I honestly felt like it was better last year. But Chicago is getting, I mentioned Mathis Preston as a guy who could be a goal scorer for them. That's what Rubrick profiles as. He's a big goal scorer, a power winger, maybe a center. I don't know if the defensive details are there, but you're getting a guy who can score the puck. He puts the puck in the back of the net, and you can't ask too much more of him.
And Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup for Chicago, trading up to get their guy in Ryan Rubrick?
I'm surprised they did. I think he would have fallen right into their lap at 36, but I guess they really liked him and wanted to make sure that they would get him. I have him as one of the best offensive-minded centers in the draft. He has a great release, and he has super high hockey IQ. The only issue I'm worried about is consistency and his off-puck play. I really don't see him as that effective when he doesn't have the puck. So it'll be interesting to see how he develops for sure.
Absolutely. As we look now to pick number 36 to Calgary, it will be Chase Harrington. Zach, tell us a little bit more about Chase Harrington's game.
With Chase Harrington, he's kind of a little bit of a scoring winger for Spokane. I thought he was a big finisher for them as well throughout the year. I thought he was a great pairing with Preston back when he was there. I think it would be pretty interesting to see where he can develop from here.
For sure. Oh, and your thoughts here on the pickup?
You're getting a player that I think plays a more direct game than a lot of the prospects that we saw in the later half of the first round and to begin this second round. You mentioned the scoring. The scoring was there. He was a good complement piece to Mathis Preston. So I think it's always intriguing when you can draft a player who wasn't the star go-to guy on their team and knows how to play a supportive role. So Calgary's doing some good stuff right now.
And Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup for a guy like Chase Harrington?
I agree with Owen. He plays a really straightforward game, but my issue with him is I don't think he has that much patience with the puck. I find him to be really quick in trying to get the puck off his stick. I'm just not a big fan of this pick, unfortunately, but we'll see how he develops for sure.
Absolutely. As we go to New Jersey's pick after they just traded down, and they go a little bit off the board here with Matthias Vanhanen, a left winger, 5'10", 176-pound winger there. Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup for New Jersey?
He's a very good undersized sniper. He's a draft +1 though, so he has had an extra year to develop, but I'm really like the pick. New Jersey needs some more snipers on their roster, and he definitely fits that mold for sure.
For sure. Owen, your thoughts?
Yeah, he is an older guy, but I think it's not too big of a deal. He was able to step into the WHL this year and put up 21 goals and look like a really solid piece to a really, really loaded roster that clearly went very far this season. So the Devils, I think, maybe stretched a little bit for this one, but we've seen so far that with their command pick that they are comfortable with just taking who they want.
And then Zach, real quick, your thoughts here on the pickup for Vanhanen?
I think this is an interesting pick for the Devils. Obviously, like you guys said, kind of a smaller winger at D+1. But I thought he played a pivotal part for Everett's success this year. And he's got some underrated hockey IQ where you could see plays develop and quickly execute.
Absolutely. And then at 38th overall, we see Casey Mutrin go to the Seattle Kraken. Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup for Mutrin?
He's super competitive, and his hockey IQ is through the roof. He has great skating, and he loves to compete. He never backs down against his opponents, so I really like this pick for Seattle.
Oh, and your thoughts?
Casey Mutrin is just, you mentioned it, the competitiveness is there. He's an energizer bunny, and that's what you want him to be at the NHL level. He's going to be a bottom six guy who's going to forecheck for you, who's going to try to play defense. He's going to bring a good element of pace to your lineup and potentially be able to go on a line where he's the main puck retriever.
Absolutely. Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, Casey Mutrin was one of my other favorite players from the USN TDP. He likes to throw his weight around and, compete as well, like you guys said. He's also good at finishing and shooting as well. And, just a kind of a dog player that can work the half wall well in the offensive zone.
Absolutely. And guess who goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins at pick number 39, but Marcus Ruck. He will join his brother Liam Ruck, who was drafted earlier in round one, if you remember back to yesterday. Zach, tell us, what can we expect with the Twins being reunited in Pittsburgh?
I mean, if you're Pittsburgh, you had to do this. I mean, with Marcus Ruck, yeah, I think he was viewed as more as the finisher for him and Liam. You're obviously gonna get two kind of offensive dynamic weapons, and if you compare like a smart center with them as well, you're gonna get some great chemistry on a line going.
Absolutely. Owen, your thoughts?
The pick makes sense. They're better together. Marcus is a really good playmaker. He can find people in spots. He's obviously not Gavin McKenna, but they share that similar trait where those pockets, those small pockets on the ice, they can find guys, and he finds his brother a lot for those. So I think the B game isn't as good as his brother's, but you're going to be getting a really great player. I do wish that they were going to school next year and not after this season. I don't know what else they can really achieve in the WHL in terms of their growth as players, but you're getting two guys who know each other like the back of their hands. They don't leave each other. So it's obviously a really cool story, and you can't be too mad about it.
And then Carson, one last thought here on picking up a guy like Marcus Ruck.
It makes complete sense. They're way better together. He got picked at 39, being paired with Liam Ruck. He's probably a top 20 pick now just because they're paired together. If they were separate, I would have definitely had him fall down my board quite a bit, but seeing them play together will be great at the NHL level.
For sure. And then at pick number 40, we have Seamus Ignatavicius. Tell us a little bit more about his game, Owen.
A smart player who can sometimes carry the play through transition. Not too many elite factors in his game, but he plays with pace. The motor is decent at times. I like how he's able to be a part of the play offensively and then work hard to get back. It's not the best part of his game. He's a decent skater. He's pretty decent overall. I don't know how much upside you're getting with this pick, but you're getting a guy that you can project into a bottom role eventually.
Carson, your thoughts?
I think he could jump into the NHL for Florida next year. If they get really hurt again, he would definitely be a good asset to have on the bottom six. Like Owen had said, he does not really have an elite attribute in his game, so his ceiling is not as high as other people that will go after him.
Absolutely. And Zach, one last thought here on Ignatavicius.
Yeah, when I look at Ignatavicius, I kind of view him already as a pro player in the Swiss league. I kind of really like the way he's entered into the zone, and kind of makes smart plays. So, and yeah, I also agree with you guys. I think he could fit in the NHL right now.
For sure. And then at pick 41, we have Nicholas Aram Olsen, who is a left winger out of Norway. We saw him pretty extensively over at the men's under 18s. Carson, I know this was a guy you were talking about quite extensively. Tell us a little bit more about what we can expect from a guy like Nicholas Aram Olsen.
Yeah, I had him 19 on my board, so I thought he was going to go yesterday, but Vancouver picking up at 41 is a great pick for them. He's a super confident and intelligent player who loves to dictate the play and make open ice. He has an exceptional release that can beat goalies through traffic or just clean, and he sees the ice really well. My concern in his game is his consistency and effort, so if Vancouver can change that in his game, he'll be a great second-round pick for them.
Absolutely. Oh, and your thoughts here on the pickup for Nicholas Aram Olsen?
It seems like these Norwegian players are consistently getting better. We're seeing it right now in the Toronto system with Tinas Luke Koblar, who was really solid at the World Championships. And Aram Olsen kind of shares a similar profile where they're smart players who play well in space. And when they're even under pressure, the effort and defensive aspects of his game are going to need to be worked on, but Vancouver's not taking Aram Olsen to be on the team next year. They're going to give him a chance to develop. I think he'll be a guy that would benefit from being in the AHL sooner than playing pro overseas. So you're getting a skilled player who thinks the game at a really solid level.
And then Zach, your thoughts here, kind of what is the future impact that a guy like Nicholas Aram Olsen could bring, kind of you think a few years down the line for a team like Vancouver, who's trying to look to be competitive, if you kind of think 5 to 10 years down the line?
Yes, with Aram Olsen, skill is the name of his game. Like you guys kind of said, he takes advantage of space as well. And a few, I guess, kind of knocks, once again, like you said, is the competitiveness and also is how much of that skill can translate into the NHL. But I think this is a good risk for Vancouver and something they need to take for their prospect pool.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing on the international side for Nicholas Aram Olsen to see how he can continue to help Norway as they just were promoted up to the top division at the Men's World Junior Tournament. We'll see how they end up, or he ends up faring there with that team, but it should be interesting there. Nicholas Aram Olsen off the board at pick number 41 to the Vancouver Canucks as we look here for Carolina's pick at pick number 42, potentially a trade here as the clock keeps ticking down and Carolina is yet to make a pick. Zach, we'll go over to you here for Carolina. What do you kind of expect them to be doing with this pick if they are going to end up trading it?
I think Carolina's going to do what they usually do and end up getting an abundance of draft picks and maybe taking some swings at some lesser known guys. One player I've thought was really interesting is like Owego Sorensen. I think he could be definitely very interesting for Carolina to pick, or maybe they go back to the Russian side and like a Laver Gashilov or I can't pronounce his last name, but Alan I forgot his last name.
Shaiklistimov?
Yeah. So yeah, Carolina, they like to get assets down the line, and I think it'd be very interesting for them.
How about you, Owen? What are you thinking here for a team like Carolina?
If they keep the pick, I would imagine that adding a goalie to their pipeline would be really nice. And you mentioned the Russian factor, so Dmitry Borishev, I think, would be a really solid play here for them, where they can kind of just take, if it's the best player available for them, they also get the best player at that position for them. And it wouldn't shock me if Eric Tulsky loves the athleticism that he brings in the crease.
For sure. And we're here at pick 42 now. So we are 10 picks or 9 picks down, I guess,
Oh my God.
here in the second round, which makes you wonder a little bit about, we do have a trade. We're going to send it over to Michael.
All right. The Calgary Flames have acquired the 42nd overall pick from the Carolina Hurricanes, picks 51 and 68. Back to you guys.
And there you go, 51 and 68 in exchange for pick number 42, as the Calgary Flames now will get on the board here for pick number 42. Clearly a player in mind here for the Calgary Flames. Will be their second pick of this second round. Remember back to their pick number 36, they took Chase Harrington. Oh, and your thoughts here on what they might end up doing with this pick if there is that one singular guy in mind?
If there's one singular guy, the way they are right now, I'm just so fond of Adam Valentini and what he could bring to their lineup down the line. So I think that would be the pick here.
And Zach, that's true. And we do have the pick in now. They're going with the goaltending route with Tobias Treball, the goaltender, 6'4", 190 pounds. Curious to know your thoughts here, Carson, on a guy like Tobias Treball.
I mean, he played great in the USHL, but did Calgary really need a goalie? This doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I thought they were trading up to get Mathis Preston off the board. Adam Valentini's still there. There's a whole bunch of forwards definitely that they could have ran up and grabbed, but adding a goalie to your to the mix here doesn't make a whole lot of sense in my mind.
Yeah. Owen, your thoughts on picking up a goalie?
It's good size. It's kind of interesting that it's Calgary that decided to do it, but it's a player that is really good at controlling rebounds, getting pucks into the corner, a projectable goalie that I think will be a solid backup for a pretty long time. So if you are looking at it that way, to have him and Dustin Wolf as your 1 and 2, I think that's fairly solid. They do have a lot of prospects already, so I can see why they would want to go goalie here. I think there's better options available, but you get another athletic goalie with good size, so I don't hate it.
And Zach, your thoughts here. Tobias Treball going to the Calgary Flames at pick number 42.
I think it's pretty interesting how the Flames trade up for Treball. I kind of viewed him as, I think, the best goalie in this class. Once again, you're getting a 6'4" goalie with amazing athleticism, and I also think he's pretty good at reading plays. A player to look down the line for Calgary, as once again, like you guys said, they have abundance of prospects.
Absolutely. And then next up here is the Colorado Avalanche, who will draft Igor Shilov with pick number 43. Owen, tell us a little bit more about what Shilov would bring.
I think he's one of the best transition forwards in the class. He's really smooth. He plays at multiple paces. He's a smooth skater, good through traffic. I think he will play center at the NHL level. It's very possible that he doesn't. But I think the defensive aspects of his game aren't that bad. I think he reads the play well. He has a good active defensive stick. The size and the puck battles is a bit worrying. There's times where he holds onto the puck a little too long and then it ends up being dead plays, but some solid skill and I think a decent mind for the game as well.
Absolutely. Carson, your thoughts here on Yegor Shilov?
I agree. He's a super effective transition playmaker, and he is extremely dangerous in transition. I love his hockey IQ. I love his stick handling skills. His skating is great, and every game he makes a play, and you go, "Wow, he just did that, really?" So it'll be really interesting to see how he develops for Colorado here.
And then Zach, here's for you where you think his kind of ceiling is for a guy like Igor Shilov going into an organization like Colorado, who obviously right now a little bit more win now type of team. Where do you see him fitting in the grand scheme of things?
I think Shilov might be a sneaky pick for the Avs, especially he's going to provide some skill and going off what you guys said, very effective in transition. One thing I kind of wish for him to do is a little bit more off the puck, but either way, I could kind of see him being a potential kind of third line energy type of guy who could provide some decent offense down the line. And also, he's also going to Penn State, which is also interesting to see him develop. And Colorado's obviously in the win now mode, so they can just see where he can develop from here.
And Zach, kind of follow up on that, going down to Penn State, what do you kind of see his development path to be like? Do you think for like Shilov, you'll see him for a couple years down there? Do you think it'll be a little bit more long-term? How many years roughly would you say that he should be down in the NCAA before joining the Colorado organization?
I can definitely see around 3 or 4 years. I want to see how he can perform at the NCAA level with the tight forechecking and physicality with the NCAA. Like I said, if you're Colorado, you just want to give him the most playing time, and I think putting him there will give him the most amount of time on the ice.
Yeah, absolutely. As we kind of look ahead now to pick number 44, we'll see here who it might be, and it will be Nikita Sherbakov for pick 44 going to the New Jersey Devils. Carson, tell us a little bit more about what Sherbakov will bring.
Let me see if I can find him on my list here.
We'll go to Owen. Owen, tell us a little bit more what it might bring.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting this to be the left defenseman or the defenseman in general that they were going to pick, but I think he's a solid player. He's got the large frame. He's a pretty good skater, which was something that my first couple of views, I really wasn't expecting. I think the small area agility, like the east to west movements, aren't great, but he's a player that I can project at the NHL level. I would need a little bit more convincing. I think the offensive game is there a little bit, decent skater. He doesn't have the same bite that I would want from a 6'5" guy that projects as a bottom pair guy.
And Zach, your thoughts here on him?
I think he's kind of a decent middle pairing defenseman with some underrated skating. He could shut guys down, and he's also shown bits and pieces of his offensive game in Russia. I think this is definitely an intriguing pick for the Devils down the line.
Yeah, it certainly will be interesting to say the least. And so we'll see here kind of what ends up shaping out to be for this pick here to New Jersey. Then we go to pick number 45 with Jaden Kurtz will be the pick at 45 for the Anaheim Ducks here. Tell us a little bit more about what Jaden Kurtz might bring, Carson.
I think this is a great pick. I had him right around this area on my list. I really love Jaden Kurtz's game. He's a Swiss Army knife. He can do literally everything and anything you need him to. He plays in every situation down in the USHL. He brings an offensive game where he works the perimeter and is great on the power play. His shooting is great. His vision is great. Defensively, he's very sound. He's strong in front of his own net and contains his assignment to the wall. He uses great skating to maintain positioning on his opponents. I love Jaden Kurtz. This is a great pick for the Anaheim Ducks.
And Zach, your thoughts here? Oh, and your thoughts here on the pickup for a guy like Jaden Kurtz?
I think it's honestly really interesting. He can play a heavy game, and that's probably what he's gonna have to hang his hat on at the NHL level. But I think it's a solid pick. He hasn't had too much experience so far within the major junior in terms of a lot of playing time, but I think there's still some untapped potential that you can kind of get with him.
For sure. And then we go to pick number 46 with Liam Lefebvre. Carson, tell us a little bit more about what we can expect from his type of game.
He's a super well-rounded power forward. He has great top speed, and he has an ability to drive the net, which I don't think a lot of other players have in this class. He has a sneaky good shot, and defensively, he positions himself really well in passing lanes and to block shots. So I really like his game. He is an overager, though, so he's had an extra year, but we'll see how he develops for sure.
And Owen, your thoughts here on the pickup?
Yeah, I think it's also pretty interesting, but he has some offensive tools. The size is decent, likely going to be a center, which is always something that you want to look for in guys, especially in round 2, but a good player. And obviously we're seeing Victor Plante now. We're going from a bigger guy to a smaller guy, but getting size and a good middle six projectable player is always very solid.
Tell us a little bit more about Victor Plante's game, Owen.
I think you're getting a talent. This NTDP squad was very underwhelming. A lot of guys that ended up falling. He was a lot higher on my list going into the year and even throughout. Decent size. He knows where to be with the puck, and he's a good complementary piece, which I think a lot of these NTDP guys will end up being at the next level, which is pretty promising.
And Carson, your thoughts here on a guy like Victor Plante?
This is a great pick for Detroit. They do need a lot of talent in their in their prospect pool. He's a great undersized forward with a great hockey IQ, and he plays an honest game. His details are very well executed, and I just think he's a great release. Defensively, he does all right, but he does need to develop a little bit more speed in his stride, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really enjoy his game, especially we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I think it was Owen who said kind of the dog on the bone mentality. And I really like that analogy. Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup for a guy like Victor Plante?
Oh, yes. Victor Plante is one of my favorite players, too. He's kind of like his brother in a way. He's just able to get the puck in a high motor. One thing that's a little bit different than his brother is, well, what he's been able to describe is he's more of a shooter. You could tell by that way he's been able to shoot, but yeah, definitely a high motor guy, definitely a pacey guy. And, it's interesting to see, despite being an undersized forward, if he's going to be able to develop his defensive game and, fill out that frame as well. And definitely an excellent pick where he can play with his brother.
For sure. And then with the 48th overall pick, Ryder Kelly will be the pick for the Florida Panthers. Owen, tell us a little bit more about Ryder Kelly's game.
It does feel kind of perfect that Ryder Kelly falls here. You saw at 219 pounds. He plays a very powerful game. He can score from the middle of the ice. He can play off of his teammates. He plays a really solid defensive game. He was a guy that I kind of wanted to look at going into day one is does someone want to take a chance on him? We talked about his former teammate, Jackson Cover, where Collie was also in the Cayman Islands playing roller hockey, not as long as Cover, but you have talent. He has the weight. The shot, I think, is good, but I think more of his goals come from how he gets to spots to shoot versus his actual shooting talent. But a good player that is going to play a very detailed game, and what a Florida Panther.
And then, Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup.
Yes, I think Ryder Kelly is kind of an underrated center, definitely on the younger side, too. I think he's got a September birthday, and either way, he's kind of that physical, intense player that fits Florida's system. And I also think he's shown some offensive flashes down the line. So I think this is an interesting pick where he honestly could have gone in the first round too, maybe.
And Carson, your thoughts here, kind of what would you see going into the future For a guy like Ryder Cali, where does he fit into the grand scheme of Florida's system?
Florida's getting a power forward in Ryder Cali. He's going to play in their bottom six, and he'll be a very strong defensive tool in their toolbox for sure. Just needs a couple of years to develop, I think, still.
For sure. And then we go to pick number 49, which will be Adam Golier, and one of my favorite picks of this draft with the LA Kings. And I mean, you look at his game, it's definitely one that's well-rounded. Carson, tell us a little bit more about Adam Golier's game.
He's a very well-rounded defenseman who's capable of doing a little bit of everything. Offensively, he has a great slap shot. Defensively, I think he's great using his stick to break up passes and steal the puck away from his opponents. He uses his frame and body really well along the boards and in front of the net. Like, he's just a very well-rounded defenseman. So the only thing with me is his skating and his agility. So hopefully he develops that in the LA Kings system. But this is a great pick. He was in the first round for me.
And Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup?
Yeah, going off what Carson said, obviously with Golier, he's a big physical shutdown defenseman. I really like how he uses his frame and reach to disrupt plays. Yeah, like you said, he kind of needs to develop his pace more, but I think there's a little bit of offensive instincts with this shot, but yeah, I expect him to be kind of that physical shutdown pairing for the Kings.
And Zach, I'm going to come back to you here. Tell us a little bit more about the guy you've been asking for since I think it was pick 10 or 11. Tell me more about Matthew Preston.
Yes, Mathis Preston. He's just a fun kind of offensive dynamo. Definitely one of the best skaters in this draft, in my opinion. He's just very effective to go up ice, and he's also got that underrated underrated finishing ability. Just one thing that is kind of frustrating is that like he's kind of I think maybe a little bit too confident at times where he wants to do it all himself. But I think coaches might be frustrated at that. But either way, you continue to develop him as a player, and I think this is a sneaky pick for the Ducks.
Absolutely. And Owen, your thoughts here?
Preston, I feel like it was a matter of time. I'm kind of upset with NHL franchises. I thought we figured out that you get those really talented players who may be undersized and have that competitiveness. I thought that would have driven guys up because the playoffs saw a lot of players like that. But Preston is just unreal talent. Sometimes you can say he's a bit selfish, but he can score goals, set up for others. His release is really deceptive. He does a great job of shooting at multiple angles to fool goalies and get around screens.
And Carson, your thoughts here quickly.
Yeah, they got a great undersized sniper. He's very effective in transition, which is how Carolina likes to play. That's how they won the Stanley Cup. They play in transition. So this is a great pick. For Anaheim. This is a great pick for Anaheim.
And then we move along here to the Carolina Hurricanes pick at 51. And you talk about guys who people have been asking for a little bit. Owen, I'm going to come to you. William Hawkinson will be the pick for the Carolina Hurricanes here. Tell us a little bit more about his game.
We saw all those trade backs, and I thought there was a chance the Canes were going to take him in the first round. So getting Hawkinson, who's a matchup guy, who is going to play a physical, mean game. I think I used the comparison of Jake McCabe yesterday, where you're going to put him out there as a shutdown guy. It just feels so perfect. Carolina loves these big defensemen who can project in their own end as well as maybe add a little bit offensively. I don't see any offensive game at the NHL level for Hawkinson, but he's going to play a physical game. He doesn't lose net front battles. I can count on one hand the amount that I've seen him actually lose. So it's the pick of the first or second round for me.
Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like William Hawkinson?
Yeah, I feel like this is Carolina pick through and through. Once again, another very physical shutdown defenseman. He's got some good four-way mobility as well. I'm not really high on his offensive side, but either way, you're going to play him to be more of that shutdown type of role in the NHL. And once again, I think this is a solid pick by the Hurricanes.
And Carson, one last thought here. Kind of what do you think about the overall pickup for a guy like William Hawkinson? Where do you see him kind of fitting in maybe more long-term for a team like the Hurricanes coming off a Stanley Cup champion or a Stanley Cup win this past year? Do you see him in their more so long-term plans, or is this a guy who we could see make a somewhat immediate impact?
I think this would be a long-term plan for Carolina. He's a bit of a project for me, but his defensive game is spot on. He does not make that many mistakes in his own end. Offensively, he doesn't bring a whole lot. At the NHL level, that won't help his game at all. But defensively, he will be a stud. I think if Carolina holds on to him for a long time, this will be a great pick in the second round.
And Owen, I want to come back to you. We asked this question yesterday. What's a kind of maybe skill or something you see might not be the first time you watch, maybe the second or the third time with a guy like Hawkinson?
Yeah, with Hawkinson, a lot of his game isn't built from his skill, but I do like the simple plays that he's able to make. He doesn't try to be something that he isn't. He knows he's a simple offensive player who is going to be generating his offense from the blue line with his shots, with his passes, like even below the goal line, along the half wall. He plays a simple game, and I just like when guys know their role. And it takes a few watches to figure out if that's a consistency thing, but it clearly is. So I think the pick is just so perfect for Carolina. They bring in another guy who's just going to play NHL minutes for a very long time.
Absolutely. And I think we have some news. Let's send it over to Michael.
All right, guys, two trades, in fact, happening right now. The Edmonton Oilers are trading pick 52 to the Tampa Bay Lightning for picks 58 and 133. Also, the Toronto Maple Leafs have sent defenseman Brendan Carlo to St. Louis for 2 third-round picks. Not sure which two as of yet. More details soon.
Owen?
Oh, I don't want to be too mean right now, but it was hard watching Brandon Carlo this past year. They had to get rid of him. They built a bit of a log jam on the back end when they got Andre from the Flyers. They brought in Darren Radish. They likely want to get another puck mover on that back end. 2/3 is kind of around the value. I was expecting a second round pick, but getting 2/3, it gives you an extra dart to throw at the board. And Carlo, I do think that he's a really solid player that's going to play good minutes for the Blues. And I like that they're adding NHL talent right now. They brought in Mason McTavish. They're clearly really caring about the defensive side of the puck. And Carlo brings that at the very worst.
Yeah, absolutely. And as someone who watched Carlo quite a bit over in Boston, he was a kind of guy that didn't exactly show up on the highlight reel. And when you saw the trade go over last or 2 years ago, I guess it was now, you were, for Leaf fans, all expecting kind of high praise, high skill, not exactly the type of player I think that they were expecting to get, and kind of struggled a little bit. Zach, your thoughts here on seeing Brandon Carlo for the Leafs head over, and maybe what that would mean for maybe some implications here as they look at this draft?
Yeah, I think the Leafs might be looking at or they're trying to shake up their defensive core, maybe go on the younger side, because recently we also seen Morgan Riley in trade rumors, but trading Carlo, it was obviously a steep price when they did it back at last year's trade deadline. So I think this is a solid option for the Blues, but so at least they're continuing to try to retool their team.
And then we go to pick number 52 with Oleg Kulibiak. And Carson, tell us a little bit more about his game.
He is a very offensively gifted winger. I would consider all of his offensive attributes to be very good. His shooting, his playmaking, his positioning, his compete in the offensive zone are all very good. The issue with him that I have is his consistency and his size in his own zone. He doesn't really bring anything in his own zone, and I find him to be a little bit of a detriment in his own zone. So it'll be interesting to see how Tampa Bay develops him as a prospect.
And Zach, your thoughts here? Maybe a guy a little bit off the board here in early round 2.
Yeah, I think obviously a little off the board. You're definitely getting another one of those skill guys. I just feel like back in the queue, like he just absolutely turns guys into pylons. The way he stick handles through, and, kind of what Carson said. I feel like he needs to get better at consistency in his own zone, and continue developing his physical side.
And Owen, one last thought here on what a guy like Kulibiak will bring.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm not going to call him this player, but Tampa has taken a chance before on a really skilled winger who's good in space,
hmm
who's not an elite skater, not elite in their own zone, and who's also Russian, and it's worked out before. So I really can't fault them for this.
For sure. As we look to pick number 53 now with Breck Liske, Owen, thoughts here on what he'll bring to this team?
He brings skill from the blue line. He was on a really stacked Everett team with Landon Dupont, but he attacks space at a pretty high level. His skating is really solid, but he's confident with the puck more than a lot of the defensemen that we're likely going to see in this range. He has the offensive tool set and decent size to make plays at the next level.
Zach, your thoughts here on what he might bring?
I think this is a little bit of an underrated pick. I think he's going to bring a lot of shiftiness on the blue line. Definitely kind of skilled a little bit, and I think he's bringing in some also solid defensive instincts on the back end.
And then Carson, kind of talking on that kind of underrated pick side, where do you see him maybe projecting out to be in a few years?
I could see him as a bottom four, playing either middle pair as like a all-around defenseman, or bottom pair as like a power play specialist kind of guy. His edge work and skating is probably his biggest asset, just needing to develop a little more strength and urgency in his game.
For sure. And then pick number 54 here is another, maybe what you might consider to be a bit of a shot in the dark with Tomas Galvis, who I really like this pick. We saw him at the World Juniors and the World Championships, and he was one of the better defensemen on that Czech World Championship team, playing top line minutes with an injury. And so I thought he actually put together a really impressive tournament there, and we'll see what he can bring. Zach, tell us a little bit more about what a guy like Galvis might be able to bring.
It's fun to see Galvash finally drafted. Obviously, he's an overage or undersized defenseman from Czechia. He was a big part for Czechia getting into the World Junior Finals. I think he's got some good vision, good creativity as well in the offensive zone, and just a kind of almost that dynamic playmaker.
For sure. Oh, and your thoughts here on a guy like Tomas Galvis?
Just a really great skater in my eyes, short in short area and in long, talented offensive player, undersized, and is going to need some time to grow.
Absolutely. And we'll head over to Michael, who has some news for us.
Hey, everybody. So picks confirmed in the Braden Carlo trade are picks number 73 and 76 going back to Toronto for Carlo. That is now confirmed.
And there you have it. Two third-round picks in exchange for Brandon Carlo, which required quite the boatload just 2 years ago. Pick 55, we see Alan Shaglislamov going to the Calgary Flames. Carson, tell us a little bit more about what he might be able to bring.
I love this pick for the Flames. They're banking on his high-end skill. He's a promising middle six power forward sniper hybrid is how I see his game. His shooting is incredible. He has a very quick release and power behind it, which makes him very dangerous anywhere in the offensive zone, and he's extremely quick. He has a great top speed, and once he reaches it, he can blow by defenders and creating a threat driving the net. My issue with him, though, is his stride is not the greatest, so he has to work on his skating a little bit, and defensively he can be a kind of not a great asset.
Oh, and your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the defensive comment has to do, I think, a bit with his processing speed away from the puck, but I think the effort can be there. He is almost like a poor man's Adam Novotny, where he can play with pace, play with some skill, and play a decent game along the boards. It's not his true strength. He also doesn't have the same size of Adam Novotny, but he's just a light version of that, I guess.
And then Zach, where do you kind of see him developing into, say, a few years down the line?
Yeah, kind of once again going off what you guys said. I view Shakli Shimov as kind of a little bit of an average skater. Definitely one of the late risers recently. He can definitely snipe the puck too. There's some shine of his deceptiveness as well throughout the offensive zone. I think he could be a decent depth forward down the line for Calgary.
Absolutely. And then at pick 56, we see Yuri Ivanov going to the Boston Bruins, the goaltender, which is fairly early on this list. Oh, and your thoughts here on getting a guy like Ivanov and what he might be able to bring for a team like the Boston Bruins?
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily expecting him to go here. I didn't expect him to even be the first Russian goaltender off the board, but you can see the frame right there, 6'2", 165. So as a goalie, you still need to fill out. 165, you can't just go with that. Obviously, goalies are very lanky a lot of the time. You still need to fill out, but he's a good skater in his crease, and a lot of teams look for that. He's reactive with his hands, and as long as you're not letting the puck hit you and you're going and getting it, that's a really solid attribute, and I think he has that.
And Zach, your thoughts here on the move?
Yeah, this seems to be a bit off the board for Boston. I'd always thought Borchov would be the first Russian goalie off the board, but you know, a 6'2" guy, as long as you got kind of that great athleticism and skating, and I think you can develop a good goalie from this.
Absolutely. And I was one of the guys I was expecting to see maybe at this pick for the team like the Bruins, who do need defensemen right now, is a guy like Ethan McKenzie, although we didn't quite see him with this pick. He was a guy who I thought kind of fit the mold of being a Boston Bruin. And a bit of a surprise, I will say, to see him kind of fall through this pick here. But the Bruins going with the goaltender, adding to the core, what is a fairly deep system right now. And so we'll see for a guy like Ivanov whether or not he will kind of find his way into the Bruins system at some point. You have guys like Mikey DiPietro, as well as, of course, Swayman and Korpisalo leading the charge right now. And so we'll see for this Bruins team kind of what ends up shaping out to be. But that brings around pick number 57, which will be Carolina's pick. Zach, what do you think? Who are the kind of the players you have still on your list right now that you're looking at for this one?
I know I said this name earlier, but I think Amigo Sorensen might be interesting. There's a little bit of questions about where he will play next year, but a very interesting pick with some exciting upside. And I think Carolina can honestly take a risk right here, even though to others this might seem a bit too early.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carson, do you think that Carolina will end up drafting this pick, or do you think they'll continue to trade down and get some more assets?
If they do draft this pick, I would have them picking Thomas Trenko. I had them picking him yesterday at 31 in my mock draft. So having him at 57 would be a great addition. But I think they might trade this pick for maybe a roster player or even just trade down again. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. And time will tell for sure. Oh, and your thoughts here on the pick for the Carolina Hurricanes?
Yeah, selfishly, I'm hoping Trenko and or McKenzie don't go here because there's a team a few picks from now that I would like to see one of those guys go to. But I think Mikey Burchild should be a name that they're looking at here. Maybe it's a little early, you can say, but this is a kind of guy that they've liked in the past where he's smaller but can play with that Energizer Bunny mentality at times. And the high-end skill, obviously the NTDP, we've said multiple times, was not very good. But they seem like the kind of team that just loves betting on upside at times, and I think that would be a perfect selection.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think Ethan McKenzie will go next pick to Edmonton.
Of course they do this.
We'll see.
And we do have a trade, and we're going to send it over to Michael for more.
All right, guys, the Habs are moving up for pick number 57 from Carolina for pick 61 and 125.
And there you have it. Carolina trades down again for another asset here in Montreal. Now we'll go on the clock here at pick number 57. Carson, your thoughts here, if it will be a guy like Ethan McKenzie still, or if with this trade, now all of a sudden it might be a little bit different?
I don't think with how Montreal has their system, I don't think it'll be Ethan McKenzie. They'll probably bank on a high skill guy like Adam Van Tilly or Lavar Gashelov. So it'll be interesting to see how they go.
And Owen, your thoughts here. Who might it be for the Montreal Canadiens getting their guy in mind?
Yeah, they're going to just own the Leafs and take Trenko and just put me into a ball.
And with the 57th overall pick, the Montreal Canadiens do select Timofey Runso, the right shot defenseman from the U.S., 6'2", 186-pounder. And your thoughts here on this move for the Montreal Canadiens?
They didn't take one of my guys, so I can't truly complain, but a projectable size defenseman who is going to be playing with Ilya Morozov with Miami, I believe, next season, maybe 2 years from now. You might have to check me on that. 44 points in the Western League is really impressive. It's sometimes tough to find the perfect prospect that fits a lot of molds at this point in the draft, but he brings size. He doesn't necessarily bring physicality with that size, but he brings some skill. So if you can get that bite out of him, get that little extra little chunk out of his, I guess effort is the best way to put it. I don't really want to say he has low effort, but I'll say that he needs more on the away from the puck side, but not a bad pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup?
I have it as a bit of a reach. He's definitely only probably going to be a bottom pair defenseman in the NHL, but for an overager, his skating is not that great. I think he's really slow, and his stride is not doing him any favors either. So it'll be interesting to see what Montreal does with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zach, one last thought here on picking up Runso?
Yeah, definitely a type of guy you want to develop down the line. I think he's a solid athlete. He definitely needs some improvements with his skating, but it's an interesting bet on kind of a big, lanky defenseman and also an overager as well.
For sure. And then at pick number 58, going to the Edmonton Oilers, we have Rudy Burns-Counts, who we've seen quite a bit on the international stage with Latvia. We'll start here with Carson. Kind of what are your thoughts on this pick for a team like the Oilers?
Being from Calgary, I hate this pick for the Oilers, but in all honesty, they did it really well. He's a super well-rounded centerman. His hockey IQ is through the roof. His stick skills and shooting are incredible. The only fault I have in his game is his top speed, but for a big guy, he moves really well. He's very agile, so I love this pick for the Oilers, even if I'm from Calgary.
And Owen, your thoughts here?
You're getting a very low ceiling player that I think brings effort. He didn't put up the numbers that you would want with Muskegon this past year, but another guy who's going to college next year, and I'm always going to be more bullish on the players going to college because I think that's the new route to the NHL, whereas you play junior and then you make that jump to the NCAA where you can refine your game. He's a player who does bring a little bit of skill. It's not something that's going to be too evident at the NHL level, but he plays quick and it could slot into a potential fourth line.
For sure. And Zach, talking on that college point, where do you kind of see him fitting in the grand scheme of that kind of overall plan?
Yeah, I kind of like this pick for the Oilers as kind of like a bottom six type of guy. He can win board battles efficiently and, kind of that big kind of grinder. He definitely could use some pace in his game, but overall, I like the IQ, and I think this could be a solid pick for the Oilers as a guy that can maybe be pretty good for a penalty kill or, as that bottom six type of presence.
Absolutely. And so we'll see kind of what he can bring. A really important part, too, I may add, to those Latvian World Junior teams who have been on the rise over these last few years and becoming more and more impressive as time does go on. We then go to the 59th overall pick for Dallas, where they will take Jakub Vanacek. And we'll start here with Zach. Tell us a little bit more of what a guy like Jakub Vanacek can bring.
I think there's a few elements in Vanacek's scene that are kind of raw, but I think this is a safe bet for the Stars. He's another college kid who's recently committed to Western Michigan, so that'll be definitely interesting to see him play out. But I think this could be a solid bet for the Stars down the line.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here on picking up a guy like Vanacek?
He's a good offensive-minded defenseman. He jumps up in the rush and transition just to be another option. His passing and his breakout ability is pretty good. His size is great, and he defends the rush really well, but I'm just not his biggest fan. I think there was a couple other options on the board for Dallas, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, and your thoughts here?
Fairly similar to Carson, where I think there is a little bit there in his game that you can be excited about, but I don't personally project him to be an NHL player, so not my favorite trade.
Yeah, fair enough.
Pick.
And we're going to come right back to you here with
Mhm.
the Toronto Maple Leafs taking Alexander Bilecki here, a left shot defenseman, potentially filling in the void of a guy like a Brandon Carlo. Tell us a little bit more about Bilecki's game.
You're getting more offense, and clearly John Chaika likes this draft, which is why he got a couple extra picks in round 3. Bilecki does play a really solid offensive game, and it took me a little while to kind of enjoy watching him, but I think throughout the playoffs and the Memorial Cup, you're able to see some of the skill that he does possess, and it's pretty impressive a lot of the time. He needs to work on the defensive side of his game, how he retrieves pucks against pressure. But a guy in space and along the blue line, he can make plays. And I don't mind this upside pick for the Leafs here. No college commitment yet for him, but I would anticipate that will happen.
And then, Zach, your thoughts here on the Leafs picking up a left shot defenseman, Alexander Bilecki.
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed Bilecki in the OHL playoffs and through the Memorial Cup. I think it is an interesting bet for Kitchener. I think I definitely saw some of his playmaking side, but he's kind of also a little bit of that two-way type of guy as well. Solid. I think he's a solid skater as well. I think this is a solid Leafs pick. Definitely someone Chaka would like to take a chance on. And I do wonder if eventually he could go to college and continue to develop.
And then the pick has finally come for number 61 overall. We go Sorensen. We'll go to the Carolina Hurricanes. Zach, I can see you smiling already. Tell us a little bit more about his game.
I guess I kind of predicted him going to Carolina. Yeah, Sorensen is once again another one of these type of fun players. I really like his kind of activation with his north-south skating behind him just because he played in the, I think, fourth or third division in Sweden. It was a level below the Hockey Etan, and he helped his team get promoted. And yeah, I really like the skating with Sorensen. I think he's a little bit raw and about kind of his decision making. I would like to see him kind of be a little bit more confident in that end, but I like this bet for Carolina, and this is the type of pick that this team usually gets.
Yeah, for sure. And Owen, your thoughts here on the pickup for Sorensen.
It seems they're betting on the skating, which is very impressive. The straight line north to south you mentioned is very good. What can he add outside of that game? Can he add a B game? That's something you'll have to just see over the next 3 to 5 years, likely, until he really has a true chance of cracking a roster. But not a bad pick whatsoever. You're taking chance at this point on guys that have upside, and when you have the skating and the pure straight line speed, that's enough upside that I would need at this point.
For sure. And then we go to pick number 62 with Martin Solovitz. We'll start here with Owen. Tell us a little bit more about this goaltender's game.
Yeah, not too many viewings, but he's a big guy, and Carolina seems to really like to get those larger goalies if they are going to select them. They've taken, obviously, Carter Hart, who wasn't a massive goalie, but he was such a great talent coming in that it was a very different. But they're taking a guy who projects as an NHL backup, which it seems like all of these guys are likely going to be that. But once again, not the goalie I was expecting here.
And Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup for a guy like Solovitz.
This is kind of interesting with the Flyers. You're kind of getting another a big goalie with big frame. He definitely dominated the Czechia junior level, so it would be interesting to see where he could continue to develop. He's definitely got some athleticism, but yeah, we'll see with this type of player.
For sure. And then we go to pick number 64, and that will be Ben McBeth going to the New York Rangers. Reminder that the 63rd overall pick for Vegas was forfeited due to John Tortorella not wanting to do media. And so we'll flip over. We'll start here with Carson. Tell us a little bit more about a guy like Ben McBeth can bring to a team like the New York Rangers.
This is a super safe pick. He is super well structured, and he plays a great 200-foot game for a defenseman. He brings a little bit offensively, a little bit defensively, and he can skate. That's probably his biggest asset is his skating, his fluid stride, and his top speed. The issue with him, though, is he doesn't really have an outstanding quality. I wouldn't say he has a super high ceiling, but he's definitely got a little bit something there to play in the NHL one day.
Absolutely. Owen, your thoughts here on the pickup for Ben Macbeth?
I thought the skating alone might have gotten him into round one and how he is able to move around with both his agility, decent straight line speed, but just an overall really smooth skater for being a 6'2 frame. He's going to Denver where he's going to be under David Carl, a guy that just seems to get the most out of his players consistently. So I have to be kind of excited about this pick. If you're a Calgary Flames fan, considering they are very next, I would be a little bit upset.
For sure. And Zach, one last thought here as we conclude round two.
Yeah. Once again, what you guys said, I really like McBeast being kind of fleet off his feet. Definitely. Also, I have to agree. There's like nothing that I guess would kind of stand out with him, but I'd say a solid pick with the Rangers with already getting Schmitz earlier, and you also have kind of uh sorry, I forgot his name at Michigan State, the defenseman they took last year, but oh sorry, Sean Barnhill, but yeah, I think it's a solid pick for the Rangers.
And then we go to Joe Aginla, who will be going in the very first pick of the third round, 65th overall to the Calgary Flames. Feels a little familiar. Owen, tell us a little bit more about Aginla going to Calgary.
His dad played there. Joe is a projectable scorer. I don't even know if I want to say projectable, but he can score. A decent release, good on the perimeter, does a good job in a cycle offense at times where they can kind of move the puck around and play a possession style. I don't project him to be an NHL player, but you are betting on somebody that has you obviously you can't go, oh, his dad was a great player, we have to take him. That does sometimes play a little bit of a factor, knowing that he's seen it. He has a great mentor in his corner already. The player still needs a lot of work, but at the point we are in the draft, you can kind of do stuff like this.
For sure. Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup?
I think this pick is a bit too rich, in my opinion, to take him this high. I think he's with the Ginla. I feel like he kind of plays bigger despite being 5'10", but I think he needs to kind of fill out more physicality and fill out his frame. I guess they're hoping he kind of could get more of that more of that physicality games that could project in the pro level.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here, seeing Aginla go to Calgary?
I think it's a makeup pick for when they lost Teej a couple of years ago, but there is quite a few other players on the board I would have liked to see. Like Trenko still hasn't gone, Valentini, Shilov. Like it's quite a few other players in the high up on my board that haven't went in the second round that I think they missed on. So I'm not a big fan of their day two drafts so far.
For sure. And then we go to the Chicago Blackhawks here with Samu Alalari. Owen, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit more about what a guy like Samu Alalari might bring to a team like the Chicago Blackhawks.
I like what the Blackhawks are doing right now. He's got decent size. He's not towering over people, but another guy who I think is pretty smart and can create plays from the blue line. He can separate. He can play when there's a lot of bodies on the ice. Sometimes with these talented Finns on the blue line, they sometimes have trouble when the game tightens up, but I think he's a good player and understands space and when to take his time. So I actually think it's a pretty good pick here.
And Zach, your thoughts here on the move?
This is kind of similar to what the Hawks are picking with the blue line of Villeneuve. You're getting a lot of great puck moving, kind of smooth on his edges and high offense. I'm pretty sure he's going to UMass as well, so it'd be interesting to see what he could do at the North American ice. And yeah, I think he's kind of more that a little bit of a fluid type of guy on the back end.
And then Carson, Samu Alalari here, kind of where do you see him kind of projecting out to be in, say, a few years' time?
He could become a second pair defenseman. He's super patient with the puck and he has great decision making. So I think he could be a second pair defenseman for his NHL club.
And we'll definitely see and track his future with some great interest here for the Chicago Blackhawks as they pick out Samu Alalari from Finland originally. So then you go on to the New York Rangers who pick Denai Shaikov. And so we'll go to Carson here. What do you think about his game?
I didn't do goalies, unfortunately.
So we'll go to Owen. Owen, thoughts on the Russian goaltender?
Yeah, I minimal viewings as well, but I've heard that he competes, and I love goalies that will compete in the crease, that will play that little extra push. I played the position, and if I were showing young goalies on this is how I want you to play, it would have a similar style to him because it's a good skater. He does read the game at a high level. A goalie that I think should have been higher on people's list simply due to competitiveness in the crease, and teams seem to have loved that over the years.
For sure. And Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup?
Yeah, I had limited viewings of Shalikov as well, but from what I saw a little bit, I kind of like what Owen said, being that competitor as well. He doesn't give up on plays within the crease, but once again, kind of an interesting pick for the Rangers.
Absolutely. As we go to pick number 68 now, where we'll see who the Carolina Hurricanes will end up taking here, as it will be Zachary Lansard. Owen, what are your thoughts on this move?
Carolina, this feels a little rich for me, but Carolina is simply going out to get their guys right now. You get he's not too small. He's around that Gavin McKenna size, but he can bring some skill to your lineup. I don't know if there's too much there to really find. I think he's a decent skater, plays well in traffic, has some nice hands, not too much outside of that, but maybe some more confidence and play driving is still there. So I would like to see that next year from him.
And Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup for Lansard?
I think his speed is probably his biggest asset. He is extremely good with his acceleration and top speed to attack opponents with the puck or carry the puck down the wall himself. He has great IQ, and his release is very good as well. I think he falls flat, though, in his strength and size. He does need to develop his body and fill out a little more, but I don't mind this pick for Carolina. Like Owen had said, it's a bit of a reach, but I don't think it's that bad for Carolina.
And Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Lansard, how high he could potentially become for a team like the Carolina Hurricanes coming off of that Stanley Cup run?
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a reach to Carolina standards, but he's got a little bit of bite in his game. Definitely kind of a little bit snappy with his offensive instincts. He's kind of good at moving too. So I think it's a little bit of a solid player down the line for Carolina.
Absolutely. As the Toronto Maple Leafs were on the board, and they decided to go with probably one of the most sneaky picks of this draft with Ethan McKenzie, a pick that I actually really like. We saw him at the World Juniors, a really underrated guy who's been slept on over the last few drafts. We'll send it over to Owen, who can tell you a little bit more about his game.
This is kind of what I was hoping for at 60, and they ended up getting him down at 69, which is a nice pick. And he's a good player. He's a good skater. He doesn't have this great size, but I think he competes in small areas. He is really just comfortable taking charge with the puck. I was kind of shocked to see him on that World Junior roster, but he was really solid and impressed me. An older guy in this class that I think has a little bit more that you can ask from him defensively, but the offense really projects, honestly. And it seems like the Leafs right now, from that back end, John Chayka in his introductory press conference to the team said that they want more puck movers on the back end, and he can drive offense from that blue line.
For sure. Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup for a guy like Ethan McKenzie?
Yeah, I really liked McKenzie at the World Juniors. It's a nice story, being an overager as well. I really like the two-way instincts with him. He can definitely shut opponents down near the boards, and I think with the Leafs, you're getting a solid type of guy for your back end.
For sure. And Carson, one more thought here on a guy like Ethan McKenzie, what he might bring.
Yeah, I agree with the other two. He's very solid. He can definitely bring some offense on the blue line for Toronto. He's very confident with the puck, which I think is a little bit underrated in his game, but I definitely see him at some point in the future being on the Toronto Maple Leafs roster.
Absolutely. Then we go to pick number 70 here for the Nashville Predators, and we get our goaltender off the board. Zach, tell us a little bit more about a guy like Dmitry Borchev.
I gotta say it's a little bit interesting to see Nashville take him right here, with already having Jack Ivankovich. But yeah, with Borchev, it kind of got a little bit of an Andriana vibe. I think they're similar in sizing at 6'2", but I think he's got some. I think he's got some type of skill as a goalie and athleticism that I like. But yeah, you just kind of leave him out in Russia and see how he develops. But I think this is a solid pick for the Predators too.
Absolutely. Owen, your thoughts here?
He skates very well. I think he is the best skater out of the goalies within the crease. He's quick. He gets to plays. He shuts them down. He's 6'2", which he was initially 6'3", but I think he can play big in his crease. He plays out there. He's not one of the goalies that isn't as big, and they still don't play that bigger style, but I think he does play as a bigger goalie and very out of his crease and in your face a lot of the time.
For sure. And then we go to pick number 71. And one of the picks that I actually really like here with Samuel Hrinak, who's a Slovakian goaltender here. We saw him at a few of the different IIHF tournaments over the last little while, but a really good asset here picking up. Zach, tell us a little bit more about his game.
Yeah, with Hrinak, I definitely saw him taking a lot of shots, and I feel like he kind of held on to his own, especially for Slovakia. As again, got that big. He's the big body in the net, and I think he's kind of solid. And like I said, he kind of fends for his own at some points.
For sure. Owen, your thoughts?
He is a fun goalie to watch. I personally don't think he's in that upper echelon of guys that we've seen going so far. I find that you saw in a couple of those clips, he's on his butt too much, which is something that I don't like very often. You need to be able to make that second save. And if you're a little too jumpy with your feet, you can sometimes just put yourself out of position just by doing too much. I think he's a decent goalie, but I would have maybe waited a little bit longer on him.
For sure, and played a huge part in Slovakia's run to the silver medal position at the most recent men's under-18 World Championships, where he also helped them on track to upset Team Canada in that opening game. Then we go to the 72nd overall pick, will be Adam Nemitz to the Ottawa Senators, another really kind of underrated pick. Owen, we'll start with you here. Kind of thoughts on a guy like Adam Nemitz?
Plays a pretty all-around game. It's nothing too entirely special. Obviously, he's not the talent of his brother, but a good player who I think, honestly, I've said that about a lot of these guys, but there's more to his offensive game that I like. He can be a part almost of a good rush team. I don't know if that's necessarily where he's going to be. The skating isn't entirely elite. It's solid. The pace needs to be worked on a little bit, but I think there's some skill and some good two-way ability.
For sure. Carson, your thoughts here?
Yeah, if the Calgary Flames wanted to go down the family route, I definitely would have picked Adam Nemec over Joe Aginla. Like Owen had said, he's a great two-way, 200-foot player. He does a little bit of everything. His top speed isn't there. His consistency isn't there, but he should develop into a pretty solid middle six winger.
And Zach, one last thought here on a guy like Adam Nemitz.
I definitely think Nemitz can be a solid complementary player. A guy who can definitely play out in front of the net as well. I really liked him at the World Juniors. I thought he kind of played a bit back on his own, and then I kind of have a little bit of viewings when he went to the OHL. But yeah, I think he's a solid player for the Sens right here.
For sure. It'll be interesting to see how he continues to develop over in Ottawa with the 72nd overall pick, Adam Nemitz. Then we go over to Toronto once again with Zach Olson. Zach, tell us a little bit more about Zach Olson.
Yeah, I think he's kind of a solid player as well. I think I definitely want to see a little bit more at the UAT, but I think it's still definitely a solid player to look out for.
Absolutely. And Owen, your thoughts here, kind of with the Leafs picking a guy like Zach Olson, where do you see him fitting in over the next few years?
Over the next few years, he's heading to Colorado College, which isn't a hotbed for NHL talent, but it gives him a chance to have a solid role right away, whereas the skill isn't what drives his game. It's through the motor and physicality and what he can do along the half wall without the puck. So I think that's kind of what you're drafting for, but you're hoping that when he goes to Colorado, power play 20 minutes a night as a forward, that he can start to develop that extra skill. And it's a pick they're going to have to wait a little bit on, likely a guy that will be in the American League for some time when he's done with college. But once he's in that mid-20s range, he could definitely be a legit fourth liner.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here on a guy like Zach Olson as he continues to try and kind of develop his own game? Where do you see kind of that biggest area for him to really need to develop if he wants to become an NHL player?
For me, Zach Olson was one of the gems in the draft for me. He's super versatile and brings a level of compete to him that like not a whole lot of other players have. The first thing that catches your eye is his speed. He's extremely quick down the wall and brings a lot of transition offense. I think he has an elite level of offensive awareness as well. The biggest thing he has to work on, though, is his defensive attributes, and primarily his defensive awareness. He can get caught watching the puck and leaving his assignments for his opponents to use as an option. But other than that, I really think Zach Olson could be anywhere from a fourth liner to even like a second line winger if he really develops his game properly.
It'll be interesting to keep an eye on him as he develops through the Toronto Maple Leafs organization. Then we go to pick number 74 with Beckett Hamilton. We'll go to you, Carson, here. What do you think about the player Beckett Hamilton, and how is he going to be able to help impact this Colorado Avalanche team?
I was not as big of a fan of his as a whole lot of other scouts. I just see him as just like an average bottom six forward in the pro game. His puck control and poise are probably his biggest asset, being able to corral bad passes and protect the puck through his skating and body positioning. His edge work and mobility in tight spaces is pretty good, and he's great at making really hard passes while being creative in the offensive zone. But other than that, I'm just not a huge fan. I think there's quite a few things he's lacking in his game. So it'll be interesting to see how Colorado develops him.
And then Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Beckett Hamilton?
I feel like he could potentially be a guy that you can play throughout the lineup. Kind of like what Carson said. I really like he can corral tough passes, but I want to see kind of more out of him, so he can. Or I want to see more of him if he can make it to the next level.
And then we go to St. Louis at pick number 75 with Luke Scherer. And I want to start here with you, Owen, on this pick. What do you kind of think about him as a player? Where do you see him kind of developing into with the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, he was a lot higher for me going into this year. He brings good size. He's a good puck mover. I like that he can play with pace outside of his zone as a transitional player. The offensive game is decent. Another guy where there's a lack of elite traits, but I think the skating is decent in shorter areas. Maybe you want him to be more explosive, but I think he's a decent enough athlete that he will be able to fill out while continuing his skating development, but a good overall player who had a fall like a lot of these NTDP guys, but I can project him being a bottom pair guy, maybe sooner than some of these other guys simply due to his frame.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Luke Scherer?
Yeah, I think I like Luke Scherer more than others too. And once again, I really like the physicality he could bring in. He kind of does have some shutdown elements, and he's also pretty good at skating as well. I don't really see that much offensive upside with him, but again, I think he's a solid pick for the Blues.
And then Carson, your thoughts here, kind of where you see that kind of sort of the timeline goes for this kind of player. Is it 5 years out? Do you see him even making it up to the NHL level, or is it more potentially a longer term type of project?
He's another one of my gems in this draft. I really love his game. I see him as a second pair defenseman. At the very least, he'll be a shutdown defender in the NHL. So I'd give him probably 2 or 3 years and he'll make the St. Louis roster.
Should be interesting to continue to watch along there for a guy like Luke Scherer. Then we go back to the Toronto Maple Leafs with Måns Gudmundsson. And we'll go here to Owen. Kind of thoughts here on this kind of player.
They clearly have a type right now. They are trying to get these bigger defensemen who are comfortable in their own zone, but are also able to move the puck. I think he does exactly that. I think I project him as more of that defensive side of his game, but a decent frame. And I've heard a lot about the personality that he has, and it's kind of infectious in a locker room. I always love that kind of stuff. And I do believe in what Mark Leach does as a draft expert over in Toronto, and what he did with Detroit, what he did with Dallas. So they are trying to stack up this blue line, which is something that Toronto hasn't seen in a while. And you're getting a player who can move the puck at a decent level and still defend.
And then Carson, your thoughts here on Måns Gudmundsson going to the Toronto Maple Leafs?
I agree with Owen. He's extremely versatile. Defensively, he's a little better, but he does have a little bit of offensive creativity and flair in his game. My worry would be his tendency to overcommit on plays, and his playmaking can be a little bit iffy, but it'll be interesting to see how Toronto develops him.
Sure. And then Zach, your thoughts here, kind of where you see him a little bit more longer term, kind of, is it more of a longer type project, or is this a guy we might see over the next few years?
Yeah, I kind of view him as a pretty simple type of defenseman. I don't think any of the offensive side, once again, doesn't really stand out, but I think he's like one of those still like a big kind of lanky type of player, and I think he can kind of serve as that bottom type of pairing defenseman.
For sure. Then we go to the 77th overall pick, which will be Charlie Morrison heading over to the New York Rangers. Carson, we'll start with you here. Tell us a little bit more about what a guy like a Charlie Morrison can bring.
He's a huge physical defenseman. He loves throwing the body around to separate the player from puck, and he's great at boxing out his opponents from in front of his own net. In transition, his defense is pretty good at keeping his opponents to the perimeter while trying to separate the puck from them. And he's also capable of jumping up in the rush to be another option. His shot is sneaky, but I would be worried about his offensive upside in the NHL.
For sure. Owen, your thoughts? Owen's not there. Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, with Morrison, he's kind of one of those physical stalwart type of defensemen, very two-way type of guy, really good at boxing out, and yeah, one of those kind of guys who kind of pins people to the boards and kind of throws his weight around.
For sure. And then we go down to pick number 78, and we have a bit of a goaltender run coming up. We have Dmitry Yevchenko, who will start with you, Zach, on this one. Kind of, what are your thoughts about this pick going to the Vancouver Canucks here? I don't blame him either. Tough goalie to talk about. What do you think about him? A decent sized goaltender, and for the team like the Canucks, who do have in kind of the middle zone right now, I'd say, about as far as their goaltending system works out to be. We'll see whether or not that will be something to keep an eye on there. Owen, your thoughts here on Dmitry Yevchenko ending up kind of in this draft spot for the Vancouver Canucks?
Yeah, we're getting this run of Russian goalies right now, 6'3". You're noticing a lot, especially with the Russian guys, as they move well in the crease, and Vancouver is taking a chance where they can. There were some guys that did fall on the board, but they're getting a goalie that they definitely love.
For sure. And Zach, your thoughts here about Dmitry Yevchenko?
Yeah, definitely kind of a calm presence with him around the crease. I view also a little bit athleticism. There's definitely other Russian goalies I like better than him, but again, another solid pick.
Absolutely. And then we go to Mihail Orsulak, the goaltender drafted 79th overall to the Detroit Red Wings here. Owen, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on a guy like Orsulak?
He won a lot of hockey games this year, went 28, 4-4 in the regular season, put up some solid numbers, a 907 save percentage, along with a 222 goals against on a really good Prince Albert team. And he's 6'4", 225. He's filled out. He has a really good frame. And Sebastian Kosha is now out in Detroit, so it gives them another guy to add to that pipeline.
For sure. And Zach, your thoughts here, kind of seeing an opportunity there with Kosha gone now. How do you see a guy like Mihail Orsulak kind of taking over there?
Yeah, it seems like Steve Yzerman once again loves goalies here. But with Osherlak, yeah, I've definitely seen him be solid with Prince Albert. I definitely liked him internationally as well. He's definitely once again got good athleticism, and he's also faced a ton of shots. I think this is definitely a type of bet you can take with this type of goalie.
Absolutely. Then you go to the 80th overall pick, which will be Blake Zielinski. Thoughts on this move? We'll start here with Carson here, going 80th overall to the LA Kings.
I really like this pick for the Kings. He's another energizing sniper they can add to their pipeline. He has the drive and the compete in his game that you need to play in the NHL when you're a little smaller, when you're on the smaller end. Regardless of who he's going up against, he applies the same pressure through body checks and elevates the pace of play. His release is wicked, and I'm stunned that he actually fell this far. But similar to other snipers in the draft, his biggest weakness for me is his skating and his size. He doesn't really have the best of either of those attributes, so it'll be interesting to see how he develops his game further.
For sure. Owen, your thoughts on this pickup?
Yeah, you mentioned the skating. There's some sand in his boots when he's first taking a couple strides. It takes him a little bit to get to that top speed, but one thing I love in his game that I noticed fairly late on in the process is he makes really intelligent plays along the wall in his own zone. If it gets rimmed around or if it's just his back facing north where he wants to go, he makes really intelligent plays to hit his teammates or take that extra second and make a play. He's a patient player that I think just takes the plays that he wants. And you mentioned the release; it's really impressive.
Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought Zelensky was definitely a force for that U.S. team at the Holinka. Yeah, going off what you guys said, definitely he has a great shot and finishing ability. It'll just be interesting if he can up his pace more when he gets to the pro level.
Absolutely. It will be interesting to see. Carson, follow up for you on Zelensky. What are one of those attributes that when you see him maybe the second or third time that kind of stand out more glaringly than just getting to see him once?
Like Owen had said, his playmaking and decision making is probably the best, underrated attribute in his game. It's really hard to notice, but when you do notice it, you see it consistently in his game.
Absolutely. Then you go to the 81st overall pick with the New York Rangers, where we'll see Tomas Sterenko go here. Oh, and I know you had talked about him a little bit earlier. What can we expect from a guy like Tomas Sterenko?
Yeah, I was hoping for him to be there at 85, but you're getting an extremely intelligent player who he actually adapts throughout the game depending on who he's going against, what his team is playing like. He plays well in space, but is also fairly calm. What he can do in the offensive zone with his IQ, he sets plays up for other people. He attacks space, and just the hockey IQ is some of the best we've seen in this round. I think even going to the second round, he just processes the game at a very high level and understands where to be on the ice at all times.
Zach, your thoughts on the pickup here?
Oh yeah, I love this pick right here. I think this is a definite steal. I really liked Horenko at the World Juniors. He was a big impact for Slovakia's power play, and he had some great finishing ability moments. Definitely an offensive force with skating skating through zone entries as well. I do wonder if he could keep on continuing his pace to a higher level, so that could make it to like an NHL type of level. But either way, I like the upside with this pick right here.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here on a guy like Tomas Sterenko?
For the first forward drafted by the Rangers this draft, this is a great pick. He was in a lot of people's top 32, including mine, and getting this value at pick 81 is fantastic for the New York Rangers.
100%. Then you go to Rian Chudzinski. Carson, we'll start with you. What can Anaheim Ducks fans expect from a guy like Chudzinski?
You're adding to your pipeline and getting another playmaking forward. His puck control is through the roof. His playmaking is through the roof. He can skate. He does a lot of great things offensively. Where he falls flat is his defensive game, where he lacks some IQ. He can get caught watching the puck in his own end, and he's not all that physical. And I think there's consistency issues in his game, but like the Anaheim Ducks have made great selections this entire draft.
Oh, and your thoughts here?
I don't mind the pick. I think he plays with a little bit more physicality than Carson was leading off. I don't think it's a huge part of his game, but he can play that north-south style where he can retrieve pucks. His dad, I believe, was a coach for the Cleveland Browns a few years ago. I'm not sure if he's still with the team, but there's some football in his blood, so maybe there's a little bit extra to give on that end.
And Zach, one last thought here on Chudzinski. What any kind of final thoughts for him?
Yeah, I think he's once again kind of that he could be like a complimentary player down the line maybe. I think there's also some physicality with him, and I kind of enjoyed him through Moncton's run in the QMJHL playoffs.
Awesome. As we'll head over to Michael, who has some breaking news.
Hey guys, pick number 83 has been traded to the Minnesota Wild for picks 89 and 153. Back to you.
And there you have it. Pick number 83 going now to the Minnesota Wild, where we will see end up taking Adam Anderson, who was a bit of an interesting pick here. Carson, we'll start with you on this one. What do you think about a guy like Adam Anderson?
He's a big two-way centerman who probably will play in the bottom six in the NHL. He has great aggression and intensity, and he's very strong on the puck. His skating needs some work, his shooting needs some work, but trading up to get him, it's a pretty good pick for the Minnesota Wild.
Oh, and your thoughts?
Yeah, you get size, a guy who will likely be a center at the NHL level. He's talked about as a guy who will win faceoffs at the next level, who will be a penalty killer, which is, I think, just what they want from him.
And Zach, your thought? Adam Anderson going to the Minnesota Wild after they traded up for him.
Oh, I really like Adam Anderson. I think he's definitely kind of that solid physical center. He could play throughout the lineup. Definitely got some underrated attributes on him, and I think with Minnesota, they definitely love their big physical centers like a Charlie Stramel, and I think this is what you're gonna get with an Adam Anderson.
And then we go to pick number 84 for the Edmonton Oilers. Zach, we'll start with you here with Malcolm Gastreen going to the Oilers here at pick number 84. Your thoughts on this move?
Yeah, I think this is quite interesting to see Gastreen picked this early. There's definitely some upside with him. I think he's kind of a little bit like his brother, where he's solid in transition as well. But I think this could be once again kind of that kind of a safe bet if you want for the Oilers.
And then Owen, your thoughts here?
Yeah, he's definitely not his brother, but I think he does display some effort, especially on the forecheck. So you're getting a guy who is more than likely going to be a fourth liner. I don't see much more out of that. He needs to fill his frame out a little bit. But if you can continue to add to the pace and skating, mix in the effort, it could be a solid guy.
Absolutely. And so we'll see for a guy like Malcolm Gastreen, kind of how he continues to fill out. He's a guy I'm very excited about to continue to watch as his career does go along. But as we wait here for the 85th overall pick from the Toronto Maple Leafs, we'll quickly go around the table kind of asking about who your best player still available might be at this point. Are there any guys you're looking at and wondering why they're still on the board as we enter kind of the end point of this third round? We'll start here with Zach.
I said him earlier, but I think I'd go with Roberto Henriquez. I thought he'd be one of the top 3 goalies to be taken already. I know he's like an overager, but once again, I kind of like his swiftness in the crease, and I think he overall performed better than last year with Green Bay.
Owen, your thoughts?
Right now, I'm looking at Oscar Holmertz, who is a intelligent player who I like on the forecheck. I've seen him play multiple roles. I like him as an F1, as an F2, and as an F3 on the forecheck. So you can kind of mix in how he's going to be able to play the game. So if I had to pick someone right here for 85, it'd be Holmertz.
Carson, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Holmertz is still on the board. I know a lot of people were hyping up Brady Noling from the UNDTP as the goalie that was supposed to be one of the first goalies off the board. I think Lavar Gashilov would be a great pick too, being high risk, high reward, being able to play make and do everything like he does in his game really well. So that would be a great pick at 85, but we'll see what happens here.
And mine, I'll go with is Jonas Sievertson hasn't been picked yet, has he?
He hasn't yet, no.
Yeah, so he'll be mine that I'm still kind of waiting on to see. But with that 85th pick, the Toronto Maple Leafs will pick Juuso Anesto, goaltender who's playing currently with Ukarit. And with this Leafs pick, we'll go over to Zach to tell us a little bit more about what we can expect from a guy like Juuso Anesto.
Oh yeah, I saw bits and pieces here and there from Juuso Anesto, another 6'4" goaltender. I think he does have a little bit of problems kind of tracking the puck sometimes, but overall, I kind of like how he's also a competitive a competitive goalie.
And then Owen, your thoughts?
I don't really like the pick. He struggled heavily at the U20 level, where he was amazing at U18 level, where he had a 938 in 12 games played, but he really struggled at the U20 level. He has the size. That's undeniable. So it's going to take time for him to figure out something he can hang his hat on. He's not the fastest goalie. He's not the most reactionary. So you're going to have to be very patient with Anisto.
Then we'll go over to Carson here for the 86th pick, going to Pittsburgh with Pierce and Bowie. Carson, what are your thoughts on this pick?
I think this is a great pick. If he can play with the Ruck Twins, that'll be a crazy good transition forward line for the Pittsburgh Penguins in the coming years. He's very good with a surprising release and dangerous top speed. The issue with me, though, is his size. He doesn't really play with muscle, and it's a great pick, but I think they could have done a little better.
Zach, we'll go to you now. What are your kind of impressions, maybe initial ones, for a guy like Mbuyi?
Yeah, I really liked Abuyi earlier in the year, but then that slowly tapered off. I feel like this is definitely kind of that Kyle Dubas pick. He could kind of have that kind of skill and intelligence throughout the lineup as well. And I also kind of like how you mentioned being playing with the Ruck Twins. I think that could be interesting. And he is also another Penn State commit, I believe. So that would be interesting to follow down the line.
And then Owen, your thoughts here.
Really good skater, plays a little bit of motor, has some skill in space. A perimeter player likely at the next level. It's going to be tough for him to kind of win those puck battles down below the goal line. It's going to take a bit, like a lot of these guys, but especially with him, he has to fill out the frame, figure out how he will contribute with a B game, because right now there really isn't one.
Then we go to pick number 87 here as we wait for the Ottawa Senators to select theirs. If you have not already, please do smash the like button and hit subscribe. It does help out this channel a ton as well. Hit the notification bell so you are notified when we do go live here on the Prospect Don's YouTube channel, as well on the Draft Prospects Hockey YouTube channel as well. Be sure to go subscribe to that. But pick 87 coming up here for the Ottawa Senators. For the Sens team, who has been on a little bit of a roller coaster over these last few weeks, losing Brady Tkachuk not so long ago. And now we see the William Eklund trade to try and kind of get themselves back into that contention area. Carson, your thoughts here kind of on this Ottawa Senators team as a whole. Do you think they're more of a competitive team now than they were at the start, or do you think there's another move coming to try and get themselves back into that competitive race?
I think they're in a bit of a retool right now. Adding Oscar Holmertz here would be a great addition to their lineup, pretty much replacing Brady Tkachuk in a couple of years with his skill and his tool set. But I do think they're a little bit of a retooling team.
Well, as I like to say, if you ask, you will receive. With Oscar Holmertz going to the Ottawa Senators here at pick number 87. Tell us a little bit more about his game here.
Well, he's a great middle six potential forward who has great stick skills, foot speed, and versatility. Like I mentioned, he could pretty much replace Brady Tkachuk in a few years. He's pretty dominant when he has the puck, and when he doesn't, he loves to try and get it back. He loves throwing the body around. His shooting is great. If he creates a turnover, he has great speed and motor to try and get the puck back. The issue with my game, though, or in his game, though, for me, is he might just take another year or two, but I really can't believe he fell all the way down to the third round here.
And Zach, your thoughts here. Do you feel like a guy like Oscar Holmertz has fallen a little bit too far now in this draft? Do you think he should have went a little bit earlier, or is this kind of the right spot for him?
I think this is right around the right range, and I also had a feeling Ottawa would take a chance on him. Yeah, one thing that sticks out from Holmertz is his skating. I really like, how you kind of said, like he wants to get the puck back, and he's also a competitor. I am curious of how his physicality would translate into the professional level, going to North America.
And Owen, your thoughts. You talked a little bit about him a little bit earlier. Kind of, what do you think about a guy like Oscar Holmertz here? to the Ottawa Senators a little bit later in the draft at pick number 87.
Yeah, I like what he brings. You guys mentioned the skating. I think the hockey IQ is there. He, throughout the year, played into their system very well. He didn't break out of it. There was times, though, where they needed him to kind of step away a bit, not have the puck, and play on the goal line as a more supportive piece, waiting for a rebound in the offensive zone, which might be how he generates offense at the next level. It was a very limited role. I do want to see him come over to North America soon. I don't know how soon it will be, but I think he's a smart player who can play off of other people well.
Then we go to pick number 88 with the Boston Bruins, who will pick Niels Bartholdson, right winger out of Rogel. Carson, your thoughts here on this pickup for the Boston Bruins?
I like it. I think he has middle six winger upside. His snappy release is probably one of the better ones in the draft. I like his skating. His puck control is pretty good, but again, he is on the smaller side, so he lacks a little bit of physicality and defensive awareness in his own zone to help out.
And Zach, your thoughts here?
I really liked Bartholdson when he was paired with Sorensen at the U18s. I thought he was a perfect complementary forward. Kind of what Carson said, his snappy release is what stuck out to me as well. And yeah, I think he needs to get more physical and and fill out his frame as well, being a 5'11" winger.
And your thoughts here for the Boston Bruins selecting a guy like Niels Bartholdson?
Yeah, I think what gets him in the third round is that release that you guys talked about. It's quick. He's accurate with it. He does have a little bit of competitiveness to his game, although you still want to work on that. You still want him to get a little bit heavier for the NHL game. It's the third round. We're at the point now where there's going to be clear deficiencies in players. So you get someone that can score. That's always promising.
Absolutely it is. And now we'll see kind of as we continue along here, the LA Kings going the goaltending route with Igor Rybkin, the goaltender out of Russia as well. The LA Kings drafted him. Zach, tell us a little bit more about what a guy like Rybkin can bring.
I think some people are down. I'm a little bit I have optimism with him. Obviously, he's a 6'7" goalie, big. I like his mobility for that size as well. I think there's some questions with injuries, I think, with him, and I would like to see him get a little bit more movement, but I think this is definitely an interesting pick right here.
Absolutely. Oh, and your thoughts here on this pickup?
Very intriguing. He's massive. You see the size, but he also catches right, which is very interesting because teams have talked about how that's almost a bit of an asset at times because it throws players off. You saw Mitch Marner talk about how when Brandon Bussey came in, he didn't realize and it threw him off when he had a breakaway. So it's interesting. I don't know if it's a projectable NHL player, but I think he'll at least be in the AHL for a while, and they will give him a chance at the NHL. 6'7" means you get a chance.
For sure. And then we go to the Tampa Bay Lightning at pick number 90 here with Tomáš Kralovič, the defenseman out of Slovakia. Zach, your thoughts here on this edition?
I watched a little bit of Kralovič, an overager, 6'3". I think he's definitely got some bite to his game. What I mostly like about him is the physicality and how he can be aggressive too towards the walls as well. Yeah, definitely, I think an interesting pick right here as well for Tampa.
Oh, and your thoughts, pick number 90, Tomáš Kralovič.
Yeah, he put up 31 points in Slovakia the past year. I don't project him to be an NHL player, but you're getting someone with size, which has been a pretty common theme with the defensemen so far in rounds 2 through 3, where you're getting a lot of the guys that have the bigger frame and can move the puck a little bit.
For sure. Then we go to the Ottawa Senators here at pick 91, where we will see Louis Bourque go to the Ottawa Senators at pick 91. Carson, we'll jump over to you here. What are your thoughts on this pickup here for the Ottawa Senators?
I don't have Louis Bourque on my board, unfortunately.
Zach, we'll go to you then.
Yeah, he's a type of player I barely watched as well.
Owen?
Yeah, I don't have much on him. I just know he does have a bit of competitiveness, and there's a decent bit of like awareness when he doesn't have the puck.
Fair enough. So we got a player that we're still doing our research on for
Yeah.
Louis Felix Bork, a player who at pick number 91 is our first casualty of the day. We figured there'd be at least a few, so we got through 90 picks of picks before we got to that stage, which is okay. But Louis Felix Bork going to the Ottawa Senators here at pick 91. You can see some of his highlights here. A player who likes to get into those dirty areas, uses size, 6'2", 214-pound player out of the QMJHL playing for Drummondville. And you kind of can see his game a little bit here, a guy who can infiltrate into those dirty areas, but also a guy who can play with a little bit of range here. So we'll see for a guy like Bork whether or not he will be up into the Ottawa system in due time, but it should definitely be interesting to see here. Louis Felix Bork going to the Ottawa Senators here at pick number 91. As we get to pick 92 now with the Vegas Golden Knights, are there any guys who you're looking at on this board that might be that obvious next step, next guy up, or is it more of a kind of a dogfight right now? Owen, we'll start with you.
You mentioned the word dog, and I think that's what they're looking for at this range right now. They have 92 and 95. I'd be really shocked if they used both of those picks, especially with the way Kelly McCrimmon has been moving this weekend. I don't think Adam Valentini's their kind of guy. He's the highest player I have left right now, but he doesn't really fit what they need. I could see a Brady Nolan, because I see at times he showed me some flashes of Robin Lehner, who was with them for a good chunk of time. So I could see goalie here for sure.
Zach, your thoughts here on what Vegas might end up doing with this pick?
I'm gonna stick with my guy in Roberto Henriquez right here. I think Vegas could go goalie, and kind of going off what Owen said about Brady Nolan. I think he's also a solid option too. It'll be interesting to see him develop in the OHL next year at Saginaw. But one thing that kind of with Nolan, he can he's definitely, when he's locked in, I feel like. But I would like to see better rebound control with Nolan as well. But I think Henriquez is my best goalie available right now.
And then Carson, your thoughts here. We've seen you do quite a bit of article work on the draftprospects.com hockey website, or draftprospectshockey.com website. Curious to know your thoughts here, kind of where you see Vegas going in this range, kind of your 90-ish range here at pick 92.
I'm similar to Owen here. I have Adam Valentini as the best player available, but they might go with a bigger guy like Simon Katalicki or Landon Nyes.
And they will go with a little bit of size here, not a whole ton of it, with Benjamin Wilmot here for the Vegas Golden Knights. Owen, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit more about Ben Wilmot.
You mentioned he has decent size, plays both center and wing. You're getting a decent passer who understands that he can hold the puck and then make that more of an impressive pass versus a lot of guys where they go for more simplicity. He can make plays east to west, and outside of that, I don't know how much there is to his game, but I do like his playmaking.
And Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Ben Wilmot?
I'm afraid he's another player that's not on my board.
Which is all right. And then we'll go to the next player here drafted up at pick 93 to the Canadien de Montreal here with Cooper Cleaves, who is another player kind of with a little bit more size on the back end, kind of a bigger type of player here. Owen, we'll go back to you. Cooper Cleaves, what are you kind of expecting from him as he continues along here?
Yeah, an NCAA guy who played at Dartmouth this past year. He's going to be a shutdown player at your blue line. Not much more. You're not expecting him to be much more. Once again, we're getting another guy that has that good size from the blue line. He's going to defend the rush well. He's going to fight for net front presence, fight for puck battles, but I don't see much outside of that.
Yeah, for sure. As we see now, the Columbus Blue Jackets in spot 94. We start to head in to the end of this third round. There are 3 picks remaining here in the third round of this draft. A few guys still out that I'd say were relatively higher up on our boards. Jonas Sievertson is one that I'd say still to this point we're waiting on to get his name called. Roberto Henriquez is a player Zach has mentioned numerous times here. Still waiting him if teams are looking for that goaltender. And we'll see as well, kind of Jakob Florish is another guy who I'm waiting on to see him move at some point today as well. So we'll see kind of who that next guy up is for the Columbus Blue Jackets, currently at pick 94 here as we just await that one. Carson, we'll go over to you here once again. Is there anyone kind of in that maybe fifth or sixth round range that you think could become a player, kind of a very high upside type of guy that teams might be sleeping on a little bit?
That player for me would be Nate Yellowega. He is a fantastic skater from Red Deer. A little bit of everything in his game needs some work apart from his skating, but if he works on his game and improves like he should, I think he would definitely become a very sleeper pick in this draft.
And Zach, your thoughts here? Any kind of players that you're looking at that could be kind of considered in that sleeper type range?
I think one that could be very wild is I think a Vertice Vents. He's a really good skater, but the other intangibles of this game needs work, especially over in Finland. But overall, I just really like his skating, and once again, one of those type of energetic players as well.
Sure. Owen, your thoughts here? Any kind of players you're looking at that could be more of that sleeper type of pick in this draft?
Yeah, I bet at some point someone's going to just go, all right, Axel Elofsson has to be on my team.
True.
He has a lot of those qualities of the smaller defenseman from the queue that we saw earlier, where he can shake at the blue line. He can create some separation, and the skating is there, but there's also a lot missing. So there's a reason he's still available right now.
Wow, we were all so creative picking small offensive defensemen.
Yeah.
And I'll go with Jean-Christophe Lemieux as well for mine, who I think could be a bit of a sneaky one as well. With the Columbus Blue Jackets picked, they go a little bit of that small type of player with Alessandro Diorio here. We'll go over here to Carson. Tell us a little bit more about Diorio's game.
I think he's a jack of all trades centerman. He can do a little bit of everything. He doesn't have the highest ceiling in any of his attributes in his game, but I think he does a little bit of everything just well enough to be a solid middle six, maybe second line center, but he'll have to develop his game for sure.
Owen, your thoughts here on a guy like Alessandro Diorio?
Yeah, someone who really fell for me throughout this year, that coming into the year I thought had a chance to be a first-round pick. The point production wasn't there. I still think the shot is decent in terms of the power that he can generate, but outside of that, you need to work on, he needs to find a good B game, a consistent B game night in, night out that he can fall back on.
And then we'll go down here to Zach. Kind of your thoughts on this pickup. Is there a guy like Diorio, a bit of a smaller type of player? Is he the kind of guy that you'd look at that could potentially be that kind of late sleeper type of pick?
I think there's that possibility. He could be a hard worker at times at center, but I think he needs to do a lot more for his two-way game. But I think he could be kind of that decent bottom six forward for the Columbus Blue Jackets.
And would you consider him to be a little more of that offensive type of bottom six forward, or be more of that kind of head down defensive type of role?
I think mostly leaning towards maybe kind of that defensive type with his high motor. And he's also kind of got a big frame being about 190 pounds.
And that is Alessandro Diorio going at pick number 94 to the Columbus Blue Jackets, as we're now just 2 picks away from the end of this third round of the NHL draft this year. And this is where the picks start to come a little bit more rapid fire once we get past kind of the round 3 area. Owen, your thoughts so far through the first 2 rounds of the draft? Any teams who you think have kind of stolen the day on day 2 so far?
I think the way day 2 has looked, I have liked what the Leafs have done with the abundance of picks they have, but Carolina just gets value. They'll trade back as much as they want, and they continue to get value. William Hawkinson, I think, was the best pick so far today. So I'm entirely high on what they're doing right now.
And Carson, your thoughts here? Any team that's kind of stood out a little bit so far at this draft?
I agree with Owen. Trading down with on Carolina's part and getting William Hackinson still. Who else did they pick in this round? Anyways, they've done really well. I think Ottawa has killed it today. They've done a fantastic job picking up great value for where they've been picking, minus the Bjork pick. But otherwise, they've been killing it. I think Calgary has really dropped the ball. They haven't picked too many great selections. Unfortunately, there's a lot of reaches in that so far in round 2 and round 3, but we'll see how the rest of the draft develops for them.
So then, Zach, your thoughts here, kind of as far as your kind of big winner of today so far through the first two rounds of rounds 2 and 3 today.
Yeah, I honestly have to go with Carolina. I think Carolina is doing Carolina things once again. They always like to get assets in return and trade down, and then always find value in these players. I wasn't expecting Sorensen to go this high, but I think it's a safe bet for a team like the Hurricanes, and then also to grab a guy like Hawkinson in the second round as well is another steal.
For sure. And then we go to Vegas for the 95th overall pick, who will be Sean Burek. Owen, we'll go up to you here. Tell us a little bit more about Burek's game.
It's a Walmart Sokolovsky. He's a matchup guy who's going to try to play physically, uses his range well, and understands where to play in his own zone. Offensively, you're not going to get anything from him, but you don't employ him or deploy him for that. You send him out there as a matchup guy.
Zach, your thoughts here for a guy like Sean Burek?
Oh yeah, I kind of like that comparison to a Walmart Sokolovsky. Definitely kind of a little bit of shutdown abilities. I kind of like his mobility as well, a little bit backwards, and he kind of uses his feet at most. Definitely a solid pick for Vegas right here.
Absolutely. Then we go to Adam Valentini being drafted, the last pick of this third round, 96th overall to the Utah Mammoth. And tell us a little bit more about Adam Valentini's game.
This is tremendous value. This is just great value from the Utah Mammoth. They take a player who just continued to fall down the board. He has skill, can work the puck into the middle of the ice. The skating is good. He killed it at the U18s. And he works. He will work for you. He's probably not going to play center, but he is going to work on the forecheck, work on the back check, make sure he's in the right spot so he is not out of place.
And then, Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup for a guy like Adam Valentini.
Yeah, I really liked Valentini in Michigan's bottom 6. I also thought he was pretty good in the tournament. In the NCAA tournament, especially against Denver. He had some underrated flashes of playmaking, and overall, I just think he's kind of like a physical pest that I think could fit Utah's future.
And then, Carson, your thought here on Adam Valentini going at pick number 96, potentially a little bit late for his kind of stature, his kind of caliber of player. What are your thoughts on how far he's dropped and what a team like Utah is getting in with pick number 96?
I thought he was going to be an incredibly safe pick at around the 30 range, so getting him at 96 is a fantastic addition. You're getting great value for where I had him slotted on my list, so even though he doesn't fit the Utah style, this is a great pick.
100%. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with the Utah Mammoth. Kind of feels a little bit like that kind of lower line, potentially grinder type of role as a smaller type guy as well. We'll see what he can end up doing there for Adam Valentini. Now we're into the 4th round, and we'll start here with the Vancouver Canucks picking up spot 97, who will take Yaroslav Brizgalov from the Medicine Hat Tigers. Zach, your thoughts here on this pickup for Yaroslav Brizgalov?
This is an interesting overage type of pick for the Canucks. Brizgalov is a big guy, being 6'4". He's got some quick hands as well, kind of a soft touch at points. Definitely interesting where he can kind of beat sticks as well. And, I think he's got some underrated playmaking abilities.
Sure. Owen, your thoughts here on a guy like Brizgalov?
Yeah, I think the playmaking totally makes sense. And you could see that in his stat lines as well, where he had 42 assists this year. He's going to Merrimack College next year, another guy who's going to take that jump to head to the NCAA, where he can continue to refine what would need to be a power forward retrieval type of game. But he makes really solid passes in between players east to west, and I can confidently say that he will be a good college player at least.
And Carson, your thoughts here on kind of a early fourth round, the very first pick of this fourth round, seeing Yaroslav Brizgalov go at this point in the draft.
I agree with the playmaking comments the other two have made. Is probably his biggest asset and most noticeable asset in his game. I think his edge work is pretty good. He's pretty mobile and agile. He's great at defending the puck as well, but I think he lacks a motor and intensity in his game. So that's probably why he fell through the draft last year and now is being picked as an overager this year in the fourth round. It's a good bet for Vancouver, but I don't know how effective he'll be in the pro game.
It will be interesting to monitor for sure here. As for our next pick, we will see Jonas Kemps, 98th overall, going to the Florida Panthers here, Chicago Steel product. Carson, what can you tell me about his game, Jonas Kemps?
He's another gem in my list. He is extremely similar to Jonah Kurtz, who went earlier. He plays a super well-rounded game. He's very offensive-minded when he gets the opportunity to play offensively. Defensively, he's reliable. He throws his body around. He's a really good pick for this value in the area in the draft.
Oh, and your thoughts here on the pickup for Kemps?
I like it. They're going for size. They want to get a guy they like. He has a bit of an interesting path going on right now, where he was with the National Development Program, then went to the Chicago Steel, and he's going to the Seattle Thunderbirds next year, and then after that going to Michigan State. So a guy who's going to be playing all different types of hockey right now, and you can only kind of bet on the upside that he has.
And Zach, your thoughts here, kind of Jonas Kemps going here at pick 98.
Yeah, definitely an interesting player who's had an interesting path coming up. He's kind of great at denying zone entries, and he's got some mobility in his game as well. I think he's a guy that I would be looking forward to seeing him at the college level down the line, and especially being a 6'5" guy as well.
For sure, as we will head over to Michael, who has some news for us.
Hey guys, small trade for the Nashville Predators. They've acquired Adam Edstrom from the New York Rangers for Massimo Rizzo in pick 148 in this year's draft.
So interesting there, a little bit more of a minor league type of deal as Seattle has just taken Viktor Fedorov. Owen, do you have anything on Viktor Fedorov?
He's a worker bee. He has good size. He works hard on the forecheck, and that's what he's going to be at the next level.
As we will go now to pick 100 here, when we hit the century mark in this draft with Igor Barabanov going at 100 over to the Calgary Flames. What's your thought here on a guy like Barabanov? Zach, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I thought he was kind of like an interesting complementary player at Saginaw. Definitely an overager as well. He's provides some offensive tools with the spirit as well, and I think this is another interesting pick, especially at pick 100.
For sure, Carson, your thoughts here on Igor Barabanov?
It's an okay pick. Again, I think there's some better value on the table for the Calgary Flames here, but you're getting a good playmaking center in Igor Barabanov, who uses great puck control and vision and his hockey IQ to create scoring opportunities. But picking a double overager when you're trying to rebuild for the future, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for Calgary here.
Absolutely. Owen, your thoughts?
On a similar train as well. I don't really see the vision with the pick, but an older guy who is yet to go to the NCAA, but he's going to UMass next season. So you'll get to kind of see if that point production that he put up in the OHL the past year, if it will translate to the college game. If it doesn't, this might be a quick exit of a prospect. But if you can see the point production at least start to show up against older players, you can feel a bit more confident with the pick.
And so that is Igor Barabanov going at pick number 100 to the Calgary Flames as we are through our first 100 picks at this draft as we enter into that fourth round range here at the 2026 NHL Draft here at Draft Prospects Hockey. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in today. If you are new and you have not already, please do smash the like button, hit subscribe as well. Hit the notification bell so you are notified when we do go live for these live streams. It has been definitely a day of prospects going and floating around, some surprise moves, some surprise players still on the board here. Owen, we'll come back to you here to start. Who's that one player you're still looking at that you're kind of saying, how is he still there?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say I can't believe that he's still here, but Axel Elofsson, I think, is going to be an upside pick that I will be very excited for with whoever takes him. And he will be in this 100 range, which is a very large range, but he would be a really skilled player for a team to take a chance on.
For sure. Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, like I said, I've been going out with Roberto Henriquez, but another guy I kind of like to see get drafted soon is Viktor Fyodorov. I just really like his motor, and he's also got some. He's also just overall like a hard worker out in Russia, but I think he was also hurt throughout the year, and he's a little bit undersized. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see where he would end up.
For sure. And then we'll go over to Carson. Your thoughts here.
I have Simon Katalicki, 6'4", 202 pounds, playing from Finland in the U20. Like, it's something that NHL teams should look at and be like, yeah, this is what we need in our lineup.
Absolutely. It will be interesting to see for sure here where these teams do decide to go it will be interesting for sure to see where they end up deciding to go as we are into the last or in the middle range here between picks 100 and picks 200. We'll see who ends up going in this range, but we are now awaiting Columbus's pick here at pick number 101. And we will see here who they do decide to end up going with a lot of different options now available as teams start to kind of try and select based on what their needs are for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Oh, and I'll go to you, especially in this fourth range. Kind of, if you're looking at a team like Columbus, is there any players still on the board that might help fill a gap for a team like Columbus?
Columbus just needs to add high-end skill, and Mikey Burchild being available, the physical profile isn't exactly what you would need, but it's kind of hard for me to understand why a team hasn't thought of the upside that he brings yet as a good puck handler, a guy that can create for others. I would expect him to be someone they're at least looking at right now.
And Zach, how about yourself? What do you think here for a team like Columbus? Is there any guys you're looking at? Is it potentially a goaltender? Is it potentially something else that you might see them go out and try and take?
I'm not sure. I think they could honestly go for some skill right here, or just anything once again to round up their prospect pool as well.
For sure. And Carson, any thoughts? Kind of contrary to the opinions so far.
Not really. I think they would maybe take a chance on Vetri Svensk. He's still on the board. They could use a mobile defenseman, especially if they're trying to move Zach Werenski. So that would be an interesting pick if they go with it, but we'll see.
And we will see what the Columbus Blue Jackets are up to here, as it feels like there might be a trade kind of on its way at some point. The clock continuing to tick away. We will see whether or not they will end up trading this pick.
They are.
And we do have a trade. Speak of the devil, go over to Michael.
Hey guys, the Caps have obviously traded for the 101st pick, 4 picks, 112, and a 5th rounder next year.
And so there you are. We have the pick just been announced. And so it will be Washington's pick now at pick number 101, where they will take Tyus Sparks. And be an interesting pick there. We'll start here over with Owen. What are your kind of thoughts on this type of player?
Yeah, we're getting that similar winger again, where it's not super big but not super small, and he plays with some grit to his game. He has some juice. He does a good job on puck entries, or not puck entries, on zone entries, where he's not the carrier, but he does a good job of when he does get the puck that he's able to simplify it and kind of wait for his teammates and play off of them. He works hard away from the puck. He can be in front of the net, be in those places that teams do like to find guys for scoring goals.
Absolutely. Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Sparks heading to the Washington Capitals?
I really like his type of Kind of just once again the swiftness, the pace, and the forecheck he kind of brings. I think he could be that type of energy, kind of that underrated player as well with Spokane, and I think he can perfectly fit the type of player the Caps are going for in the future.
For sure. And Carson, your thoughts here on what's kind of the future looks like for a guy like Sparks?
Yeah, this definitely feels like a Washington Capitals player. He plays with the grit and willingness to win that the Capitals play with. I see him as a bottom six forward. He played center in Spokane, but I think he'll probably be a winger at the NHL level. And my worry with him is he is a little bit lacking in the hockey IQ department, so we'll see how he turns out.
Should be interesting. Tyus Sparks heading to the Washington Capitals after the Capitals trade up to get him at that spot with the 101st pick here. Seattle up at 102. Next, they are now on the clock. We will see who they now decide to go with, whether or not it will be a guy like Roberto Henriquez, like Zach has been pleading for most of the day. Feels awfully similar to yesterday. Where we didn't quite get to see his guy go until today. So we'll see how it ends up shaking out today. But Zach, is there anyone else you're kind of looking at here for a team like Seattle, who's already taken Fedorov a little bit earlier here at pick 99 in this round? Do you think they'll end up trying to trade this pick and try and get themselves out of this fourth round, potentially getting some more assets along the way?
Yeah, I think they might want to trade down. I know they've been busy recently being in trade talks everywhere. Yeah, it would also be interesting if they want to go for, I kind of mentioned him a while ago. They want to go for a smooth skating defenseman, Verti Spence, who's also kind of fun, but also a little bit of mystery to him as well. I think it's pretty interesting what Seattle has going on.
For sure. Will be interesting to monitor that as the Seattle pick ticks ever so much closer for pick 102 here at this draft. And it feels like there once again might be a bit of a trade coming as the clock is ticking away on their selection here. Carson, your thoughts in general on the Seattle kind of team so far? Any kind of initial impressions for them? Any kind of thoughts on what they might be doing at this draft?
I think them making the playoffs in their second year really hurt them. It gave them aspirations to make the playoffs consistently, similar to Vegas did when they expanded into the league, and it's just hurt them in their future. So they have to. I would go into a rebuild personally and try and build a bit of a team through your pipeline. But right here, I definitely think similar to Columbus, I think they need a playmaking defenseman on their blue line. So Vetri Spence would be a great pick here.
And Owen, your thoughts here? Spence the obvious pick, or is there someone else you might see going here to the Seattle Kraken here at pick number 1?
Yeah, around here is pretty interesting because we're getting into that range where a lot of those smaller guys are going to become available, and teams are maybe going to be willing once we get into rounds 4 and 5, where it's you don't worry as much about the size and you're just going for the best player. But I would go Brady Nolan.
Interesting, the goaltender there. For Seattle, we'll see where they end up going, as I think we are getting closer to a trade as the clock is ticking away here.
Yeah, the Rangers. Okay.
The Rangers are going to be the team coming. I'm going to send it over to Michael.
Hey, guys. So 102 going to the New York Rangers for pick 131 and 148. That's all we got for now.
And there you have it. The New York Rangers trading up to the spot 102. Clearly a player in mind for them as they'll jump the 103rd pick, which will belong to the Montreal Canadiens, and the 104 belonging to the Boston Bruins back-to-back there. As with the 102nd pick, they will go with Spencer Bowes, a left winger there out of the Ottawa 67 team. And so we'll start here over with Owen. Your thoughts kind of on this move for the now New York Rangers?
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that they did trade up for him. He put up a decent amount of goals. I believe it was like in the 20 range this year, which is very solid. Playing for Ottawa, who has kind of struggled to be a consistently good team in the OHL for a few years now. Decent size. I don't know if it's going to be a center guy over his experience in pro hockey, but he had a bit of an interesting journey. He was at the CCHL before this past year, and then he stepped into the OHL and made a pretty large dent in the point department. And Providence is going to have a really solid player. I think 2 years from now, he might be going next year. Not too sure about that, but Providence is going to be getting a really solid player. As an NHL comparison, he's probably going to end up being a guy that's lucky to play on a fourth line 5 to 6 years from now.
Yeah, so a little bit of a range. And Zach, your thoughts here on Spencer Bowes joining the New York Rangers here?
Yeah, I think he's kind of a little bit of a pacey type of winger. Definitely likes to keep his feet moving, but everything else I feel like is just about average. Definitely a decent get right here for the Rangers.
Absolutely, it will be. And so now we kind of turn our sights over to pick 103, which does belong to the Montreal Canadiens. After this pick as well has gone through a bit of a trade cycle. Started with Winnipeg, then went to New Jersey, and now over to Montreal for pick 103. Who will see kind of who they end up going with. You think for this Habs team, kind of after their run, winning the Cup back in 1993, the last time we've seen a Canadian team in the Stanley Cup win the Stanley Cup, we'll see for them this year whether or not they will be once again competitive. You think about that run in the playoffs this year, although they couldn't get past Carolina in the Eastern Conference Finals, they did get relatively close to their goal and their mission of returning back to the Cup Finals. Oh, and do you think there's any more moves coming for them, whether it be today in the draft or whether or not it be before free agency, that you're going to look at for them and say that's going to be the move that's really going to set them over the edge here?
I think they're waiting to hear what the word is on Kirill Marchenko and what the real price is. I know they've already sent a package over and it must have been denied, or they're still talking about it. I'm not too sure. They're waiting to see if he's available. That's their guy that can help with the scoring, bring size. So this pick, I think they're going to keep this one, but if they do end up moving it, it'll likely be for a couple extra picks that maybe those prospects get thrown in a Kirill Marchenko trade, although they're 4th, 5th, 6th round picks that won't hold too much value.
That's fair. Carson, your thoughts here on what the Montreal Canadiens might end up doing?
Yeah, I would probably agree with Owen here. Marchenko is probably one of the best trade candidates for them. The UFA class this year isn't the greatest, so building through the UFAs would be difficult for any team, let alone Montreal, but it's going to be interesting. I honestly would probably pick the best player on their list right now. Whoever that may be, I think that would probably be the best value you're going to get out of a 4th round pick here.
Yeah, and as the clock continues to tick down, you start to feel that there might be a 4th hand on this pick, another trade perhaps on its way, as once again it's been dealt from Winnipeg to New Jersey, and now Montreal currently in possession of it as the clock ticks down on them here. Zach, your thoughts here on the Montreal Canadiens, maybe as a whole, maybe with respect to what they might do here with this 103 pick, any kind of impressions of this team and where they might sit heading into next year?
Yeah, I think it's excellent that they've already made it to a conference final with this core. They're obviously young. I really like the guys like Ivan Demidov, and you have Nick Suzuki as captain. Obviously, they're definitely trending towards the right direction. And I just think they kind of need a veteran presence and maybe get a little bit physical down the middle. So I mean, if they to go after a guy like Kirill Marchenko, who's a big body and who could score, that would definitely help them down the line. But I think if you're a Habs fan, the Habs are definitely in the right spot right now for their team.
And we will see here what the Habs do end up deciding to do and what has been a very kind of competitive division over the last couple years. Really has gotten intense, really up and down now, where you have the Sabres being more competitive than they've ever been. You have the Bruins, the Leafs, the Habs, Tampa, Florida, all legitimate contenders, not to mention the Red Wings, although they've kind of fallen off a little bit inside that competitive division. There's a lot in Ottawa as well. There's a lot of teams in that range who are legitimate playoff threats, and it's going to be very difficult for a team like the Habs to kind of break through that. We saw them be able to do it this year. And so we'll see now for them kind of what that next step is. Still awaiting the news on what happens here with pick number 103. But it is a good time to remind everyone that if you have not already, please do smash the like button and hit subscribe and hit the notification bell as well so you are notified when we do go live here on the channel. Still awaiting pick 103 as far as the final verdict here. We will see kind of what the return is as we will send it over to Michael, who has some news.
All right, so Montreal trades pick 103 to the Los Angeles Kings for pick 113 and 190. So the Kings move up 10 spots.
And interesting here as they will move up 10 spots. Carson, we'll go over to you here. Kind of what are your impressions of this move? Is there anyone you think that Kings team might be looking at?
They'll probably take a big centerman to fill out their bottom six in the future. I don't know which one it'll be. There's quite a few on the board still, but we'll see once they announce it.
And it will be Thomas Vandenberg will be the selection here, kind of maybe a little bit on the smaller side as far as that center role goes. What do you kind of make of his game, Thomas Vandenberg?
Yeah, not as big as I thought of a centerman that they were going to take, but he's extremely versatile still. He plays with great speed and pace. His stick skills are very good. His shooting is a little underrated, but I think it's one of his better assets for sure. They're definitely banking on his offensive upside where he can control the play and defend the rush with a great stick. I think his physicality, though, is probably his biggest fault in his game. Even though he throws his body around very well, he isn't really that effective at separating his opponents from the puck. He relies on his hockey IQ and stick skills to defend and control the play effectively instead of using his body, which I find is a little bit of a fault, especially trying to transition into the pro game. And in his own zone, I think he can get caught watching the puck and not providing any defensive value to his team quite frequently. He kind of just stands there and doesn't effectively defend. Those would be my faults, but I think it's a solid pick for LA, being able to fill out their bottom nine in the future.
Right. And then, Zach, your thoughts here on picking up a guy like Thomas Vandenberg?
Yeah, I think this is a decent pick for Ali right here. I think he's got some net driving capabilities for the future. He earlier in the year he did blow up offensively, but then he kind of slowed down. But either way, I think you're just betting on his upside.
For sure. And then we go to the Boston Bruins with a little bit of an interesting pick here with Matvei Kotkov. Zach, do you have much on Matvei Kotkov?
Oh, he's another player that's kind of off my list, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's off mine too. A bit of a surprise type of player for the Bruins as well. I might add that they're going with the Russian too, which historically hasn't exactly worked out over in Boston. So clearly trying to right the ship. It's also, I believe, the second straight right winger that the Bruins have drafted so far in this year's NHL Draft. And so clearly trying to fill a kind of hole there, but still kind of an overall all-around decent player. 37 games played in the MHL this year, 14 goals, 17 assists for 31 points. We'll see what he can do as we head on to pick 105 now for Carolina, which will be Mikey Burchild, who's a guy I know a few of you have talked about already. So we'll start here over with Owen. Kind of your thoughts here on taking on a guy like Mikey Burchild. What can he bring to a team like a Carolina?
Skill, pace. He can drive offense in his own zone. It's there. The scoring, the playmaking. He will be able to put the puck in the back of the net, even though that's not how he'll make his money at the next level. It'll be through his effort and what he can bring away from the puck, which still needs work on. He's a smaller guy, so that really needs to become important for him as he develops a B game. But you're getting an extremely skilled player at pick 105, and of course Carolina does it.
Carson, your thoughts here on the pickup?
Yeah, I don't know how Carolina keeps getting away with this. I had him ranked 40 on my list, so he fell all the way down to 105. That's incredible value for another Carolina team that doesn't need any more help. Honestly, I would see him as a trade candidate in the future if they want to make a back-to-back cup run next season. He's an undersized skill forward who does a little bit of everything offensively. He just needs to develop a defensive game and a little bit more size and strength to his body.
And Zach, your thoughts here on picking up a guy like a Mikey Burchild? What kind of impact could he provide to a Carolina run, say in 3, 4, or 5, maybe even more years?
When looking at Mikey Burchild, I kind of feel like he's kind of this like kind of ball of fire. Like I think he has some underrated motor, and obviously with the handles, he could kind of dangle through people. The one thing that's kind of holding me back is like I said, the physicality, the defensive side of his game being only 5'9". But it'll be interesting to see what he can do at Denver. I expect him to probably stay about the full 4 years in college, but we'll see what he can do at that level.
And we sure will, as we'll go on to pick 106. And this is a pick that I really like here with Jakub Florish, who's a Slovakian defender. We just saw him at the under-18s, a really quality player heading off to Nashville. Owen, we'll start with you here. Tell us a little bit more about Florish's game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say skating is his go-to, but he's fluid with his movements. He's able to kind of get into spaces and create chances. I think it's a pretty solid upside pick, and he is reliable in his own zone as well.
And Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like a Jakub Florish?
I watched him here and there. I do think he's got a little bit of a playmaking upside, but yeah, kind of what Owen said. He's kind of decent at moving around in the offensive zone, and I think he can be kind of that projectable defender down for Nashville.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see for a guy like Florish what he can grow into. I did really like his game, and 6'3", 194-pound right shot defender in this day and age is nothing to write home about. So for Florish, a pretty big defender, a big right shot defender who has some skill. We'll see what he can develop into over in Nashville. Could potentially be a steal of the draft and one of my favorite picks so far today at 106. Then we go to 107 with Landon Nix, and we'll start here with Owen. Tell us a little bit more about Landon Nix and what he might be able to bring to a St. Louis Blues team.
Yeah, he played at the college level this year where you could notice his skating. He has some decent tools, but they're not always on display. He's not a guy who's going to hold the puck a lot at the blue line. He will try to get off his tape fairly quick. The movement is pretty solid, and I think he could be good in his own zone as well. UMass is continuing to add amazing talent, and I do think that he has some solid upside. Probably more of a minor league guy if you were to fully project him, but there's definitely a chance that the skating and size can get him to the next level.
And Carson, your thoughts here on a guy like Landon Nix?
I got to disagree with Owen because I am super high on Landon Nix. I think he could be a top 4 defender in this class. He's super good. Like Owen had said, his skating is incredibly fluid, and I think it's probably his best attribute. I find he's extremely intelligent too. He plays well on both sides of the ice. And like you said, his biggest issue is his consistency. When he's on, though, he's on. When he's off, you can really tell that he's not playing that great.
And Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Landon Nix, kind of what he might be able to provide for a team like the St. Louis Blues?
Yeah, I think this is another solid pick for the Blues with Nitz. Obviously, he didn't have the biggest offensive season. He only had 3 points in 35 games for a struggling UMass team. But I mean, like what you guys are saying, I really like his north-south skating. I would like him to kind of maybe improve on his shot selection as well offensively. But either way, I do think he's got some kind of capabilities to shut down guys in the future.
Interesting to watch him. Landon Nix going at 107 to the St. Louis Blues as 108 rather, 108 now for Adam Levac. Carson, we'll go over to you here. What do you think about him as a player, kind of what he might be able to bring?
I think he's super responsible He's a playmaking center who's effective in every zone of the ice. His puck control is great. His vision in the offensive zone to find his teammates for backdoor passes or tricky, creative passes is pretty good. He's very good at driving the net as well. It's probably one of his underrated attributes. Even though he isn't the strongest guy either, he can consistently find his way to the slot for battles and position for rebounds and deflections in front. But my weakness, though, is his strength and his skating mechanics. I really don't like how he skates, and he really needs to put on some size to fill out his frame.
And would you say if he could eventually fill out some of that skating, do you think he could be a legitimate NHL player, or is it more so?
He would be a solid bottom six guy for sure.
Interesting. Zach, your thoughts on this pickup?
I kind of had limited viewings of Levac, but I think he's got a decent motor, and like kind of like what you said. I view him more as kind of that like a bottom six center who can kind of help solidify a lineup down there.
Interesting. And then Owen, your thoughts here with the Red Wings taking Adam Levac here at 108.
I think you're getting just a solid player that you can kind of wait on. You're not going to expect him to even be in your AHL system for a while. He'll play his time in junior hockey, and you still have a little bit to bet on as likely. I think he will be a center. So you're going to have some time to wait on this guy. And again, it probably projects as a minor league guy.
Interesting. And then we have Lincoln Cooney from going here at 109 to the New York Islanders. Owen, we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit more about what he might be able to bring.
He's pretty intriguing. He didn't have the numbers at Arizona State that maybe you would have wanted, where in that 30 games that he played, it was 2 points, but the skating is really, really solid all around. You see it on the blue line where he's able to straddle the line, has nice crossovers, and moves around pretty well, especially for him being over 200 pounds already. So I think that's a pretty solid swing where they can kind of let him play the college game, figure that part out, play in the minors. It will take a while, but you might be able to find a decent guy here that could be a bottom pair.
Interesting. Carson, your thoughts here on the acquisition?
I agree. Similar to Nick's, he's a great NCAA defenseman. I see him bottom 4, maybe second pair, but definitely bottom pair for sure. He does need some time to develop, but he's a super smart two-way defender who understands the game incredibly well.
And then Zach, your thoughts here on the addition?
Yeah, I think Cooney, there's some quickness to his game to help on the rush defense. Sort of like Nitz, he's kind of a two-way defenseman with some physical attributes as well. Definitely interesting here for the Islanders.
As we will head over to Michael, as there does appear to be a trade.
All right, guys, Boston's moving down, trading pick 111 to Pittsburgh for picks 170 and a 4th-round pick in 2027.
As that will be the 111th pick going to the Pittsburgh Penguins. At pick 110, we did see Ottawa take Elliot Lennon here, a pick that we will see kind of what he might be able to do. Owen, your thoughts on a guy like Elliot Lennon?
I don't have too much on him, but you can always bet on if a goalie has size and is already playing a high level of hockey, you can start to project what he could be at the next level.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where he goes. Elliot Lennon going at 110 to the Ottawa Senators. Then at 111, we have Parker von Richter. And so we'll see for him what he can be. Owen, what's your thoughts on a guy like him?
So I didn't watch a lot of him this year, especially in the first half, because Brampton was abysmal. I got to watch him a good amount. Not this past season, but right before that with Brampton. He's a 2006 birthday, a May birthday. I really did not expect him to get drafted whatsoever. He's fairly responsible in his own zone. I think the skating is okay. Not too much to his game. He's going to the University of New Hampshire next season where he'll have a decent amount of opportunity, but a player that I do not expect to play in the NHL.
Understood. So that is Elliot Lennon there over at pick pick 110 for there, and then Parker Von Richer at pick 111. Zach, any words for either Elliot Lennon or Parker Von Richer, 110 and 111 respectively?
I kind of watched a little bit of Von Richter. I think he's good at breaking the puck out, and he's kind of that a defensive, once again, a defensive kind of solid guy. Being 6'1". And he's also going to New Hampshire next year in the NCAA.
So it will be interesting to see there. Elliot Lennon at 110 over to Ottawa. And you have Pittsburgh trading up to get Parker Von Richer at 111, which brings around Columbus for pick number 112, the halfway point in this fourth round. Any names you guys are still watching for? Still haven't gone. Roberto Henriquez, still for you, Zach. I'm sure that you're waiting on. Is there anyone else you kind of have your eye on at this point?
I also kind of would like to see Verti Spence, with this, I'd take a bet on his skating upside as well.
Oh, and how about yourself? Anyone you have your eyes on outside of Roberto Henriquez and Verte Svensk?
Yeah, I've been waiting for Axel Elofsson, but even Philip Novak, I think, should be around this range. Another guy that doesn't have many outstanding traits, but I think a team will like the way he plays, at least within the fourth and fifth round.
And Carson, your thoughts here? Who could be a guy that could be on his way out?
Heading into the draft, there's quite a bit of talk around Lavar Gashilov, and he still hasn't been picked, so I would be surprised if he continues to fall, but someone should take a chance on him. Maybe even the Simon Katalicki, like I said earlier. He might be a good pick too.
Has Callum Crosbury gone off the board yet?
No.
No, right? He could be an interesting guy as well, who could potentially sneak his way in there. We saw him at the U18s as well. So
you said Lemieux earlier. He hasn't been picked either.
Yep. Yeah, he'll be an interesting guy as well to keep an eye on. There's a few guys that still you're kind of waiting on here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see for sure. A few guys who are ranked fairly high as well, and a bunch of different kind of mocks around. So we'll see how it ends up kind of ranking through here. But the Columbus Blue Jackets on the pick here at 112, we are awaiting to see whether or not this will end up being a trade, which it does feel it very well might be here as the pick continues to tick away. Might be a kind of an asset trade down here. You will see whether or not they do decide to end up going with it. But it is a good time to remind everyone that if you have not already, please do smash the like button, hit subscribe as well. If you have questions for our wonderful panelists, please do put them in the chat. We do have one for guys. What are your thoughts on my Panthers draft class so far? Is anyone who wants to take that one?
Identity. They got guys that fit the Florida Panther identity that they can project into lower end roles. I think you can't be mad about really any of the selections they've made today, even what they're going to keep making, because I can always trust what they're going to do.
It will be interesting for sure, as I'm getting word that there might be a trade. Michael, what do you got?
All right, guys. Columbus has traded pick 112 to the Minnesota Wild for picks 121 and 185.
And so there you have it. Minnesota trading up, trying to see a potential player here. Who might it be? Might it be a Roberto Henriquez? Might it be a Verti Svensk?
Who did they trade up for in round 3? I think it was. What was that?
Let me see.
Because they did draft. I think they jumped up like 2 spots.
Adam Anderson.
I believe it was right. Okay. And what pick was that?
90. Oh crap.
95?
Somewhere in there. 83.
Oh, okay.
And it will be Caden Lemieux going to the Minnesota Wild here at pick number 112. We'll start here with Carson. Your thoughts on Lemieux?
He's a huge physical defensive-minded winger. He does a little bit of everything you want on your bottom 6. He can hit people. He can defend his own zone. He can play with a little bit of grit. He can bring a little bit of offensive upside, but not a whole lot. My issue with him is his discipline. He tends to get a little he tends to boil over when he gets frustrated, so he takes it out on his opponents and takes some pretty silly penalties from what I have seen, and I don't think he has a great ceiling either. You're kind of just drafting him for what he is now.
And your thoughts here on a guy like Caden Lemire?
I almost kind of like that he's a hothead, if that's a bit of a
Yeah,
hot take. You
like, it's
feel the
not bad.
passion. But overall, I think it's a decent pick where you're just going for a guy that you probably just like his mindset.
As well,
Yeah.
a bigger guy at 6'3", 188 will be interesting. Carson, you got a follow-up for that?
Oh no, I was just saying it's not a bad thing, but
Mhm. Yeah.
if he takes a silly penalty, it is.
Yeah.
He's very similar to Jonas Sievertson. Is who I would have taken instead of Lemire, but it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zach, your thoughts here on the pickup for the Minnesota Wild, trading up to 112 to pick up Caden Lemire.
Yeah, I caught some glimpses of Lemire while watching Carson Carlson. I agree. He does take some dumb penalties, but I guess it all boils down to the passion of his game, and once again, just a very physical player right here.
So it will be interesting to see kind of what ends up shaking out to be for Caden Lemire here at pick 112, going to the Minnesota Wild. We have a few other questions here to get to. What do you guys think so far of the Habs draft class so far? Any kind of big takeaways from them so far to this point? Is there anyone that's kind of stood out or along that?
Getting
there's really
Gleb
any
at the end of the
standout.
first round was pretty good.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any standouts though from their class. I think they kind of
No.
just got guys that they like the floor of, and they just swung on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
trading
so
up
go
for
for
Renzo
Renzo.
doesn't make a whole lot of
Yeah.
sense to me, but
Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of a general Pugachev as well was at the end
Yeah.
of that first round. So not necessarily the most overwhelming class, but definitely not a terrible one either.
they're not winning, but they're not losing either.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Good.
I agree.
Good way to put it. As we wait now for the Habs pick now, as we wait for that one, from the LA Kings originally, we'll see what they end up doing here with pick number 113.
If they keep it.
If they keep it. It does feel like there might be another trade on its way.
Yeah.
So we will see.
I wouldn't be shocked if there's someone that's just moving up to maybe Winnipeg's just moving from 116. I don't think we're going to see too much large movement, more of those guys just jumping a team or two just to get somebody.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Here it is.
So we will see kind of what the final details are of a potential trade with the Montreal Canadiens here. As we'll send it over to Mike.
All right, guys. Vegas Golden Knights moving up to pick 113 for picks 117 and 223.
And so there you have it. The Vegas Golden Knights are on their way up, and Vegas trading up in the draft. Bit of an interesting one there after we saw them inch their way back yesterday, pick by pick by pick. We do see them today go up in this draft and go and try and take a pick here. 113 for Vegas. Be an interesting player, whoever they end up deciding. Carson, any thoughts on who it might be?
After taking Caden Lemire, I wonder if they got a little worried that the similar player profile was going to go shortly thereafter. But maybe a Jonas Sievertson would be a good pick here. It fits the Vegas mold. Yeah.
And, well, you must know what you're talking about because we do have Jonas Sievertson here going at pick 113. Tell us a little bit more about Sievertson's game.
He's a great momentum builder. He brings so much energy to a lineup, and he's great at engaging puck battles and coming out on top with them. He has a great frame. He uses his side and positioning well. He has a little bit of offensive flair that he can bring out, but it's not that frequent that he does it. His skating is probably one of the better things in his game for a tall guy too. But he doesn't have that top end speed that you would like. That would be my fault in his game for sure.
And Owen, your thoughts here on Jonas Sievertson?
Yeah, I think he uses his size well, and a lot of his offense I find the good plays that aren't just like grabbing the puck on the goal line. It's a lot of perimeter play where he'll take a shot with a screen from the perimeter or make a pass back door. But I think when you're at this point of the draft, you're getting someone with size that has skill. And honestly, he has confidence.
Yeah.
And then, Zach, your thoughts. Jonas Sievertson going to the Vegas Golden Knights here at pick 113.
Oh yeah, like you guys been kind of saying, I think this could be a potential steal right here. I really like his high IQ, and I think his shot is underrated as well. I think definitely Vegas can develop him into a solid forward prospect down the line.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm curious to hear from each of you, because this was a guy who I had fairly high up on my own list here today and kind of into yesterday as well. Do you feel that that Sievertson going down all the way to 113 is kind of feels like a steal for a team like the Vegas Golden Knights to kind of get that guy as low down as he is? I'll start with Zach here. Kind of your thoughts on maybe Sievertson falling down pretty far down to what he probably should have been.
Yeah, I do wonder if his speed had to be a play of why he kind of went down, but yeah, I think Vegas, they're still a competitive team. They can take a while for him to develop down in the Western Hockey League or wherever else he would go. But yeah, I think this is a very nice pick for Vegas.
Oh, and your thoughts there? Was a guy like Sievertson picked too late here in this draft?
You can definitely say too late, but it seems like this draft, these middle rounds have been the wingers with good size and motor, and he kind of fits the bill. So I guess if you're comparing it to the guys that also fell around this range, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, fair enough. And Carson, one last one to you. Sievertson taken too late or right in the right area?
I had him at 89, and the only reason is because he doesn't have that high of a ceiling. I would have taken him over Lemieux, but it makes sense that he fell around this range for me.
Absolutely. As we go to pick 114 for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they go out and get a goaltender, arguably one of the best players we saw over at the U18s in goal, basically led Latvia all the way to that semifinal appearance. Unfortunately for the Latvian team, fell out just a little bit short, unable to score a goal against the Slovaks in that semifinal, and then unfortunately lost to the Czechs shortly thereafter in that bronze medal game. But Patrick Plumich, a goaltender who we've seen on the international stage. Oh, and I'll go over to you. Have you watched much of Patrick Plumich, and what have you seen from his game?
I haven't seen anything outside of the international play, but the numbers are pretty unreal. He has good size. Latvia really, they're going to need him over the next few years as they try to build up what they want to be as a hockey country. But you're at this point in the round, I would have gone Brady Noling here, but you're getting a goalie that has produced at every level.
For sure. And Owen, your thought, or Zach here, your thoughts on a guy like Patrick Plumich?
Yeah, this is an interesting bet right here. Kind of like what Owen said. I've only watched him at the U18s, but yeah, once again, I thought he held up on his own, especially at the US game. And I think for next year's World Juniors, he will be a big part for Slovakia or Latvia. And I think this could be an interesting bet. I do think there's a bit of a raw elements to his game, but it's also weird that he been mostly played in I think it was the men's Latvian league. So yeah, I do wonder if he is interested in going out to other leagues to develop.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Then at 115, we have a guy a little bit off the board here in Carl Axelson. Owen, do you have much on a guy like Carl Axelson who we saw with Muskegon in the USHL this year, the goaltender?
Not too many viewings where I'm focusing on him, but you're getting a goalie that you can add to a pipeline where they haven't consistently had a goalie in their minor league system for a while. So I guess just getting numbers in that position group is always good.
As well, we saw Sebastian Kosa heading to, who was it yesterday? It was Utah, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Utah.
And so you add another goaltending prospect there, adding on Carl Axelson. as well as Sebastian Cossa. A bit of an interesting goalie draft here for the Utah Mammoth. Zach, your thoughts overall on whether it be the Cossa move or Carl Axelson heading over to the Utah Mammoth?
Yeah, I think Carl Axelson was an interesting goalie for Muskegon this year. He's another goalie that's gonna go to the college level to Minnesota Duluth. What I think the Cossa move is also interesting for Utah. What I thought was a big issue for Cossa was his rebound control and sometimes his vision. Being a tall goalie as well. But Utah is taking a bet on Cossa. They kind of need goalie prospects, I think, even though they already have one. And oh geez, I forgot his name. Playing at UMass.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Either way.
Rebel? No.
Oh yeah, Hubble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so interesting to see kind of what they end up doing there. Then we go to pick 116, where we'll see Zach Wooden drafted to the Winnipeg Jets. Owen, we'll start with you on this one. Thoughts on this addition for the Winnipeg Jets here?
Yeah, I like it. He's a bit of a worker bee. He will throw the hard hat on and get into the hard areas of the ice. There's also a lot of his scoring will come from him just attacking space and being aggressive with the puck. I don't think there's too much outside of that. The hockey IQ needs to work. He needs to work on the processing speed when he doesn't have space will need work, but a good upside play here.
And Zach, your thoughts on a guy like Zach Wooden?
Yeah. When I was watching Green Bay a couple times, I really liked Wooten's motor and kind of what Owen said. I like how he gets into dirty areas and he likes to take space for his opponents. And I think an interesting pick right here for the Jets. And he is also going to the University of Wisconsin next year.
For sure. And then we go down to pick number 117 with Braden Klimke, a defenseman from the Saskatoon Blades. Zach, I'll go to you first here. What are your thoughts on a guy like Braden Klimke?
I'm afraid he's a player I don't have on my list as well.
It's all right. Owen, thoughts?
Sadly, I'm the same here.
Carson?
I love this player.
Nice.
He's a great skater. He has great poise. All around, his game is pretty good. He has great shooting, as you're seeing in the clips now. The two knocks on his game, though, would be strength and top speed. Those are just things that'll come while he develops, but I totally see him as a bottom four defenseman in the NHL.
Love it. As then we will go over to another guy who I'd say might be a little bit off the board around this range, but we're starting to get into that area where you could go with a few different players depending on what you see. With Justin Graf going to the Nashville Predators here at 118. We'll go to Carson. Thoughts on this move for Justin Graf?
It's my turn to pass it around. I don't have Graf on my list.
We'll go to Zach. Thoughts?
Same. I don't have him on my list either.
Owen?
Yeah, he's not on my list, but I am kind of shocked though that the Preds are going back to the smaller wingers when I thought they were just going to continue to add size throughout this part of the draft. So I guess they're betting on what skill could be there.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Justin Graf can turn into with the Nashville Predators. Comes in at pick 118. Then we go over to 119 and a player who I would say people are a little bit more familiar with Laver Gashilov. We'll go to Carson. I know you've talked about him a couple times throughout the day. Let's hear what you got for Laver Gashilov.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, he's a high-risk, high-reward player. If he's going to produce, he's going to produce. If not, he's kind of absent in the game. But his vision is great. His playmaking is great. His release is a little bit of an underrated asset in his game, even though it is a fantastic asset he has. He's great in the face-off circle as well, but he's lacking top-end speed and defensive zone effort. He really just doesn't do a whole lot there, and if he's on his game, he does great. If not, then he's a little absent, like I mentioned.
And Zach, your thoughts here on a guy like Laver Gashilov?
I haven't really viewed him in quite a while, but I remember he was kind of floating around the second round earlier, but I know he was scoring a lot because he was facing lower competition in the MHL. And yeah, kind of what Owen said, didn't really like his kind of lack of motor, but I think with New Jersey, you're getting in kind of a bet, and you're hoping to see where he could develop in Russia.
And then, Owen, your thoughts here. Gashilov heading to the New Jersey Devils at this point.
Yeah, you're getting a skilled player, a creative player that when he doesn't have the puck, you probably don't want on the ice.
Hmm.
Fair enough. And so that's Gashilov heading to New Jersey at pick 119. Then we go to Marek Sklenichka here, a goaltender going to the Philadelphia Flyers. We'll start here with Zach. Kind of your thoughts on a guy like Sklenichka, who we've seen at a few of the international competitions so far this year.
I currently do not have Skalic on my list, I'm afraid.
Is that right? Owen, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't have him, but I do believe the way the Czech system with their goalies, they try to get you to read the game at a high level, and you do need that in goalies. It's not talked about enough. If you're able to read the play, get to the play before it happens, and Seattle has produced goalies in the past few years where you can feel confident in what they have and how that could translate to the NHL.
For sure. Then we go to pick 121. I will also mention on Sklenichka, he does move fairly well, bit of a bigger goaltender, but still look good with the Czech program. We did see him on the ice. 121 to the Columbus Blue Jackets is Evan Jardine. We'll go to Zach here. Thoughts on Jardine if you've got a chance to watch him?
Oh yeah, I think Jardine is a really interesting pick right here. He was obviously Jack Hextall's line mate most of the year, and he's also staying home because he's also committed to Ohio State. But I do like some of his hockey IQ at some points. I think his skating needed some work, but everything else, I think he's good at finding players. Kind of, or he's good at finding players who are trailing in the offensive zone, and he was really good at getting points this year. Obviously, with 61 for Youngstown, but I think this is an interesting pick right here. He just needs to get some consistency going at the college level.
And Carson, your thoughts here on a guy like Evan Jardine?
I agree with what Zach had said. His hockey IQ is extremely good. His passing is incredible too. Playing with Jack Hextall, you're obviously going to help. He's going to help put up some points for you, but he does have a sneaky good release when he's not being the playmaker on that line. As Zach had also mentioned, his skating isn't that great. He needs to improve his physicality, and he needs to put on some more muscle as well.
For sure, and be interesting to watch if he can. Owen, your thoughts here on a guy like Evan Jardine?
I think he's pretty intelligent off the rush, being able to use his teammates and then the space that he's given in those offensive opportunities, but I don't see much outside of rush offense.
And so that is Evan Jardine going at 121 to the Columbus Blue Jackets here. Then we go to pick 122 to the Boston Bruins, and they will go the Swede route with a 6'4", 187-pound left winger. We'll go to the Boston Bruins and Oscar Olsen. And I'm curious to know, we'll start with Owen, I guess, if you've got a chance to watch him and kind of your thoughts here on this kind of player.
Yeah, Rebro churns out NHL talent. He has size. He's confident with the puck. And I think he's able to play in multiple parts of the game, whether it's below the goal line in a possession style where you're fighting for the puck, or he's playing on the perimeter sometimes. The high-end skill, I don't think, is consistently there, but you bring in size with someone that can bring skill and skill in multiple parts of the ice. It's interesting.
Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm afraid I have barely got enough viewings of him either.
Yeah. Well, that is all right as we head down the list here to Vladimir Proskurin, who's another Russian goaltender. We'll see a bit of a smaller one too. Zach, have you got a chance to watch Proskurin, who will go 123 to the St. Louis Blues?
Yes, he was one of the last goalies I was able to watch, and from what I've heard, he had a big workload for his MHL team, and one thing that obviously sticks out to me is the skating and athleticism as well. So I mean, once again, those are things I always try to look for in goalies, but with the Blues, I think this could be a potential steal right here, despite him being only 6-0.
For sure. Owen, your thoughts here to see the Blues go with a goaltender?
Yeah, no viewings, but I trust Russia with goalies.
Yeah, fair enough. Hard to argue with that one. And kind of as we get to the end here, and we're kind of inching our way closer to the end of this fourth round now at pick 124, we see the Buffalo Sabres, the hosts of this draft. I'm curious to know your guys' thoughts so far on how Buffalo's done as a host city for the NHL draft this year. We'll start here with Zach so far.
Or yeah, I think it's been cool for them as a host city. Obviously, the combine is here, so I'm sure most of the prospects were able to stay here around New York. I think Buffalo is also a great sports city as well. Obviously, from what you can see, like Buffalo Bills games and also at the playoffs recently. So it was nice to like bring this Buffalo community together. And I thought that the Sabres gave fans a treat at keeping the fourth overall pick. Obviously, kind of went with the reach with Rudolph, but overall, I think it's a kind of a great underrated atmosphere.
For sure. Carson, your thoughts so far on the Buffalo hosts?
I think their biggest deal of the weekend was getting rid of Bowen Byram for a fourth overall pick from Chicago. That was probably the best they could have done. I had Dax and Rudolph at 4 on my own list, so them taking them felt pretty good yesterday. But yeah, they've done pretty good as a host city with how they've been drafting so far.
And then Owen, your thoughts here for Buffalo as a host city to this point?
Yeah, they killed round one, but it's just such an electric city. I was there for March Madness. Everyone just loves sports there, no matter if hockey might not be your sport, but they just love being a part of that type of environment. I think Buffalo's always going to kill these kind of events because of how passionate the people there are.
100%. As we get the pick for the Buffalo Sabres, and I think this one might be one of the most underrated in the draft. Oliver's Murniks, who will be going to the Buffalo Sabres here at pick 124, a very strong defensive-minded center. But Owen, tell us a little bit more about a guy like Oliver's Murniks.
Yeah, detailed player, works hard, gets to good areas on the ice with and without the puck. He's going to Boston College. Let me double. Yeah, Boston College in 2 years from now. So he's going to have time to refine his game. And Latvia just keeps bringing us these NHL players. And another guy that has fallen. And Buffalo, we just talked about the host city and how well they did in round one.
Mm-hmm.
They find likely one of the diamonds in the rough in these later rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach, your thoughts so far on a guy like Oliver's Murniks?
Yeah, what you guys are talking about, Murnix is or with his defense. That's what I really like. Kind of is the off puck awareness. He's pretty good at positioning, and he's also kind of a solid catch and release shooter. He's a guy that I could see maybe his ceiling be a solid third line center, maybe down the line. But yeah, I think this is a steal for the Sabres.
And then Carson, one last thought here. For a guy like Oliver's Murniks, where do you see him slotting in? Is he immediate ad? Is he a little bit more long-term? Where do you see a guy like him kind of slotting in for a team like the Buffalo Sabres over the next few years?
I mean, like we were just talking about, as the host city, they really just improved their draft, taking the guy that I had at 49 at 124. It's really good asset management and taking Oliver's Murniks here. I could see him as a middle six center who is defense first. He's a great prospect for them to add to their system. And yeah, this is probably 2 or 3 years out still, but a great addition for the Buffalo Sabres.
And exactly that. I'm really excited for this player. I got to see him quite a bit on the international side over the last few years between the World Juniors and the U18s. And now, of course, we see him be drafted at 124 to the Buffalo Sabres. Then we go to 125 with the Carolina Hurricanes here, who will take another goaltender in Ryder Fedorov. We'll go here to Zach first. Thoughts on a guy like Fedorov being drafted to the Carolina Hurricanes?
I'm afraid I've also barely watched him, but I know he's been an interesting goalie for this Iowa 67s, and I think he could be another interesting goalie prospect for the Hurricanes.
For sure. And then Owen, your thoughts here?
His tape is really impressive. It's fun to watch. He's quick on his feet. He reacts to plays. And you can sometimes tell when goalies are extremely engaged throughout the play. And I think he has that. Obviously, the frame is likely what will keep him out of the NHL. But I love goalies that are constantly engaged. They're quick on their feet. And he's in the right spot a lot of the time due to his foot speed.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see here. Carolina going with the goaltender at pick 29 of the fourth round, 125th overall here for the Carolina Hurricanes. The Stanley Cup defending Carolina Hurricanes, too, I might add, finally taking one of their picks after doing a little bit of trade downs earlier in this draft. We now see them take their guy at 125. Then we go to the next pick here with 126. And this is going to be another kind of interesting pick here, another goaltender heading over to Colorado. And this guy's been is kind of an entertaining type of goaltender to watch here, which is Tobias Tversnik. And we'll go here to Owen to kind of explain a little bit more about what he can do. But for Tversnik, very exciting player to watch.
I think it is similar to Fedorov, where it is an exciting style to watch. But this time, he's 6'3" and not 5'11" like we just saw. It's entertaining. I wish he challenged the puck a bit more. I understand that he's 6'3". I want him to be in people's faces. I want him to play bigger than he actually is. But he's sometimes not in the perfect position, so he can make those big saves that look great. But sometimes it is due to him just being out of position, and then he makes a last-second effort.
For sure. And Zach, you get a chance to watch Tversnik play, or is it more another one that not quite?
It's another not quite. I meant to go back to watch him because I heard interesting stuff about him. But yeah, another goalie possibly going to Colorado. We'll see.
Yeah, and I'll say from what I've seen from him, an exciting type goaltender who can make that big stop and a lot of kind of highlight reel saves coming side to side. So we'll see for a guy like Tversnik what kind of performance he can put on as we go to our next one, which is another goaltender that we will talk about here. We got three goaltenders in a row for the last 5 now, with Brady Noling, who will end up being drafted to the San Jose Sharks. And so we'll go here. We'll go to Zach first. Kind of, what have you seen from a guy like Brady Noling over the last few months?
I thought at some points I've kind of seen him a little bit inconsistent, but like I said, when he's dialed in, I think he's dialed in. I really thought he stepped up at the USACHL prospects game. Definitely one of USA's highlights, and also at the Holinka. But then at other points, I kind of seen him have bad rebound control, and I think sometimes his form is a little bit weird. But yeah, I think with San Jose, it's a safe bet. You're still getting a 6'5" goalie as well. Yeah, he does take up most of the net, which is good, and we'll see how he would continue to develop.
Absolutely. Oh, and your thoughts here on the Sharks going out and getting a goaltender in Brady Noling?
He's a big goalie who has a big stance as well, so he does really fill the net. He looks bigger than 6'5" at times. He's confident with his feet. The rebounds you mentioned, that you got to cut that out at the NHL level, but he's fairly confident. It's simple movements in the crease. It's not anything too much like the past couple goalies that we just saw go off the board. It's simplicity. I compared him earlier to Robin Lehner, where it's the big frame and you're playing almost a slower, simple game where you're strong on your feet and he's not on his butt often, which is something that I really don't like about a lot of goalies, but he can make big plays. He's not the quickest goalie, but he's strong on his feet.
Yeah, so it will be interesting for sure to see a guy like Brady Noling, to see what he can do over with the San Jose organization here. But then you have another player, and this is one, Owen, that you have talked about quite a bit and I've had circled on your list for a little while.
Yeah.
It will be Axel Elofsson going to the Colorado Avalanche here. Let's get your thoughts here on the pickup and what will he mean to a team like Colorado, who's already very strong.
Yeah, another Arebro guy, but he's not the same as the other ones where they're very defensive oriented. He drives the play offensively. He works the blue line. In transition, I think he's fine, but I don't think he's a elite enough straight line skater and I guess mover in the neutral zone. That's not really a huge part of his game. I think it's just creating from the blue line, being able to find that open pocket to get a shot on net. Probably not going to be an NHL player, but it's someone that you can maybe bet on playing really well over the next 2 years, and Colorado can use as a trade chip later on.
Absolutely. And Carson, your thoughts here on a guy like Axel Elofsson?
I have to agree with Owen. If he doesn't make the NHL, this is a great trade piece for Colorado. He does work the perimeter extremely well, getting pucks through lanes and traffic to get to the net, and he's great at finding passes through sticks and through bodies. I think his release is a little unique too, which can surprise goalies from time to time, and defensively he uses his stick really well. But in his own zone, his positioning and his size just don't add up, and it'll be hard for him to be a consistent pro player.
Yeah, and then Zach, your thoughts here on the addition?
Yeah, kind of what you guys said. I think Elofsson is kind of a fun player to watch, but like I just have questions on how will that translate to the pro level because, at the U20 level, he's been dominant there, but like I just don't know if it's enough where he could continue to the next level. But I mean, yeah, once again, we'll just have to see.
Then we go to Vancouver at pick 129. They take Connor Davis, a 6-foot right winger from the USHL with Cedar Rapids. Zach, any thoughts on a guy like Connor Davis?
I'm afraid I kind of barely got any viewings about him.
Owen?
Similar.
Yeah. Figured as much. Not on my board as well. So we'll move over him. We go to 130 now with Theodore Knights, who's a bit of an interesting player. We'll go up to Owen here to talk a little bit about Knights as to what he might be able to bring.
So wait, what pick did he just go? I didn't even see it.
130. These picks are
he went
flying now.
Okay, so that's Utah?
That's going to the Utah man.
Yeah, Utah.
Okay. Yeah, you're getting a player that it's going to, once again, we're at that stage where every guy is going to be a 5 to 7 year development plan. Once again, teams have been okay with doing that in this draft as long as they're getting size. They're getting at least one trait that they really like, and you have the 6'3", 175, a frame that you can definitely grow into being a 200 plus pound player. You're not getting too much really anywhere. I don't think there's one trait that truly stands out about him.
And so it will be interesting to see with Knights, see what he can end up doing on this stage. At 131, we have Finn Kearns going to Seattle. Any thoughts on a guy like Finn Kearns?
Not for me, no.
So we'll move on to 132 then, and this is one I'm sure we'll have a little bit more discussion on here, is Szymon Katalitsky, a left winger from Czechia. And, I mean, you look at a guy like Katalitsky, a very strong player. We'll start here over with Owen. Thoughts on kind of his game?
He's a big player, I believe, around the 6'3" range, where he's playing in a slower league right now, where the pace, you're not required to have a really high pace of play to excel. So he's going to have to come over to America or North America and play a different style of hockey where he can kind of figure out if his skills are NHL translatable or not.
For sure. Zach, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Owen. Katalitsky at the 6'5", kind of a big, rangy forward. There's some tools that I just kind of wish, he was a lot quicker to be at the pro level. But yeah, we'll just have to see. And I believe he's going to the OHL next season.
We will see there. Andrew, Carson, your thoughts here on Szymon Katalitsky?
This is a great pick. I've been hating on the Flames all day, but I had him ranked 40 overall, and this is a fantastic pick. It's exactly what they needed. They needed a sizable winger who brings a little bit of offense. His defensive game isn't there, but being a bit of a project. He can work on it over the next couple of years and come in probably 2 or 3 years from now and be a solid middle six option if he projects properly.
So it'll be interesting to monitor his career. Katalitsky, a player who I had my eyes set on to see how much higher he could go. But we see him now in this 5th round and 132 overall. Going to the Calgary Flames, and it feels like a pretty good fit in Calgary, seeing another Czech big winger go down there. We'll see what he can end up doing with that. Then we go to 133 with the Edmonton Oilers with Andrew Robinson. Anyone have any opinions on Andrew Robinson?
Not from me, nope.
No confident single viewings of him.
Fair
Me
enough.
either.
Then we go to Morgan Anderberg, who's drafted at 134 to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Any thoughts on a guy like Morgan Anderberg?
He skates well. He can win races to the puck. His body, he's going to have to grow into it because he plays a puck retrieval style where he can be on the forecheck. But when you're playing in the SHL, you still need that size. But when you really come over to North America, that size becomes way, way more important. But he's a good skater. And with Vaxjo, he's going to have a better role next year. So there's some upside to be there.
Yeah, for sure. I have him as a gem, actually. He's a very good two-way winger who skates extremely well. His stick skills are fantastic, and I think he's a very creative forward. But like you had mentioned, his physicality just isn't there, and his positional and awareness, too, can be a little iffy sometimes.
I think he could be a little bit of an underrated distributor, and I think he's good at kind of attacking the middle sometimes. It's just whether or not he can put it all together in the pro level.
And so it'll be interesting to monitor him. Morgan Anderberg going to Tampa Bay at pick 134. As then we will move on to the next one with Alexandre Talefer. We'll start with Owen here. Thoughts on this move by the Winnipeg Jets, taking him at 135?
Yeah, you're not going to expect him to be a shutdown guy if he eventually does make the NHL. Moves the puck at a fairly decent rate. The first pass is pretty solid, but outside of that, you're going to be reaching at straws to get him at the NHL level.
Zach, your thoughts?
I'm afraid I haven't watched that much on Talefer.
And then Carson, your thoughts here?
It's the same with Belial and Villeneuve is the similar player you're getting in Taylor Fleur, smaller, skilled offensive defenseman, pretty agile, great at playmaking, sees the game really well, but his top speed, physicality, and defensive side of his game are just not there. He'll be a bit of a reach to try and get into the NHL one day.
Next up, we have KJ Sauer going to Philadelphia at 136, a U.S. high school product. Owen, you got something for KJ Sauer?
Yeah, I just know the size. He plays like he is 6'3", 200, where he's that power forward. Much more needed away from the puck, but he does have the size and he's got a bit of a motor.
Zach?
I'm afraid Sauer is another one of those guys I've watched limited of.
And so that'll be KJ Sauer going at 136 to the Philadelphia Flyers here. A projectable player, 6'3", 202 pounds is what we have him listed at. Then we go to another very projectable type of player with a goaltender now with Filip Ruzicka. Owen, tell us a little bit more about Ruzicka's game.
Yeah, another guy that fills up the net. It's pretty hard to score on him when the game gets right in front of him because his legs are just so long that you can't really find open spots along the ice. Another kid that's going to need time, but these European goalies, it seems like you might think they need a lot of time, and it ends up being, 2 years they're in the American League and they're looking good, and then they're in the NHL. So a size that I thought he was going to go a lot earlier simply because of the size alone.
Zach, your thoughts here on Ruzicka?
Yeah, Ruzicka is another big goalie that can fill up the net. I do think he does have some kind of raw athleticism with this game, but I mean, I've seen other people really like him, so I think it might be one of those picks where down the line he could pan out.
And then we move to the 138th overall pick, which is Philip Hemier. Any thoughts on him as he continues along here now with Nashville Predators? Understood. As you look at him, 6'1" or 6'2" listed here, 174-pound left shot center. He's also played a little bit on the wing. And so we'll see with the Predators how he's developed. Likely, given his size, probably will end up shifting over to the wing at this point. We'll see whether or not he can get to that point. But now we take a look at 139. It's been a little bit of a while, but we have another pick actually rolling in with Nicholas Bogus, who will be the 139th pick. Zach, get a chance to look at a guy like Nick Bogus here.
I've kind of watched him here and there. I know I think been up and down with the NTDP. I think he's got some solid defensive framework, but I still think he kind of needs a lot of work to be at a pro level.
And then Carson, your thoughts here for a guy like Nick Bogus?
I don't have anything to add, unfortunately. I haven't seen a lot of his game at all.
Owen, your thoughts?
Yeah, another product of an NTDP team, although his time wasn't full there, but it's just there's a lot left. It felt like there wasn't a consistent viewing. I didn't have many where I'm exclusively watching him, but I didn't notice him a lot of times.
That is fair enough. As we get to pick 140, and we'd use this time as a little bit of a collection period. Are there any players that you guys have your eyes still set on from your lists that you might think that would be a really good pickup if they were still available? One of the guys I'm still looking at is a guy like J.C. Lemieux, Jean-Christophe Lemieux, who could very well fall into this range now. Is there any players you guys have your eyes on? Carson, I'll start with you.
I just have Pantelis from Brandon. I have him ranked 47.
I completely forgot about him.
Yeah, he hasn't been drafted yet. A solid defensive defenseman, which there's been quite a few of those going, so he should be going pretty quick.
Yeah. And then Zach, your thoughts? Anyone that you have on your board?
Yeah, one of my friends kind of reminded me. One thing that I think would be interesting is like a Lars Steiner. Very physical.
Hasn't been gone either, yeah.
And yeah, I thought it was really solid at the World Juniors, but I've kind of watched limited since then. But I thought he could have been a guy that could have been at least drafted in the first 3 rounds.
For sure. Owen, your thoughts? Anyone that you have your eyes set on?
I'm still waiting on Philip Novak. I think we've seen a lot of good skaters go so far. I think he also has a bit of a motor. He really struggled with puck battles playing against men. It really didn't go well for him. But if teams are willing to bet on him figuring that part of his game, I think the skating is there, and he thinks the game at a decent level.
Yeah, one of the guys I'm keeping my eyes on here is, and I just lost the name. Where did it go? Emil Sabi Jakobsen from Norway, who we've seen at a few of the tournaments as well. He's the guy I'm keeping my eyes on here as another guy who's kind of a bigger type, defensive type role. And so he could be a real good asset, kind of playing a lower bottom 6 type of minutes if he eventually does scale out to what he could be. So we'll see who ends up going here at pick 140 for the New Jersey Devils, starting to feel like there might be some kind of action going on with this pick.
Seems like it.
As we will send it over to Mike.
Hey guys, Colorado's acquiring the 140 pick in the NHL draft for 2 other picks. I believe it's 149 and 2, might be in the 200s somewhere. Not quite sure, but Colorado is on the clock now.
And so Colorado will go to the clock at 140 here. Will be interesting to see who they have in mind as they do trade up for this pick. We'll see who they end up deciding to go with to this point. Anyone that you guys think, based on Colorado's needs right now, they might be trading up for? Carson, any thoughts?
No, probably a defenseman with what they've been taking this draft, but it could be really anyone.
Probably the best way to look at it. I mean, I don't think this is the spot for him, but when are we going to see Alexander Karmenov hear his name? It's not very often that you get, a Victor Wembanyama of the NHL, a 7-footer. So, I mean, I'm just waiting to hear his name. I don't know if he's going to play a single game in the NHL, but I just want to see him. I don't think he's there, but seeing him walk on stage would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think
And
it'll be a
so-
7th round
Mhm.
risk for that.
Probably, yeah.
If I had
And
like
so
a
with
spare
that
second
pick,
rounder, I would've
the
taken the
Colorado
chance.
Avalanche will take Cole Tumanaro. Any thoughts there for this kind of player?
Not from me, no.
College guy. He's
Mhm.
older. Not college yet, but plays a physical brand of hockey. I have it pulled up right now. 148 penalty minutes last year. Going to Cornell. He's going to hurt you from what I have seen.
Zach, any thoughts?
Yeah, I've not watched enough of him to say anything.
As next up, we have for the New York Islanders with Vladimir Drevetsky, who's another kind of interesting product here. Owen, we'll go over to you here. What are your thoughts on the New York Islanders taking up a guy like Vladimir Drevetsky?
Yeah, someone that I definitely saw going a bit earlier in a bit of a weird spot. I thought he was going to be a first rounder going into this year where he could, he's that two-way presence. He can move the puck, make the first pass. It seemed like his game kind of stayed the same on a really stacked Brantford team where he kind of fell to the wayside. He wasn't a play driver very often. He wasn't a consistent shutdown guy where they can have him munch minutes consistently, but I still think a solid player that has tiny bits of everything.
Carson, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm surprised he fell. I had him going around earlier than this. I think he's pretty well-rounded and does a little bit of everything pretty well, but his skating needs to improve. He got to get a little more physical. I don't like his shooting that much, but there is potential here in this player for sure.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see. Vladimir Drevetsky going at 141 feels like he kind of fell down the boards a little bit. Question for both of you, either one of you guys can take it here. What is one of those underrated attributes about a guy like Drevetsky that you might see and wonder how he got left for so long?
Rush defense, I think, even though he's not a super long guy, I think he does a good job of, even if he's not breaking up the play, he'll slow it down to allow his back checkers to be there and be a part of the play.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's actually what I have in my notes here. Is he's a very good at defending the rush and controlling the puck.
And so there you have it. Vladimir Drevetsky going 141 to the New York Islanders here. So we'll see kind of what ends up shaking out to be there. Then you go for the Columbus Blue Jackets here, who will take Parker Snell, who's a goaltender, 6'1", 176, with the Edmonton Oil Kings. Any viewings you guys have on him?
Nothing confident.
Unfortunately not, no.
It appears that Zach might be having some technical difficulties here. But then we go to the next guy with Beckham Edwards. Any thoughts on a guy like Beckham Edwards here?
I expected a lot more out of him coming into this year. I got to watch him a good amount the previous season, and I saw a player that was strong in his own end, a good passer, could push the play in transition. And I didn't see much improvement. I still think he has a little bit of the two-way game, most of that because I think he is fairly strong on his skates and he has good balance, but the offensive game really didn't stand out throughout the year. And there's not enough of a B game to be kind of excited about this pick.
Yeah, I think he's a bulldog for sure. He plays with compete and grit, and you see it every shift. Every time he steps on the ice, he plays with immense amounts of compete and hustle. He's not afraid to get to the dirty areas, especially in front of the net for some garbage goals. But his skating and stride isn't the greatest, and defensively, he just doesn't really bring it all the time.
And then next up, we have Brian McFadden going 144 to the Washington Capitals. Bit of a relatively unknown player here that does also kind of feel a little bit off the board in a little bit of a way. You look at him, kind of just the overall type of player that he could be. And it's an interesting setup there. 6'4". He's been listed as high as 6'5". And so you have him, Brian McFadden, going here. Either Owen or Zach, any thoughts here on a guy like Brian McFadden going to Washington at 144?
I like the right shot, tall D-man.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's always difficult to turn down the size, especially on the back end. But then the next one we will go to here, and a bit of an interesting player is one that I'm sure you guys want to talk about quite a bit, with Verdi Svensk going to the LA Kings here at 145. Owen, I know this is a guy you've had circled. Thoughts on the Kings going out and getting him?
I think when you're at this point in the draft, you are looking for either great size and physical traits, or you're looking for some skill. And I think from the back end, you do get skill. It probably won't translate to too much at the next level, but he moves the puck well, and I guess this is a really small factor, but he has hard, snappy passes that can get through traffic, and it's fairly consistent in that. There's not too much outside of that.
Carson, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Like at this point, you're basically taking either skill or size or a positional need, and this is definitely a skill pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they use him as a trade trip later, but they're really just banking on his skating and his ability to carry the puck and move around like he does in whichever league he plays in. In the pro league, at the pro level in North America. But I'm surprised he went to LA. I don't really think they need him that much, which is why I think he's a trade piece. But this is a pretty good pick for LA for value you're getting at this position.
And then we will go to Eric Brassard, who will be drafted here by the Anaheim Ducks at 146. Any thoughts on a guy like Eric Brassard?
I wish I could find my Notre Dame hat right now, but he's committed there for the 27-28 season. A tall shutdown guy that no nonsense in the middle of the ice. He's shutting the play down, keeps it to the outside. That's a lot of what his game is he's able to slow the play down in his rush defense. And then he's decently physical, but it's more of his defensive traits that make him a shutdown guy versus him being overly physical than anything.
Right. And then, Zach, any word on Eric Brassard, Verdi Svensk? I think that was all that we had. Moving on to Lucan Huff, who will go on to now, not Lucan Huff. It will be Florent Houle. Owen, any thoughts on him going to Utah?
Yeah, another decent skater, 5'11", 191. Doesn't bring too much from size, but he's going to be a 200-pound player at the pro level. You got to wait a little bit. I don't know too much about how consistent he is with his play, but from what I do know is you're getting someone that you need another trait to hang on to for him.
Carson, any word on Houle?
I don't have any, no.
Okay. And then we move along here to Lucan Huff, who will be going to the Seattle Kraken. Any thoughts on the Huff edition?
I don't know.
Yeah, not in my notes either here. And then as the picks continue to flow along here, it feels like they are certainly ramping up in pace. We have another guy, Daniil Ruzakovic. It's too late in the day for these Russian names. Any thoughts on this guy? Goaltender, 6'4", 188 pounds from Belarus. Currently playing out in Russia Junior League right now.
No, I don't. But there's been so many goalies. I'm surprised.
Been a lot of goalies today. Yeah, Definitely testing the depths of that. So we'll see what ends up shaking out there. Then we have at 150, we have Carter Stevens, who's a right winger, 6'2", currently playing with the Guelph Storm, going to St. Louis. Any thoughts here?
Decent size, not too much to his offensive game. I believe he played center and wing with Guelph.
Yeah.
Didn't play too large of a role with them, but they asked him to be there on the forecheck, to be there defensively, which is it is a part of his game. I wouldn't say it's entirely great, but he's also, when he does have the puck, he makes some good plays in space, but when the game tightens up, he normally defers.
Carson, your
Yeah,
thoughts?
I'd have to agree with Owen. He's pretty much just a generating energy generator for his team. He has quick skates. He has a great top speed. Defensively, he uses the stick really well. I think his offensive IQ is better than most, but he doesn't translate it that well into generating offensive chances against. But the biggest thing with me is his effort. He is definitely a floater type of player. He doesn't really engage when he doesn't have the puck, so his consistency would be a huge issue for me.
And Zach, your thoughts?
I'm afraid I've also had kind of limited viewings of him, or little notes.
It's all right. As we go to pick 151 now, the Ottawa Senators will pick up Harris Pangretich from the Sioux Greyhounds. Zach, any thoughts on this guy?
Other than that, he has a nice name. I don't know.
Owen, your thoughts?
He's kind of the complete opposite player of his teammate Chase Reed, where Chase is that offensive driver, whereas you're getting a guy that plays defense, who slows down the rush, who, again, no nonsense in the middle of the ice. He'll tie up sticks. He's there. Those little tiny details are decent, but some decent micros, but not a lot of great macro.
For sure. And then Carson, your thoughts?
He didn't make my list, unfortunately.
As we'll move it along here to Teddy Leshner, the defenseman out of Holy Angels, which is a high school in Minnesota, who will be going to the Colorado Avalanche here. Any thoughts on him?
No.
I got him as a gem. He's similar to Jonas Kemps and Braden Klimke in the way that he's a solid two-way defenseman. He can excel in pretty much any situation. He has skating that helps him do pretty much anything he needs to do. He has immense poise with the puck. That's probably the biggest thing in his game. He doesn't get worried or feels any pressure when pressured by opponents. He always tries to make the best play available to him, and his hockey IQ is through the roof. But again, I think his physicality and strength are the two biggest things he needs to work on.
For sure. As we shift on to another player who I know you guys have been waiting on for a little bit now, Georgos Pantelis. And any thoughts here as he has been selected now?
Gio's a good player. He has good size. He played a role. He understood that he was a shutdown guy who his offense is going to come from the blue line of him making a simple pass, which he actually does do a good job of making just the right play. He doesn't do too much with the puck. He's not overly creative, but he just makes smart and simple plays.
Carson, your thoughts, honey?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. He's just a solid defensive defenseman. He knows his role. He plays it well. He brings physicality to a lineup. He stands up for his teammates. From what I've heard, he's a great leader in Brandon. So hopefully that can translate to his pro game. But I'm really surprised he fell this far, and to LA too.
For sure. Zach, any thoughts on Pantelis going here at 153 to LA?
Yeah, I really like shutdown abilities, like you guys said. Very aggressive. I see a kind of a limited upside once again with these shutdown type of defensemen, but overall, I think this is kind of what a Kings pick would look like. And I thought he would kind of go in I think around the third or fourth roundish.
That'll be interesting to see there for Pantelis, who will go to the LA Kings here at 153. Then we go to Tampa here at 154 with Cooper Solar. Any thoughts on him?
Not for me, unfortunately.
So, okay, then we go to Ryan Brown, who's just been drafted by the Dallas Stars here. Who's a London Knight. Any thoughts on Ryan Brown going to the Dallas Stars at 155?
I liked his game going into this year. Another one of those OHL guys where it just seemed they didn't really build too much off of their game. He played a really supportive role with London, and he took a bit of a step back in his game where he does have some skill. I think he understands the game. He's not overly physical. He's not overly engaged defensively, but I think he just has some pieces that you can kind of be excited about. And of course, Dallas gets a guy that I think could end up being an NHL player at this range.
Yeah, I'll also add in there, I'm kind of surprised that Ryan Brown's the first one kind of outside of that first round London Knights group to go. Wasselin and Van Dieven, I don't believe have gone to this point.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm kind of surprised there to see Ryan Brown be the first London Knight to be off the board here. But still, Ryan Brown going to the Dallas Stars at pick 155. And then we have a little bit more of an interesting type of player here, and one that is definitely a unique one, and one that we might actually get to use. With Domen Songoth, who's a Hungarian-born player. We'll get some thoughts going around here. If anyone has any that they want to kind of jump in here. Owen, we can start with you.
Yeah, limited viewings on him, but what I did gather is that he's not massive, but he does use the size that he does have in the middle of the ice and along the half wall. I believe skating is something that you want to see improvement on for him, but once again, we're at the 5th round where there's going to be clear deficiencies in players.
Zach, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting pick right here in the 5th round for Buffalo. I view him more as like a solid two-way center. He has some smart capabilities, and also he does have the one huge drawback in his game is his heavy feet, but he also has some professional experience as I believe he played a World Championships last year for Hungary and also this year. So I mean, yeah, we'll see where he can go from here.
Carson?
Yeah, he's a great two-way playmaking center, sorry. I think the biggest thing in his game is his puck control and protection. He's great at defending the puck against his opponents, using his body to box out opponents and carry the puck in the zone on his own. He's an extremely confident player, and that shows when he's playing in the professional leagues in Europe. And his acceleration, even though his skating isn't that great, his acceleration is one of the main good things about his skating for sure.
And I also want to pull up this card, which was made by Michael, who's sitting in the back here, for kind of what he kind of rated him. And it was a bit of an interesting rating system here. Once again, Songoth going to the Buffalo Sabres. Had a skating rating of 7. These are all out of 10. Compete level of 9, which is probably one of his best attributes. Physical as well. Kind of goes on to say that he's a quick two-way player with a strong shot. Loves to battle. Not afraid to hit or get hit. He does have a lot of flaws. His IQ and decision-making need a lot of improvement, and his hands struggle to keep up with his speed. However, you can't deny he's a gifted in battling for the puck in the corner, and his relentlessness will make any coach happy to have them on their team, which I think is pretty similar to what we have said so far here for Songoth, who will be going to the Buffalo Sabres here, the hosts of the draft, at pick 156. Then we go to the London Knights stream, I guess, is about to continue here with Jacob Van Dieven going to the Boston Bruins here at pick 157. Thoughts here on Van Dieven going here?
You bring more size to a team that clearly has always valued that. You're not getting a whole lot of upside here. You're getting someone that could maybe become a matchup guy in the long run where you're not expecting to get a lot of offense or really even puck touches that you like. You're getting someone that will fight for the puck in net front position.
And so there you have it, 157th overall for the Boston Bruins. Van Dieven will go there from the London Knights, as well as their GOHL team from there. So interesting there to see kind of how the London Knights have now kind of gone 2 picks of the last 3, potentially a third one coming here with Waskland. We'll see what the Leafs end up deciding to do with their pick, and they will go with Cooper Williams with their pick here. And so we'll see kind of how that pick goes. Anyone have any thoughts on a guy like Cooper Williams?
He's not my favorite, that's for sure. I think he could be a decent playmaker in the NHL, but he is a long way to go. His work ethic is probably one of the lowest in the entire class, in my opinion. I just really do not like his game, unfortunately.
A very simplistic game, I guess, is the best way to put it. He's not overly creative, but I think he has some nice hands, some decent ability to kind of separate. But outside of that, there's not too many redeeming factors.
Zach, thoughts?
I thought it looked a little bit interesting before the season, but like you guys said, I think he's sometimes laid back a little bit, but I do see some flashes of skill here and there, and with this playmaking. But I think it's a little bit on the lower side, and I do believe he's also going to North Dakota, so I think that's also interesting to watch.
And so there you have it. Cooper Williams going at 158, the 30th pick of this 5th round to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Then you have Will McLaughlin going to the Vegas Golden Knights here. Any thoughts on Will McLaughlin?
He's steady. He's reliable. He's a great skater. He's lacking some strength. His consistency in his passing is pretty bad. But other than that, he could be a solid bottom pair guy. He'll need some time to develop, though, for sure.
For sure, as we will send it over to Michael, who has some news for us.
Hey guys, quick trade update. Pittsburgh trades for the pick 160 from Nashville for a 2028 5th round pick. So 5th swaps.
And so there you have it. Pittsburgh will move into pick 160 coming up here. We will see who they decide to go with. This will be the last pick of this 5th round with 2 more rounds to go here in this draft. Starting to feel the pace of these picks really picking up. And obviously with this point in the draft, you kind of have a guy who you're kind of waiting on your list. And so we'll see here who that guy might be for some of these teams. The Penguins, though, trading up for 160. Are there any players you guys think, based on the needs of this Penguins team, they might be looking at? Carson, I'll start with you.
I'm not really sure what they would need based on what's left available. Maybe Kasper Justavara Carlson. That would be a nice pick for them. Small winger. Not a whole lot else for me, though.
And the Penguins will draft a goaltender, Matvei Nikanovic, for Pittsburgh here, trading up to get their guy. Any thoughts on Nikanovic?
Belarusian, Russian, they produce good goalies, so I'll put the trust in there.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I see here with Nikanovic is the potential for growth. Currently 6'1", 150 pounds, a lot of room to kind of fill out here.
Holy.
So we'll see what he can end up kind of growing himself into. I'll be honest, when I first made the graphic for this one, I thought it was a typo. I had to double check it twice before putting it in, but officially listed as well on the NHL.com website as 6'1", 150 pounds. And so we'll see for him what happens when he eventually fills out. Feels like a Kyle Dubas kind of pick. A lot of upside here with this Belarusian goaltender. But that'll do it for round 5 of the 2026 NHL Entry Draft. Initial thoughts kind of so far throughout here. Any kind of takeaways you have from what has been 5 kind of heavy drafts, really? You got a bunch of guys who are bigger players, still waiting on one, Alexander Karmenov, as well as a few kind of smaller guys who I think still have quite a ways to go. Any initial thoughts?
There's no trend right now, because normally in previous years, there's like a trend of players that start to fall. Whether a couple of years ago, it was the undersized wingers or the undersized defensemen, which they did fall this year, but not nearly as extreme as in previous years, like where Adam Banach falls as far as he did. but there's no real trend right now, which is a little bit odd. You're seeing a lot of the tall puck movers have already pretty much, they're all gone now. The shutdown guys are starting to go. We're getting the forwards with just pure like grit and motor. So there's no real exact takeaway so far, except that it seems like teams are just going BPA all over the board.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, you agree with that? Kind of best player available for most of this, and or so often you see one positional?
Yeah, I feel like I thought there would be other guys who would fall a bit later, but yeah, overall, I think teams are picking the best player available.
We are going to send it over to Michael, who has some news for us.
All right, guys, another trade. The Leafs have moved to pick 161 to Vancouver for Ottawa's 5th from 2027, which they acquired earlier this week, I believe, for the rights of Everson. Back to you.
And so the Leafs clearly have a player in mind that they're looking at right now at pick 161. Toronto moving up with Vancouver there. Anyone that you guys think could potentially be that guy for the Leafs that they're looking at?
Still waiting for Philip Novak's name to get called. I don't know if that's the kind of guy that they're aiming at right now, but I see a good skater with some decent hockey sense, and I just feel like that should be someone they target.
They should just be picking whoever is best available on their list. So
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see where they go.
And so they have gone with Yaroslav Fedosayev, a defenseman from Russia, 6'1", 187 pounds. Any thoughts there?
He's not what Vetri's fence would have been, but he's quite the opposite. He's physically inclined. He's great at defending the rush. He loves throwing the body around, something that with the Brandon Carlo trade happening, the Toronto Maple Leafs might want a little bit in the future. But I think he lacks a little bit of urgency, top speed, and his passing game is not that great.
Owen, thoughts?
I don't have too much on him. I have heard that he could grow more. I don't know if that's entirely true, but if that's the case, if he grows to 6'3", that'd be very interesting.
Zach, any thoughts for a guy like Yaroslav Fedosayev?
I'm afraid I don't have any. I remember people were talking about he could be intriguing earlier in the year. Well, other than that, I've barely watched him.
And so there you have it. Yaroslav Fedosayev going 161 after the Leafs trade up to get him right there for that pick. Then we go to 162 with Andre Mondeau. Any thoughts on him?
Not from me, no.
Nope. So 162 going to the New York Rangers will be Andre Mondeau. Then at 163, you have Darian Anderson, a right winger, 6'3", 196-pound OHL, plays with Flint. Any thoughts on Darian Anderson?
Not from me, no.
Nope, but I do have some thoughts on this Leaf. Have you guys seen this Leafs fan they've continuously showed on the broadcast and they now have on the desk? I just keep looking over whenever it's around the time for the Leafs, and he has his clipboard out, and he's I guess he has a big board on that clipboard, and they have him on the broadcast now. I've been laughing every time I see him.
Then we go to 164 with Bode Leyland. Any thoughts on Bode Leyland, USHL Tri-City player?
Fortunately not, no.
I think he's a bit of an interesting skater. That's what I've kind of got out of him.
And then we have Zachary Jovanovski going to the Carolina Hurricanes here at 165. Any thoughts on Zachary Jovanovski?
Nope.
Nothing. A goaltender there for the Carolina Hurricanes at 165, 6'3", goaltender currently playing with the Guelph Storm, which means at least he's a relatively qualified goaltender. So we'll see what he can become into the future. Then we go to Seattle with a player who I'm actually really excited about here with Ola Palma. And for him, we saw him at the U18s, a bit of an underrated type of player too, I may add. I'm excited to see what he can bring. Anyone else have any thoughts on a guy like Ola Palma?
Yeah, another Vax Joe guy that I think has decent size and can move the puck a little bit. Has that a little bit of a two-way ability to his game. Nothing special here, but something that you can at least see. You can kind of see a role potentially in the NHL.
Carson, thoughts?
Didn't get a chance to see him, unfortunately.
Zach?
Me too.
And so we'll see what he can develop into. 6'1", 198 pounds. And we'll see what he can end up becoming. Really excited to see what he can do, though. Quite a bit of. Oh, I see what you're saying now. The Leafs fans actually on the broadcast. Yeah. What the heck? As they're showing they're about to show what was actually on his thing. I think everyone's starting to get to that point in the draft where it's people are starting to kind of definitely fetch for some content. Next up, we have an interesting name, Landon Haffley. Any thoughts on him, Green Bay Gambler?
I really like him, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see many, I don't have many viewings, but when I did see them, I don't know if he was playing or not because I just didn't notice him.
That's fair, yeah. I think he's a pretty good transition skater and play controller. He is great. He's a good skater. He can pass the puck. He can control the puck and play. He's uses dangerous speed to create pressure on his opponents, but there is some consistency in his compete where there's a little bit of, I don't know if you're going to show up every game, every shift even. So that would be my worry in his game for sure.
And Zach, any thoughts here for Landon Haffley?
Yes, I agree with Carson. I've been a huge fan of his skating, and I do think some of his, I think he does have some underrated physical capabilities, but yeah, I just want to see better consistency out of him.
And then another guy who I actually really do like the pick, a little bit of an underrated player with a little bit of potential we could see as well with Vilho Van Hantalo. We saw at the U18s as well. He'll be drafted by the Florida Panthers here at pick number 168. Any thoughts on Van Hantalo?
He has a great release. He's physical. His hockey or offensive IQ is there, but he does lack explosiveness in his skating. His defensive zone poise when he gets pressured with the puck on his stick in his own zone is pretty bad. But other than that, he has good potential for sure. I had him super high up on my list.
Yeah, I did as well. Surprising to see him go this low, too, I may add. But we will see. Who else is still to come at this draft? Lars Steiner, to answer someone's question in the chat here.
Yeah.
No Lars Steiner yet. Still no one. Still not to be found as of this point. We will see whether or not he will get the call at some point today. Then we go to Toronto, and Toronto will draft Brody Papoy. Any thoughts on Brody Papoy?
Not for me.
I was watching some of his clips the other night. He looked good from what I could tell off the highlight reel, which always doesn't tell the full story, but definitely has some skill, nice hands, and able to take a shot every so often. So we'll see what he can do with Toronto. Should be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So we wait for pick 170. A good time to remind everyone to please smash that like button if you have not already. As well, hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell if you have not already. It does help the channel out a ton as we await here pick 170 from the Boston Bruins, who will see who they end up taking here. Should be interesting at pick 170. Oh, and there it goes. Zach, you'll be super happy on this one. It's only taken all day.
Oh, yes.
We got there.
Yes.
I'm going to go to, who do I want to pick on this time? Kidding. Talk about Roberto Henriquez for me.
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of Roberto Henriquez all year. Like I said, I think I watched him at, I first watched him at last year's Holinka, and I thought it was really interesting. He also has an interesting story. Played a couple of games in the NAHL last year, and Yeah, he did get called up to the USHL, but kind of struggled a little bit. Yeah, obviously a 6-0 goalie, which a little bit on the shorter end, but one thing that really sticks out to me is the way he like moves post to post. I think it's pretty swift, and also like I think he kind of remains calm when the walls are crashing down. Like when there's a lot of traffic in net, I feel like his form is pretty intact, and I think he's also a little bit underrated at watching the puck at sometimes. So he's also recently a Boston College commit as well. So I think it's a great place for him to develop further on, and I think he's an underrated goalie prospect in this draft.
Anyone else have any thoughts on Roberto Henriquez?
I think limited viewings. I didn't watch a lot of Green Bay, or really can't remember the last time I would have watched them. It would have been in the first half of the year. I do remember him from the Helenka, and I always like goalies that will battle in their crease and they don't really give up on plays, and I think he does that very well.
For sure. And the other interesting thing to note is with the Bruins already having quite a few goaltenders on their backside, they have now drafted 2 goaltenders at this draft between rounds 2 to 7, or at least day 2 at least, where you look at it and there's definitely going to become another logjam for them. They just lost a guy like Brandon Bussey to the Carolina Hurricanes, who ended up kind of helping them towards that Stanley Cup. And so for the Bruins, a bit of an interesting take there. Then the next guy we'll talk about going to the St. Louis Blues will be Lars Steiner. Who wants to kick us off for this one?
Okay. 5'9", not going to give you an insane amount of size, but he can score. He has good puck skill and he does work. I don't think it's shift to shift that he's going to work, but I've seen there's times where he's flying around the ice full of energy and can throw a guy into a boards. It might not do too much, but he sometimes will show the effort and he has the puck skill to kind of make plays when he does force turnovers.
Zach, thoughts on Lars Steiner?
One thing that always stuck out to me was the physicality and sometimes the intensity he can bring. I know he's obviously 5'9", but I think he also had some underrated skill at some points as well, like what Owen said. I think he should have been drafted a little bit higher, but either way, I think this is kind of a steal right here for the Blues.
Kirsten?
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of both what Owen and Zach said. I think St. Louis is having an incredible day too. This guy probably fell right into their lap, similar to some of their other picks today, and he's an excellent transition player. He's great playmaking. He does bring compete, but like Owen said, it's not every shift. There is times where it's so-and-so and other times where he's on his A game, but if he can find that consistency in his game, improve his shooting a little bit, and work on the defensive aspects of his game, this is a fantastic pick for St. Louis here.
Yeah, and we got to see a little bit of him at the World Junior Tournament, which I thought he played really well, especially kind of on a Swiss team that wasn't expected to do all that much at the tournament. A big part to that team, and especially when you consider that their U18 team was just relegated 2 years ago. Then they got stuck with Belarus coming back into the U18 level for next year's tournament. We'll see for the Swiss how much longer it will take to get their U18 program back from the Division 1A level. Should be interesting there. But then we go to the next player up on the board, which will be Luke Wilfley. Any thoughts on Luke Wilfley, a Portland Winterhawk?
Not from me, no.
Nope. Okay, then we'll go to the next player, which is Artyom Matyuk. Any thoughts on him going at 173 to the New York Islanders here?
Not for him either.
Nope. Zach?
Yeah, I got limited. I'm not sure about him.
Okay, and then we got Jake Gustafsson, 6'3", 186-pound center out of Portland as well. Any thoughts on him going to the San Jose Sharks here at pick 174?
I see him as a fourth-line winger. He'll bring the energy. He'll drive the net. He has a bit of good skating in him as well, but he lacks that offensive IQ and hockey IQ in general. Like, he positions himself poorly quite often. He doesn't really have that much high-end skill, and he really just relies on his teammates to do a lot of the heavy lifting, in my opinion.
Zach, any thoughts?
I don't know if I've got a little, not that much.
Oh, and any thoughts on the last few picks? Luke Wilfley, Artem Matyuk, or Jake Gustafson?
With Gustafson, I think there's some more speed available. I like his skating stride. So if he can just start generating a bit more power from it, he's a pretty strong guy. And I'm pretty confident that if he can get a solid like stride in space, that he could be a pretty good skater. But outside of that, I don't see many traits that scream NHL.
So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with his new team, the San Jose Sharks. Then we go over to Finland with Luka Arko. Any impressions on him?
It's a good pick for San Jose. Smart power forward. He brings compete. He can skate. His IQ is pretty good, but offensively, he doesn't bring a whole lot. Physically, he doesn't bring a whole lot. So you're banking on the fact that he can be a solid defensive bottom six forward for you in the future.
Yeah, so
I can't really say too much more from that. Yeah.
Zach, any impressions on Luka Arko?
I think he's a solid forechecker. That's about it I've got from him. He's also pretty big, obviously at 6'3". Should be an interesting bottom six forward.
It will be interesting for sure. Then we have Lucien Bernat, who we saw as well at the U18s. Thoughts on Lucien Bernat?
I think there's more to his physical frame that he could use consistently, where I think he's a decent player. A lot of the guys we're talking about right now, they all have little pieces of different things, but if he can use his size at an elite level, I think he has enough other little traits to potentially be something.
Yeah, he's likely going to be another bottom six guy who, like you said, he doesn't have that much physicality or consistency in his game right now, but he can skate. He's smart. His playmaking is pretty good. And to have him fall down to 176, I had him at like 80, 90-ish. But being one of the Tapara guys that fell this far is pretty good for Vancouver to pick him up.
Yeah, and there you have him, Lucien Bernat at pick 176 here, going to the Vancouver Canucks. Then we go on to Alex Kostov, who I really like as a player too. We've seen him take a pretty big stride this year with the LA Kings. Any thoughts on Alex Kostov?
The size is good. He produced better this year. The goals were there. There was some real offensive play that you could kind of sit back and think, okay, there's a skill set to potentially play in the NHL. He's an older guy, yet again, a June 06 birthday. So you're banking on him maybe becoming something quick. There's no NCAA commitment right now, so maybe he's going back to Flint for another year where he was an assistant captain. So I think you just got to wait and see what his future in a different hockey market would look like outside of the CHL.
Any other thoughts on Alex Kostov?
Not from me, no.
Okay, then we will move along here to a goaltender with Gleb Peshkov. And this is a guy who I've heard quite a bit about from our goaltending expert here at Draft Prospects Hockey and JF Ryu. And he's been very high on Peshkov. So a goaltender out of Russia as well. 6'2", 183, but has a lot of kind of the traits you want to see, some good athleticism. And we'll see here for a guy like Peshkov what he can do with his new team, the Anaheim Ducks. Other than that, anyone have any thoughts on a guy like Gleb Peshkov?
Not from me.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next one with the Nashville Predators taking Benjamin Cassette-Ayotte. Any thoughts here?
I love this for Nashville. He's a huge physical defenseman. He's super aggressive when people are coming in on him on his own zone. He loves to challenge the blue line. His transition passing is pretty good for a guy of his size. Same with his puck control. But again, it's consistency, his decision-making, and his hockey IQ that made him fall probably this far down the draft.
Anyone else have any other thoughts on Benjamin Cassette-Ayotte? And we will move it along here to Caden Harvey, who is a right wing listed. He's also played a little bit of center with the Windsor Spitfires. Any thoughts on Caden Harvey here going to the Edmonton Oilers at pick 180?
It's funny because going into the draft, I thought he would be an Oiler. Not with the way he plays. It just feels like a pick that a pick that I wanted the Oilers to make. But he's a good transition player. He has good top speed. Defensively, he's pretty solid as well. He can control the puck pretty well as well. And then again, consistency and details in his game just make him fall this far down the list.
Any other thoughts on Caden Harvey? And we move it along here to the Florida Panthers taking Cole Zurowski, and we do have a Notre Dame hat sitting on our thing now with Cole Zurowski. Owen, would you like to talk about him?
I think he's a decent player. I'm more excited about the Irish factor, but I think he has a pretty solid stride and he can score goals. He maybe needs more in the motor department, but a decent player that will need likely an entire college career.
Let me see.
Zach, anything to add there for Cole Zurowski?
I'm afraid I've only little notes on him.
I think he's a pest. He can play physically. His playmaking is good. He has good patience with the puck. Defensively, there's a little bit more that you would want out of him. Same with his skating, too. His top speed isn't the greatest.
And there you have it. Cole Zurowski, drafted at pick 181 to the Florida Panthers. We'll see what he can end up doing there. Then we move to 182, which is another player we've heard a little bit about with Antoni Uronen, who's currently playing with HIFK out in Finland. Thoughts on Uronen here, the Columbus Blue Jacket pick at 182?
Nothing from me.
From what I know, he's a defensive guy. That's what you're kind of drafting him to be. They like their Finns over there. So I think the pick just simply makes sense.
I would agree, especially with having some of that style already in place, would fit well over in Columbus, and a good pick up there for Columbus. There's Antoni Uronen. We'll go over to Columbus at pick 182. Then we go to Alexander Grunin, who will be drafted to the Ottawa Senators here at pick 183. Any thoughts on Grunin going here?
Not from me.
So a 6'3" left shot defender, 176 pounds, some room to grow there. We'll see what he can turn into for the Ottawa Senators. Feels a little bit as well like so Anton Zub, which Zub was it that ended up getting picked by Ottawa back a few years back. So feels like a kind of Ottawa type pick. Zach, have something to add there for Grunin?
I've seen a little bit where he's kind of limiting space defensively, and he's good at, I think, blocking shots and doing everything a defensive defenseman would do.
And then next up we have Samuel Eriksson, who will be going to the Vancouver Canucks at pick 184. Thoughts on Samuel Eriksson?
Nope.
He's tall.
What's not to like about a 6'6" left shot? We'll see what he can end up doing. Zach, anything to add there?
Nothing much.
Okay, then we'll move it along to Jonas Wu, who will be the next pick up, going to the Columbus Blue Jackets here at pick 185. Anyone have anything to add here about Jonas Wu?
Another older guy. He's going the college route. He's going to Arizona State next year. He honestly lit up the WHL this year. 86 points, 29 goals in 56 games. There's obviously some clear deficiencies when he's in his own end. He struggles to retrieve the puck against bigger defenders. He can make a solid first pass, and he's very creative with the puck. Sometimes it's not great how he will overdo things with the puck at times, but I don't mind him in this range because you can kind of just bet on him maybe growing a little bit when he goes to Arizona State, and maybe he learns a new B game.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add. I don't have a report on him, unfortunately, but I think he benefited from the fact that he played on a fantastic Medicine
Yeah.
Hat team all year. But betting on his skill and his playmaking and his skating, it's not a bad bet for a 6th-round pick here.
Mhm.
Well done. Zach, anything to add?
It's just pretty nice to see him get drafted. I guess like you guys said, he's kind of very creative with the puck. Kind of got he's got kind of a silky touch, skating wise, and that being a 5'9" defenseman is going to be a hurdle he needs to overcome.
Yeah.
Pro level.
Absolutely. And then we go to pick 186 to the Tampa Bay Lightning here with Stepan Sherigan, who's another goaltender based out of Russia, who now playing with Saginaw in the OHL, kind of a dual citizen there. So thoughts on Sherigan, the goaltender here, 6'5", 207 out of Saginaw.
Nothing.
Big goaltenders, big Russian goaltenders can never complain.
Can't go wrong.
Zach, any thoughts?
Nothing much.
Fair enough. Then we'll go on to the one guy who I am very high on, which is
Mhm.
Anton Emil Vilde Larson, shortened to Anton Vilde. And you look at Vilde, what he's done with the Danish national program. He's been a huge part to their team over the last few years at their under program. U20s, he's been a big part there. We just saw, of course, the Danes end up getting relegated at this past World Junior tournament, which was unfortunate for them. But Vilde playing in a very kind of unfamiliar spot. The U18 tournament, he had a big one there as well. He was a guy I had circled as one that could very well earn some draft stock at this most recent U18 tournament. He did a really good job there, and was a guy who I thought really took that next step. Anyone else have anything else to add about Anton Emil Vilde Larson?
I thought Vilde Larson was at some points Denmark's MVP at those tournaments. So he's another guy who's faced a ton of shots as well, and I think he sort of held up his own. And yeah, this is a nice bet you can take.
Absolutely, it is. And so, a high upside guy, a guy who we've seen kind of put teams on his back in the past, and another Danish goaltender going into the system for the Dallas Stars here with Anton Emil Vilde Larson, drafted to the Dallas Stars here at pick 187. Then we go to Buffalo, back to the hosts of this NHL draft with Dylan Dumont. Any thoughts on Dylan Dumont?
I know he scores.
Let's say definitely more of an offensively minded player out of the queue. Playing with Drummondville. Let's see what he can get up to here. Zach, anything to add there?
Yeah, nothing much.
Then we'll move it along here to pick 189 with Parker Trottier. Owen, what do you got for me?
The hat's back. Another Notre Dame guy for the 2027-28 season. He's an Energizer bunny. I've said that about a couple guys now, but that's really what he is. He's going to play with some pace with and without the puck. He'll attack. He will be a bit of a pest at times. He's in the corner. He's always a part of the play. He's not going to win every puck battle, but he's always going to be in there at least.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He is extremely competitive, but he does not like to lose. So he is one of those guys that will go out there and give it his all every shift. I find him extremely versatile. He plays 200 feet. His skating is pretty good. His hockey IQ is pretty good, but I don't know how much more offensive upside there is in his game, and it's going to take a few years for him to develop into a player that I want him to become.
Absolutely. Zach, anything to add there for Parker Trottier?
Yeah, I agree with what Carson said. I think he's good at kind of chasing down pucks. He can be physical. He's got some skill. I don't know if I'm just sold on his offensive upside though.
Yeah, fair enough. He is also the grandson of Hall of Famer Brian Trottier as well. And so Parker Trottier will be heading to Montreal at pick 189 here. Then we go to pick 190 here, another Habs pick. They had the back-to-back. That pick for Montreal went from Colorado, Ottawa, LA, and now Montreal, who will use it to take Wesley Royston. Any thoughts here?
Big guy, powerful stride, can skate decently well. Outside of that, very minimal.
He's good at creating energy. His straight line speed is pretty good. Physicality is probably his best asset, never straying away from finishing his checks and consistently looking to apply pressure on his opponents. But other than that, I don't think he has the best hockey IQ, and his discipline can be iffy at best.
Zach, anything to add there?
Yeah, I think the physicality is probably one of his best assets and kind of what I took away from Royston. And yeah, that's about it.
And so that will be Wesley Royston at pick 190, going to Le Canadiens de Montréal. Montreal Canadiens take him at 190. Next up, we have Matthew Minshak going to the Vegas Golden Knights from the Kingston Frontenacs. Thoughts here on another goaltender coming off the board here on his way to the Vegas Golden Knights?
Goalie with some size. He was on a very mediocre Kingston team. They did make the playoffs and then got swept, I believe. Heading to Colgate next year. I don't know if you're going to see him in the NHL is the best way to put it.
We're going to send it over to Michael here, who's got a trade for us.
Hey guys, so actual huge news here. Boston has traded Fabian Lysell prospect to the Colorado Avalanche for Ivan.
And the Fabian Lysell era in Boston has ended, and the Ivan, it's only 3 of them, right, that he has in his name, I think.
I think so.
Will go to the Boston Bruins in an absolute blockbuster trade. Thoughts on the move?
Solid AHL guy.
Yeah.
So if that's the worst case, it helps for that.
I mean, sure.
Cool.
I don't
It is
really know what
interesting
it
to see.
does for either side, but I guess.
Fabian Lysell's been trying to get out of Boston for quite a few years now, and finally gets his opportunity after once that kind of all the pressure fell on him, being a high pick for the Boston Bruins now has resulted in Ivan going the other way. Lysell will try and get a fresh start, which should be interesting to see if he can. A player who has had struggles with kind of effort in the past, and so interesting to see there as he will now head to Colorado, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. To the Colorado Avalanche. And so Carolina now on the clock here at pick 192, the last pick of the 6th round. We'll see who they end up taking. Feels like there might be something else coming potentially, as this pick does feel a little bit drawn out, but we will see at pick 192 for this Carolina Hurricanes team. Any thoughts on who they might go with? Any players you still have your eyes on at this point in the draft for pick 192?
I don't know if it'll be to Carolina, but I really want to see Nate Yellowega go this next round here. I think someone should take a chance on him.
Sure. Zach, any thoughts here on who might be that next guy up to go?
I'm a little bit unsure right now. I'm still trying to think and just trying to look around my list.
Fair enough. Owen, any thoughts?
Brady Wasselin. Seen a couple London guys go over the last. I believe there was 2 in the 5th round. So I'm waiting to see him. I wasn't expecting NHL teams to be very high on him, but 6th round about to be 7th, that is pretty shocking.
It certainly is. And a player that even in London they had high hopes for. So surprising to see him drop down the boards. Ryan Brown, kind of the player I'd say was that they thought might go, but not necessarily to the extent we've seen now. So interesting to see there as 2 London Knights, or 4 in the London Knights, I guess, to this point, to include the first round guys in Sokolowski and Kover off the board as well, with the 2 that we saw in that 5th round. So we'll see if there's anyone else to come for this London Knights team. Should be interesting there. Any other kind of teams that have surprised you to this point with maybe number of players drafted, any kind of development teams that might have kind of been a bit of a shock to see go as high or as low as they've done so far at this NHL draft cycle?
I'm shocked that Vegas has made as many picks as they have.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it still hasn't been a whole lot, especially in the front half of the draft. I'm just Surprised that we didn't get a trade at some point where it was a 5th rounder for like a roster player that could play on their 4th line right now.
There's been a lot of trade-up candidates, and I'm surprised Vegas hasn't been one of the teams saying, hey, take my pick. I don't want it. But like Tampa Bay has done really well, surprisingly, for the amount of picks they have had. I think Florida's done really well, grabbing a whole bunch of value.
Oh, yeah.
St. Louis is like crazy too. Anaheim. Yeah, there's quite a few teams that have done extremely well today.
Absolutely, and it's coming into the last round, last pick of the 6th round here, pick 192 on the day. We have been live for a total of 5 hours and 13 minutes to this point. And so I think we've actually gone slower than we did last year for day 2. But last year, the first round, a little bit longer than what it was this year. So interesting to see the time dynamics as fans have voiced their displeasure in the past about the length of this draft. I think today for sure has been a little bit better. We might be having a trade here shortly, getting a little bit of word from the back room here. But strange to see Carolina not make their pick yet, as we're still awaiting their details here.
Maybe this is that 4th line player. They'll be able to sling a 6th rounder and do something. I'm honestly kind of shocked that they didn't maybe package a couple picks earlier on to get rid of Jesper Kotkaniemi's contract.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if this is Calgary trading up. It feels like they would have a really long list still going into the 7th round.
True.
When is Wemby getting drafted? I'm just waiting.
Trying to think of who would even fit with a guy like Karmanov.
I don't know if you can even put a fit for that kind of a player.
Actually, Boston, I could see.
Oh, yeah.
Boston,
I mean, if there was one team, Boston or Florida.
Yeah.
If you're just thinking about just a big physical guy, that another matchup nightmare. On the power play, throw him out front, make him the screener.
Yep.
Another guy I'm kind of keeping my eyes on here is a guy like Dakota Roon-Mullen, who, I mean, he's been kind of all over people's boards at times and also kind of way off people's boards. Very hot or cold or hit or miss type player. Any thoughts on where he might be ending up here at this draft, or if he'll be a guy that might be a post-draft kind of move?
Not sure.
Probably post-draft. All the guys that we've been throwing the names around recently haven't really gone yet. We've been saying the same couple names, and we haven't really seen it yet. We got Enriquez earlier, so that was one of the guys. So I guess we're
I think one shocker would be JC Lemieux still. He still hasn't won.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was a guy we talked about, I think, in the 4th?
Like 3rd or 4th round,
Yeah. But as they're showing all the fans currently sleeping in the stadium.
They're taking their time with this one.
Yeah, this is must be a blockbuster.
Slavin's gone for pick 193.
Package deal. McDavid on his way out.
The Hellebuck trade?
This is what people value goalies a lot, so maybe they're just getting 193 for.
I mean, how many goalies have been taken today?
Maybe even just this round.
Yeah, because I know last round it was like 5 of the last 8 near the end were all.
So we've had 6 in the 6th round so far.
Holy crap! That's crazy.
Pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's probably been at least 15, if not 20. Over 27?
Wait, how many were there last year?
There weren't many, I don't think. Were there?
There weren't 27, that's for sure.
I thought in 2024 there was a lot, or 23 might have been where every team picked a goal.
20 to 24 last year.
Holy, that's unreal.
So it says 36 last year.
36 last year?
That doesn't even make no way.
Do I have the wrong year in mind?
I don't trust Google. I'm gonna figure this out another way. I don't trust that at all.
Who's the top guy on your guys' list still?
Philip Novak. I'm still waiting on.
It is a blockbuster.
Wait, like
actually?
Yeah. This got the Friedman tweet.
Oh my god.
haven't
We're
looked
gonna
yet. I'm gonna
send
wait
it
for
over to
Mike.
Michael. Michael, what
John Carlson is the newest member of the Carolina Hurricanes. More details to follow, but it's expected that the pick currently is going back to Washington. Back to you.
And so the rights to John Carlson now belong to the Carolina Hurricanes.
I was joking when
Owen.
I was thinking about a
Yeah.
player
What?
trade.
I wasn't being serious. My bad, guys.
Where does he slot in?
I don't know.
Does it
Is
matter?
Chatfield gone?
Maybe?
That
Or is he the replacement for the Nikishin?
oh,
Could be.
that's interesting. Because they flipped him on left and right side, so
Wow.
Interesting.
John
Wow.
Carlson is.
I wonder what that number is. We'll probably find out within a few minutes.
Yeah. That's a good pick for Anaheim, though.
And we're getting news that Kyle Master is also going to the Ducks as a part of this deal.
Oh,
So it'll be
okay.
Kyle Master and the 192 in exchange for John Carlson from Michael in the back. And so with the pick for 192, the Anaheim Ducks have gone with Noah Kosick. Any thoughts on a guy like Noah Kosick here?
For the
Going to
sixth
Michigan.
round, this is pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to Michigan next year. He's got some decent vision from what I've seen. He can create for others. Away from the puck, there's still a lot to be desired.
Yeah, when he has the puck on his stick, I said he's a top-end distributor, if not like an elite distributor. He's very good at finding his open teammates and making great passes. His hockey IQ is through the roof. He is a great skater. His size and physicality is pretty much what you're not really wanting earlier on in the draft, which is why they wanted to take him in the 6th round here. And like Owen had said, when he's off the puck, he's not the greatest player.
Might be an understatement.
Zach, any thoughts on Noah Kosick?
I was a little bit interested in him earlier in the year. I just kind of wanted more physicality out of him, but a little bit of an undersized center, and but either way, I think this is a decent pick for Anaheim, as they've been kind of betting on skill this draft.
For sure. As we move on to the next pick here with Ivan Patrikayev, who's going to the New York Rangers, another Russian player heading to the Rangers here. A defenseman this time. Any thoughts here? 193 for the New York Rangers acquiring Ivan Patrikayev.
Nothing for me.
Fair enough. Then we'll move on to another defenseman who just got drafted by Chicago this time with Alexander Ivanov. Any thoughts on Ivanov being drafted by the Chicago Blackhawks?
He's a great shutdown guy. Great value for a 7th round pick here, but he has to work on his decision making under pressure, and breaking out of his own zone is not the best attribute in his game either.
Zach Owen, anything to add?
Nope.
Yeah, nothing much.
Sounds good. Alexander Ivanov going to the Chicago Blackhawks at pick 194. Here, as the Colorado Avalanche will be on the board for pick 195. So we will see here what the Avs have in mind here for pick 195. Starting to get to that range now where the players are. This is Sean Carrier will actually be the pick. Any thoughts on a guy like Sean Carrier?
If he's not 7 foot, I'm not interested in the 7th round.
I still have quite a few players on my list that haven't been drafted, so
Yeah, there's
could be
still a handful.
interesting. Colorado has so many 7th round picks here; they could get some great value.
For sure. Is the Red Wings now with pick 196. We'll see what they can do. Zach, any thoughts on a guy like Sean Carrier?
Again, nothing much. I barely kind of watched him.
Fair. And then 196 to Detroit will be Miles Brosnan. Any thoughts on him?
Another defenseman that I like quite a bit. He's very solid all around. Honestly, his skating is probably almost elite, similar to Nate Yellowego, like I've been hyping up. He's great on his edges. He's super mobile. He can find open ice. His competitiveness is through the roof. He doesn't like to lose. He's a great passer as well, but his decision making when he was playing up in the USHL and the USNDTP this year when he wasn't playing in high school was not that great. When the competition improved, his decision making under pressure just wasn't there, and then his shooting is extremely weak.
Any other thoughts on Miles Brosnan?
Yeah, the pre-USHL film I think is pretty good, but then he plays that harder competition. It seemed he kind of got punched in the face and couldn't get back up.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, anything to add?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of an interesting pick. One thing I really like is the skating. Obviously, with him, it's very fluid. Everything else might need some refining, but I mean, I think this is the type of 7th round pick teams should usually go after, though.
Yeah, fair enough. As Miles Brosnan will go 196 to Detroit. 197, we have Jasper Kuta, who will go to the Dallas Stars. Thoughts on Jasper Kuta here going to Dallas?
He's an overager. He's a good playmaking center. His defensive instincts are there. His hockey IQ's there. He can play make, but his compete is super inconsistent. He just takes shifts off. He doesn't really show up all the time. Physicality isn't there, and I think he lacks top speed in his skating.
Zach, anything to add there?
Yeah, I kind of limited on him.
Oh, good. Then we go to 198 with Rylan Singh. Anyone have anything interesting for Rylan Singh?
Nope.
Very limited in what I did see of him. I kind of just saw a guy that sits back in the play, kind of lets it come to him a bit. He'll make quick plays. He doesn't hold on to the puck. A very low event player.
There you have it there. As the next player up will be Alofa Tunoa Tiamu. I'm trying to find the graphic for it now. Thoughts on him?
It might be under Noah for the graphic, by the way.
Yeah, Noah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it messed up the spacing on it. So, yeah, Noah Tiamu, the defenseman with
The Whale
the
Kings.
Winnipeg Jets.
Shutdown guy.
He is. He plays some pretty high event hockey. If he's not hitting people, he's not on his game. His hockey IQ's there. He pretty much does a little bit of everything, but I think he can get caught watching the puck in his own zone from time to time. His skating isn't the greatest. And then if he gets pressure applied to him while he has the puck on his stick, he can throw it away and not do a whole lot.
Anything else to add there for Noah Tiamu?
It helps that his dad was an NFL lineman. I thought that was pretty interesting about him.
That never hurts to have. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway, William Sorbrand goes at pick 200 to the Chicago Blackhawks. Any thoughts on William Sorbrand in the Swedish Junior League with Timrå?
Nope.
Then we will move it along. And Owen, I'm going to bring you in first on this one because you said anything over 7 foot you didn't want to talk about. I bring you 7'1" Alexander Karmanov going to the San Jose Sharks. Tell me a little bit more about Karmanov.
It seems like whenever I like a pick, I look up and I see either them or Carolina selecting that player. And obviously, you're not projecting him to get to the NHL. I truly am not. He's going to go to Penn State in 2 years where he's going to have to figure out how to skate and play at a higher pace. But the size itself is just so intriguing. I'm kind of curious. I'm going to be so locked into their dev camp just to see the different clips of him going against other guys. I am pretty excited to see how his competitiveness will be in that kind of environment.
Carson, thoughts on Alexander Karmanov?
Not really. No, he's 7'1", 272. What more could you want?
Fair enough. Back
Should have been first overall.
Outside of the ring and skating that you want to touch on?
I mean, being 7'1" definitely helps with obviously having a big reach. I do hope someday he could play a couple of games in the NHL. I think that would be really interesting. I do think obviously he's kind of been on the slower end, but I mean, yeah, we'll see. I mean, Sharks also picked Simon Wang last year, so it's obviously interesting, and this is the type of pick they would honestly pick for them.
Absolutely. And then we go to pick 202, which will be Charlie Puglisi. Any thoughts on Charlie Puglisi here?
Didn't watch him a whole lot, no.
Yeah, off my board as well here for the Nashville Predators. At pick 202, we are 10 picks into the 7th round now, kind of getting to the end of this day, as it has been definitely a long one, but still lots of teams making some big moves for their future of their franchise, and we will see what ends up shaking out for them, as these picks could become potential NHL impact guys as the years do go along here. Next up for the St. Louis Blues at pick 203 will be Colin Fitzgerald. Any thoughts on Colin Fitzgerald here? Owen, take it.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say that I'm shocked that he hasn't gone yet. And I do think that there's really some decent value. Another guy who it seems like there's a lot of people in this class where they were first round projected going into the year and then fell out. He was one of them. I loved watching him in his rookie season in the OHL with the Petes. I thought he had compete. He had a good two-way game. He was a good complementary piece. And then he didn't really build too much off of it. I think he still has some two-way ability, but he's limited offensively, even though he does bring some power. He can shoot. He can score. It's just very limited outside of that if he holds the puck on for too long.
Yeah. I think he'll definitely be an NHL mainstay once he reaches there. Even if it's just as a fourth line guy, he has pretty much anything you want. He competes. He has physicality. He can take face-offs. Like overall, he's super well-rounded and has the ability to play that fourth line role. But like Owen had said, he does not have that much offense or upside at all. You're pretty much drafting him for his floor here.
And Zach, any thoughts here on Colin Fitzgerald?
I've actually had limited viewings of him too, so I can't really comment on much.
Okay, then we'll move it along here to William Tomko, who will be drafted by the Seattle Kraken here. Any thoughts on Tomko?
Haven't watched him. Oh, there you go.
Then we will move it along here to pick 205, which will be Robert Cowan. Any thoughts on Robert Cowan before we move to the pick? I'm sure we'll have a little bit more to discuss.
Yeah, I didn't really see too much of him. I only really had viewings if I was just watching Western Michigan, not on any type of evaluation, but he put up some good numbers, and I think you can continue to build off of that. I see now.
As I think Owen's just seen it, we're going to go to our next one now with the Columbus Blue Jackets taking Philip Novak. Owen, tell us a little bit more about a guy like Philip Novak here.
He's a smooth skater. I think there's a good stride. There's not too much power there, but if he can really develop that high-end pace in his skating, I think he has decent instincts. He has a good defensive stick. He's noticeable when the play isn't very easy, when he has multiple people at him, teammates aren't in position. He can kind of delay a bit. He can play the puck in the corner for a little bit and waste a bit of time. But I think it's just an overall solid skater that doesn't have too much offensive upside. But if you get the skating and you get the two-way potential, I think that's a potential really good player.
Yeah, I think he's a jack of all trades forward who does pretty much a little bit of anything and can definitely help a team win. But like Owen had mentioned, his defensive aspects, they're not the greatest. His top speed isn't the greatest, so he does need time to develop. But falling all the way down to pick 209?
Mm-hmm.
206.
Yeah, that's 206. Yeah, that's crazy that he fell. I had him at 66 on my list. So
I had him at this is gonna be kind of crazy. Let me see. He was at 58. Okay.
Yeah. So falling like 150 picks is a little
yeah.
absurd.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen JC Lemieux go, so I wonder what.
Yep. No
What's gonna
Wasselin either.
No
That's
Wasselin,
interesting.
no Yellowega.
One of the guys I could see as well is a guy like Cody Wood, who's a little bit more of that off the board pick,
And-
more London guy as well. But he was down with the GOJHL team, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see him a little bit more of that physical fit. Needs to kind of grow into his game, a little more maturity could help his game a long way. But it would surprise me to see a team take a risk on him as well.
We
Who's
haven't
the
seen those
high-
like tier 2 junior players really from
No,
Canada. Like we haven't seen the Goj guys. I don't think we've seen an AJHL player.
Nope.
Unless I'm wrong.
I don't think it's just been all major leagues. I think major.
Yeah,
junior.
so there's been no of those secondary leagues in Ontario, which have produced players pretty consistently. At least you're getting a couple guys in that draft.
Who's the highest guy on your board still?
Highest on my board still is probably, hold on. It is Brady Wasselin.
Okay.
They've done a great job at crossing them off as we went, but trying to see whose name have I not heard yet.
I
Yeah, I gotta
have
go back and cross them
Westfold, Medvedev.
I haven't
Matt
crossed
Beef?
Hawkinson off.
Oh yeah, I don't think we've seen him yet.
No. Jacob
Yeah.
Frollo or Jakob Frollo.
Oh, is he
Axel Brongo Larson, have we seen him yet?
Not
No.
yet.
No. Have we?
Ludwig Anderson.
Wait here, pick 207 of the day, belonging to the Detroit Red Wings. Potentially a trade coming here. It has been a little bit of a time.
I really want to see Calgary come in. It would be nice to have them come in and take Lemieux, but
Mhm.
we'll see who decides to trade in. If they're trading at all.
We haven't seen Harrison Bodiger, have
Nope.
we?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, we haven't seen. Wow.
That's a good call.
Okay, yeah, he's got to be going in this round, surely. I don't
Or
know what
Carter
the issue
Casey.
is there.
Yeah. Or Carter Casey, yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
I probably still have like 50 or so guys that I haven't marked off yet of the top 165 for me.
I'm going to send it over to Michael, who has some news for us.
All right, guys, the Detroit Red Wings. Oh, sorry, a bit of a stretch there. It's been a long day. Get 207 from Vegas for a future Vegas pick. Vegas is now on the clock. Who are they going to pick?
And so who are they going to pick? The
Well,
question.
7-foot guy is off the table now. Who
Maybe
else
they'll
is
trade
big?
it back.
Oh, they'll find another one. He won't even be listed in for the draft, but they'll get him.
Yeah, completely off the board kind of guy. Would not surprise me at all, especially with a team like the Vegas Golden Knights.
Sawyer Dingman from Swift Current. That's what I got. It's my money. Huge left winger. All he does is throw the body around.
Yeah, I'm trying to just remember who's actually gotten drafted so far and who hasn't.
Like AJ Francisco from the USNDTP hasn't went.
True.
Riley Boychuk from Prince Albert. Fitzgerald just went, right? From
Yeah, he was 203.
yeah. Callum Crosscarry.
Oh, yeah. Another guy.
Oh, yeah.
David Sedilak.
Ooh.
I don't think he's going to get drafted, but Nathan Amadovsky is a name that may be towards the end.
Eddie Doyle from Halifax. I thought he was pretty up there.
As
Charlie
the pick
Morrison.
is now in for 207. It will be Noel Pakarainen. Any thoughts
This
on
is a good
Pakarainen here?
Let me just pull it up. High energy player who plays a pro style game. Great motor, can skate. Pretty much a plug and play player for Vegas. He falls flat when it comes to shooting and defending in his own zone with his stick, but this is a pretty good Vegas pick for 7th round. I can't lie.
Yeah. Be interesting to see there. Noel Pakarainen going at pick 209 to the 207 to the Vegas Golden Knights here. And then pick 208 will be Logan Stewart. Any thoughts on Logan Stewart here?
Another reliable two-way center who brings energy. His footwork is great. He has a great motor. His stick skills are pretty good. He just really needs to develop his body, grow a little, get stronger. A guy I had going a lot earlier than this.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really like his footwork, and yeah, that's about it.
There you have it. Logan Stewart coming in at pick 208 for the Washington Capitals today. We are halfway through this 7th round. We'll get your kind of final thoughts once this draft concludes on the biggest winners, biggest losers. So make sure you guys are getting that prepared. But has been quite the draft so far. Tobias Christian will be the next pick up here for the LA Kings. So another interesting pick here, 209, German player. Any thoughts on Tobias Christian?
Don't got anything on him.
So we'll move it along here, Creston at pick 209. Then we go to the next pick here for the Anaheim Ducks, which will come in at 210, which will be, have them in here.
I thought that said Reimer. I
did too. That
James.
took me out for a second too. It will be James Reber, a 6'2", 176-pound defenseman from the USHL with Waterloo. Thoughts on James Reber?
Didn't notice him in the games I watched.
I haven't watched him.
Yeah, me either.
So that will be pick 210 to the Anaheim Ducks. James Reber, the selection. Next pick up will be at 211 for the Utah Mammoth. They're now on the clock. Thoughts on where Utah could go here? Carson, any ideas?
It's really up in the air. I think at the end of the draft here, you guess just picking whatever's best on
Are
your
there more
list,
7-footers that we don't know of? 'Cause-
Yeah. Or picking size.
Yeah.
Or small town Russian kids.
It's always a good bet, too.
Mm-hmm.
As it will be Artem Prima, who is in the NAHL. He's a 6', 178-pound left winger out of Russia. Thoughts on Artem Prima?
Nothing for
I
me.
think so. The name sounds really familiar that I'm trying to... Okay, he was with Omaha, so never mind.
And then the next pick will be Ryan Cameron, a goaltender out of the USHL with Cedar Rapids. Thoughts on Ryan Cameron, 6', 283 pounds.
I've seen little bits of him. He's a smaller goalie. I know he had a really good start to his season, and then he ended up with Cedar Rapids having an 882, but a good record. So clearly had a little bit of a fall off going to Boston College in 2027. So another goalie that you can kind of just wait to see if NCAA churns him out, like sometimes they just do.
That is Ryan Cameron there at pick 212 to the Edmonton Oilers. Next on the board is the Philadelphia Flyers. We'll see what the Flyers decide to do here. Colorado as well, with 2 picks back-to-back coming up. As well, the Habs have the final 2 picks. And I believe we might be heading over to Michael here for a trade.
Hey, guys. So Montreal trades their 223rd overall pick to the LA Kings for a 7th-round pick next year. That pick will be coming up very shortly.
And so there you have it. A trade coming in there. So then we have pick 213, which is another interesting pick here. We have Max Latikainen, who I'm actually a fan of here. We've seen him on the international side. Thoughts on Max Latikainen?
I didn't get to do anything in depth on him, unfortunately.
A good Finnish defenseman here, not necessarily the biggest guy, but still able to use his size where he does have some. Zach, thoughts, if you have any, on Max Latikainen?
Yeah, I think he was kind of a very smart defenseman when I watched him a couple of times. I think the speed needs to get better with him, but once again, I think this is kind of like a safe bet in the 7th round.
For sure. Owen, any thoughts? Max Latikainen, the latest draft pick at 213 for the Philadelphia Flyers.
No, but one of these comments just reminded me that Alexei Vlasov hasn't gone yet. So I think his name should go soon.
True. Yeah, with 2 picks coming up for Colorado, likely we might see him go in that spot. Should be interesting to see there as the clock continues to tick down on Colorado here. And they will go with Andrei Rummel will be the pick for the Colorado Avalanche here at 214. Any thoughts on Rummel, who we saw at the men's under 18s?
Nope.
I thought he was a good kind of an underrated guy, went a little quiet. I thought he played fairly well over in Ottawa as well. Defenseman who could jump into the rush. Andrei Rummel there, unless anyone else has anything to add there for the Colorado Avalanche coming up.
Nope.
As we look ahead now to pick 215 for the Colorado Avalanche, they do have their back-to-back picks. We'll see if they decide to use this one to draft or if it'll be used as a potential trade for next year. Andrei Rummel, the latest player for Colorado to head at pick 214, 22nd pick of the 7th round. We have 10 picks remaining left to go in this draft. As we're approaching or creeping in on the live stream towards 6 hours of content, a big thank you to everyone who has turned in for today's stream. It has been a pleasure to cover this draft alongside some very lovely people. If you have not already, please do smash the like button and hit subscribe if you have enjoyed. As the pick has come in for 215 for the Colorado Avalanche, it'll be Alexandre Raymond. Any thoughts on Raymond here?
Nothing.
A big goaltender, 6'4", 201, or 6'3", 201 goaltender here. Can never complain about a left shot or left catching tall goaltender.
Nope. I still can't believe how many goalies have won.
It's been crazy.
We got to be getting close to the record.
Yeah.
Because we were at, what, 27? Or no, what were we at after round 6?
Yeah, so I think Michael said 27.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was our second in round 7. So we're probably not going to get the record, but it's going to be
pretty darn close.
2 or 3. Yeah.
There's so many players I have on my board too that with the amount of goalies that they just couldn't go.
Because there weren't any goalies in the first round, right?
We're at 30 right now.
30, yeah.
It's the most goalies taken since 2005.
Wow.
So, makes sense.
Yeah, there was none in the first, and then Calgary took the first goalie with 36.
Right.
Or no, they traded up.
And then with pick 216, the Boston Bruins select Cullen McCrate from Fargo in the USHL, 6'1", 199-pound defenseman. Thoughts on Cullen McCrate?
Nope.
I view him as more of like a minutes-eating defenseman. Obviously 6'2", and he's also committed to Michigan State, so I think he'll probably be along their bottom pair.
And there you have it for Cullen McCrate, 216 going to Boston.
They're taking their time now with the picks. It was about round 3, 4 when they were ramping it up at one point.
Yeah.
I feel like it should be even faster now because they have their boards and there's clearly always going to be someone that falls in their board.
I wonder if there's a lot of teams calling asking if they can trade in.
That would make sense, yeah. Oh, another goalie.
Louis Antoine Deneau, the latest goaltender. You asked for 7 foot. I'll give you
Yeah,
a
does
6'8"
6'8" work?
to 10
Yeah.
for
Enough. You know,
from
it's fair.
Newfoundland in the QMJHL. Any thoughts on the 6'8" goaltender, Louis Antoine Deneau?
6'8".
Can't complain.
But he's not Russian, so
Oh, I
a
never
little
mind.
bit of a
That
question mark.
horrible pick. He's not Russian.
And then, so that's pick 217 to the Florida Panthers. They go with the huge goaltender. And interestingly as well, we're kind of thinking about the Panthers team next year have been bolstering up. Any thoughts on the whole goaltending situation? Will they be able to find a goaltender coming up?
They'll have to.
I swear
I mean,
they
they
already
will.
took a goalie, didn't they?
I guess for the NHL,
Yeah.
they'll find someone and he'll be amazing. Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, it seems
They're
to be
gonna
If
helpful.
not, they'll make it
Yeah.
work.
They'll get Michael DiPietro and he'll turn into Michael DiPietro pre-draft.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to pick 218 from Tampa, which will be Max Vilen, who's a Swedish defenseman, 6'3", 198 out of Moncton in the QMJHL. Any thoughts on Max Vilen?
Don't got anything on him. I'm surprised he's the one that goes from Moncton, though.
For sure. Then we have pick 219 coming up with the Dallas Stars.
They'll probably get someone here that's going to play 1,000 games, knowing that.
And that will be with pick 219 to the Dallas Stars. Will be Mikhail Cherepanov. Dallas. Thoughts on
NHL.
Cherepanov? An AHL with New Hampshire. 6'1", 188-pound defender from Russia.
I think that's the first B tier league, right? If you're not
Artem
counting the high schools.
Primo was an NAHL player too.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Then we have John Parsons here.
Another goalie.
Parsons, that's
Providence.
Providence. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I didn't mind his game. I actually thought he's pretty strong on his feet, has good hands. He gets to the puck. So that's not a bad selection here. He's got some decent size. You want more in terms of him playing like a bigger goalie and being really quick and reactionary, but I think he's fairly decent overall.
Yeah, he was a huge part of turning around Providence this season, I believe, and yeah, he really had to carry Providence to the, or he kind of did to the NCAA tournament. So I think this is really interesting pick right here.
That'll be John Parsons at pick 220, the goaltender from Providence. Then we will go to the next pick from today. That will be for the Montreal Canadiens at pick 221, which will be Jean-Samuel Daniel. Any thoughts on Daniel here? From a defenseman, 6'3", 190 out of Muskegon in the USHL.
Yeah, he's going to Brantford next year. I know he's a physical player, so let's see if he can expand his game going to the CHL.
Any other thoughts on Daniel?
Didn't get to see him.
That's pick 221 to the Montreal Canadiens here. Then we have at 222, it will be Quinn McKenzie from the OHL from the Sioux Greyhounds, 5'8", 178-pound center from the US. Any thoughts on Quinn McKenzie?
I didn't have anything written down, but I want to say when I was watching Chase Reed, he was one of the more noticeable forwards, even though he is only 5'8". But from what I do remember seeing just watching Chase Reed, he was pretty effective when he was on the ice, so not a bad pick.
There you have it. Quinn McKenzie at pick 222 going to the New Jersey Devils. 223 with the LA Kings, we have Lucas Ambrosio. Any thoughts on Lucas Ambrosio?
I know he's a shutdown guy. I don't know too much else about him, but I know he will compete.
Yeah, I had him as one of my gems, actually. So he's absolutely going to be an excellent defensive defenseman. in the NHL. The biggest thing that stands out in his game to me is how effective he is when he's defending. He utilizes his size properly when battling on the boards or in front of his own net. He defends the rush with his great reach, and he's willing to sacrifice his body to block shots. His hockey IQ is pretty good. He's very agile and mobile when containing opponents to the wall. But the biggest thing is his offensive impact is not that high, so improving that would make this a great pick for LA.
Absolutely. And so that will be Lucas Ambrosio heading to the LA Kings at pick 223. The last pick of the NHL Entry Draft for 2026 belongs to the Montreal Canadiens. Mr. Irrelevant, last predictions on who it's going to be. Carson, we'll start with you.
Someone off the board.
Yeah.
Zach?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'll give you off the board because I don't have him in my notes. And what better way to end it than Tyler Dekos? Who's got something for Tyler Dekos? 6'1", 175-pound right winger from Canada out of the USHL with the Waterloo team.
I just
That's
know
off
he
the
played for
board.
Waterloo. Yeah.
And so that's a good way to end it today. With the NHL draft, the last pick does go with the Montreal Canadiens. Tyler Dekos will be selected at 224. It has been quite the ride over these last 2 days. As far as your biggest winners, Carson, we'll start with you. Who's been your biggest winner of the draft and who's been your biggest loser of the draft?
St. Louis absolutely killed it. I think every single one of my gems, apart from Ambrosio at the end there, they were the ones that took them. They came out with great value for where they were picking, and they didn't even trade up or down that much either. So they just got value where their picks were slotted in, and I'm glad they're walking away with some pretty good talent. I think the Calgary Flames, their day 2 was pretty rough. They left a lot of value on the board for where they were picking. They reached on Joe Iginla. They reached a little bit on who did they pick 36? I can't think of it. But
Chase
they reached
Arrington.
Chase Arrington, yeah, they reached on him as well. So I don't know how well they're going to turn out after this draft, but getting Carson Carrolls and Jack Hextall in the first round probably saved them for sure.
Oh, and your winners and losers of today.
Carolina, they kept trading back. They continued to get value. They got what I think could end up being the steal of the draft in William Hawkinson. They just continued to make smart trades, and they were able to pick up more assets, get more darts, and they picked up some pretty solid darts to throw at the board.
Zach, your winner and loser for today.
I mean, I kind of agree with Carolina right here. They did they stuck with their philosophy and trading back, and they got some really good guys I like in Hawkinson and Sorensen. Bearchild in the 4th round is not a bad pick at all either. It's hard for me to pick a loser for today, but I think overall, I'd say maybe the Bruins. I think I would have liked to see them kept their first rounder, but they made some interesting draft picks. I obviously like the Henriquez pick, but I think they could have gone maybe with some more creativity as well.
And we'll swing it over now to our breaking news segment for Michael, who's going to give us his winners and losers of the day. Michael, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, so I think my big winner today is honestly the Los Angeles Kings. I thought a lot of their depth picks were guys that I had really high on my own list, guys like Bertie Spence and the other name that I can't remember off the top of my head now that I just clicked off my list. But I thought they had a great one. Another winner I thought was the New York Islanders. I also think they had a lot of great late picks. My loser for the day, I'm honestly thinking it's going to be the Vegas Golden Knights. I only had one person ranked on all of their picks, and that was Johan Servinson, who they took at 113.
And so there you have it, Michael's picks for the winner and loser of this NHL draft. My winner has to be the San Jose Sharks. You think about their first round alone, enough talent to go around. I mean, when you get essentially 3 borderline top-level picks, it's very difficult to say anything else. They get Stenberg, You go and get Verhoff, you get Lynn. There's just so much that you can be happy with if you are the San Jose Sharks. My loser as well will be the Boston Bruins. I question 2 goaltenders when you're already having an influx of goaltending. You take them in the second round as well when there are other options available to fill some holes. And so for that reason, the Boston Bruins will be my biggest loser for today. I do want to extend a big thank you to everyone for watching along with us today and yesterday. We've been live now. Combined, I want to say it's been 10 and a half hours of content. I'll have to double check that number. Might be 11 now. But a big thank you to everyone for tuning in. I also want to give a big thank you to Owen and Michael for all their help in setting up this entire production you've seen today. All the video, all the graphics, everything could not be done without them. So a huge thank you to both Owen and Michael for all their help in setting this whole thing up, as well as Anthony, the prospect Don, for allowing us the opportunity here while he is covering the event in Buffalo at the KeyBank Center in Buffalo, New York. That will do it for our coverage of the NHL Draft, both day 1 and day 2. A huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button if you have not already and subscribe. And until next time, see ya.